Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Early morning on weekends. Hogwarts Castle was shrouded in the cool morning light. The excited voices of the little wizards broke the silence. Hermione and Ronald couldn't hide their excitement and ate breakfast quickly. Today, they will go to Hogsmeade Village. It is also one of the few opportunities for them to go out while in school. Almost all the little wizards were very excited. Except for one person. Harry remained silent, with a hint of envy in his eyes from time to time. "Harry, are you okay?" Ronald put down the spoon and asked with concern. Harry sighed. "I didn't get the signature, so I can't go to Hogsmeade." Ronald sighed. "This is not fair. Everyone knows what kind of people your uncle and aunt are. How could they possibly give you an autograph? Maybe we can think of other ways." At this time, Aris came over calmly and sat down at the long table. Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. "Perhaps you can ask Aris for help. After all, he's a professor now. He should have the right to sign your application, right?" Before he could finish his words, Professor McGonagall quietly walked behind them and firmly interrupted. "This is not allowed. Aris, you should know that rules are rules." Aris shrugged. He knew this method would never work. After all, he's not Harry's godfather or anything. "It seems your plan has failed." He smiled at Hermione. "I was just making a suggestion, but apparently this suggestion was not accepted by Professor McGonagall." Hermione shrugged, helplessly, looking helpless. Harry had a miserable look on his face. With no other choice, he could only stay in the castle, with a look of loss in his eyes. Aris patted his shoulder and whispered, "Next time, Harry, we'll bring you some candy." Finally, Aris took Ronald and Hermione away and headed for Hogsmeade. It is always a pleasure to go out of the castle and play. What's more, it's a famous wizarding village. Hogsmeade is very famous in the entire Hogwarts area and is a gathering place for many wizards. It has been snowing continuously since the beginning of winter. At this time, snowflakes gently sprinkled on the roof, covering Hogsmeade with silver decorations. Ronald excitedly suggested, "Let's go to the candy store. They have a new batch of chocolate frogs. But I want to see the legendary haunted house even more." Hermione insisted, her face also full of excitement and anticipation. Aris smiled and said, "How about this, Ronald? You go to the candy store to buy some food first, and I'll take Hermione to the haunted house, and then we'll meet there." Ronald and Hermione were both very satisfied with the proposal, so they went their separate ways. After Ronald left, Aris and Hermione walked along the cobblestone road. "You know, Aris, this haunted house is said to be the residence of a wizard. Later, the wizard 643 was trapped in another time and space because of a failed experiment. But his soul has been in the house and can't leave. This is said to be the largest haunted house in England." Hermione continued to talk as she walked. Aris listened with a smile, but was a little curious. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" "Of course. I'm not afraid." Hermione visibly shrank her neck, but still refused to admit defeat. "How about we go inside and take a look?" Aris suggested. Hearing this, Hermione immediately became timid. He whispered quietly, "Why don't we just take a look outside and go in next time?" Aris smiled and shook his head. "Since you said so, of course you can." Soon, they came to a dilapidated house at the end of the village. The outer walls of the house were mottled and the windows were closed. The house had apparently been abandoned for many years. There's probably nothing in there except small animals like mice. But the more desolate the place is, the easier it is to be misinterpreted. People always feel that there must be something inside, and even make up some stories about it. Hermione lowered her voice and said excitedly, "This is the legendary haunted house." Aris looked around and said softly, "It seems we have to be careful, lest we really see a ghost. Of course, you won't be scared, right, Aris?" Hermione protested somewhat resentfully. "Well, maybe we can cast a spell on this house to make it cleaner." He thought about it and suggested. "No." Hermione refused immediately. "If we alarm the things inside, they might attack us. Safety is more important. Let's just wait and see here." Her eyes sparkled brightly. In the reflection of the white snow, the face is beautiful. Aris looked at this beautiful scene and couldn't help but touch Hermione's long hair with a knitted hat on. Hermione's body visibly stiffened, but inexplicably, there was no resistance. Let Aris do whatever he wants. But her face suddenly turned red. It's like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. How beautiful! After getting used to Aris' touch, Hermione was soon attracted by the snowy scenery again. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. The mountains and trees in the distance were covered with thick snow, which was really spectacular. Indeed, it's beautiful. Aris also spoke softly. However, his eyes were on Hermione. As Hermione grew older, she became more and more beautiful. It is like a work of art carved by time, exuding a fresh charm. "You'd better say, Snow." Hermione glanced at Aris subconsciously, and when she saw his gaze, her face suddenly became redder. Then he murmured shyly, "Would you like to see more beautiful snow scenery?" At this time, Reese suddenly asked with a smile. "Yeah." Hermione nodded repeatedly. Then he looked at Aris expectantly, his eyes slightly burning. Aris nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand and waved gently. The flying objects in the sky suddenly stopped, and then formed a long crystal rainbow, flying around the haunted house not far away, and the whole earth seemed to come alive. At this moment, the wind and snow seemed no longer cold. It was like nature was dancing, slowly surrounding the two of them. The bodies of the two people slowly rose up and flew up, accompanied by the wind and snow. The whole world seemed to resonate around the two of them. The flying snowflakes sometimes form clouds and sometimes turn into layers of clouds. It's like a grand dance of ice and snow, beautiful and spectacular. "Aris, you're truly beautiful." Hermione was in a state of excitement. Because I was hanging in the air, I held Aris's arm tightly. The Zhao Hao. But in fact, Aris's magic wrapped her tightly, and there was no danger at all. Unconsciously, the physical contact between the two became more and more natural. This is a miracle brought to us by nature. Aris smiled, feeling the ice elements jumping and cheering around him, and waved again. The whole world suddenly became quiet. The floating snowflakes formed crystal ice, like a crystal suspended in the air, double. With ice and snow flying, the whole world is as beautiful as a fairyland. At this time, Ronald was walking slowly towards the haunted house, with a chocolate frog and several kinds of popping fructose candies in different colors stuffed in his mouth. As he chewed, he kept complaining, "The candies in this candy shop are just so. Why do so many people praise them so highly? It seems to be no different from the one on the train." Well, there are more varieties. When he came near the haunted house, he suddenly heard a Huxiao voice. He couldn't help but look forward, and when he looked up, he saw Aris and Hermione immersed in an aerial dance, the chocolate frog in their mouths almost falling out. What are these two guys doing? 640 said to himself, and then blinked hard, but the dream scene in front of him did not disappear. This is too high profile. More and more students were attracted by this scene. The open space in front of the haunted house was now full of people. They looked up and watched. From time to time, whistles were heard from the crowd, and cheers continued to ring out. In the air, Aris and Hermione were like two dancing snowflakes, drawing graceful arcs in the wind. The snowflakes are no longer cold, but like floating elves, as if the whole winter is singing for them. "Oh my God," they are such a perfect match, said a girl in the crowd with her hands clasped under her chin and a smile on her face. "This is definitely the most romantic thing I've ever seen," another boy agreed. Many people picked up their magic cameras at this time, wanting to preserve this magical moment forever. Ronald felt a little numb, looking at all this with a look of disbelief on his face. He slapped his thigh fiercely. This guy can actually do this. No wonder Hermione has been a little uneasy recently. Is Aris chasing Hiru? Thinking of this, Ronald felt something was wrong. His expression also became a little strange. He had always considered Hermione a brother and had never thought of anything else. But I didn't expect Aris to do this. There is a feeling of betrayal that arises spontaneously. Not far away, Malfoy was watching all this quietly. He looked at Aris floating in the air with a complicated expression, then glanced at Hermione with an unfathomable look in his eyes. My goodness, won't there be another mistress in the future? He muttered in a low voice, with a hint of disbelief and a bit of envy in his words. Aris heard the cheers from below and turned to Hermione and smiled. It seems that everyone likes beautiful things, but if we continue like this, I'm afraid we will be treated like monkeys. Hermione's face flushed with excitement, and she felt a little shy when she felt the gazes from below. Her heartbeat quickened, yet she felt extremely warm, as if Aris's magic not only enveloped her body, but also touched a string deep in her heart. Should we leave first? Hermione said to Aris with a blushing face. There was some reluctance in her eyes, but more of it was shyness. Being stared at like this by so many people, she just felt a little uncomfortable all over. I don't have the heart to continue to feel the romantic atmosphere. Of course, you can leave any time you want, Aris replied softly, as long as you are willing. The next second, he looked down, then he disappeared right away with Hermione. The apparition disappeared to an unknown place. Only a group of spectators were left who still felt a little regretful and had not seen enough. The Three Broomsticks pub entrance. Two figures suddenly appeared, startling the people around them. Hermione was still trying to calm down. In an instant, she returned to the street from the snowy sky, still a little dazed. Aris smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, motioning her to follow his pace. I didn't expect you to be so quick, Hermione whispered, still excited and a little surprised in her tone. I always judge the situation and handle it decisively. Aris responded jokingly, and then added, we have to hurry up, otherwise those people will react and might catch up with us. Hermione nodded, feeling touched. Aris always seemed to understand her little emotions accurately and respond accordingly. This feeling made her heart beat faster and faster involuntarily. It's a very unfamiliar feeling, but I enjoy it. I even thought it would be nice to continue like this. As the two walked towards the entrance of the bar, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little worried. Will we be kicked out? I heard that students are not allowed to enter the bar. Don't worry, I'm here, Aris said as he pushed open the simple-looking wooden door. A welcoming skull hanging above the cash register looked at the two people at the door and was about to open its mouth to warn them, but it fell silent after Aris glared at it. He lowered his head obediently. Seeing this scene, the officer opened his mouth in surprise. She knows how powerful this welcoming skull is. I've heard from many people before that many young wizards who tried to sneak into the bar were caught by this thing and severely taught a lesson, but I didn't expect that they would be obedient just by being glared at by Aris. The little witch was stunned. The interior of the bar was brightly lit, filled with noisy voices and the aroma of beer. Hermione looked around, and her uneasiness dissipated a little, and the bar landlady also noticed them. She walked over quickly with a warm smile on her face. Aris, nice to finally meet you. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you last time. The proprietress opened her arms, as if ready to give Aris a hug, but she ended up just patting his shoulder in a friendly manner. Aris nodded slightly, his eyes relatively calm. He did know the owner of this store, Ms. Rosmerta, who could even be considered an outer member of the Shafik family, and had some business dealings with the family. Let's find a quiet place to sit, okay? The proprietress readily agreed and led them to a seat near the window, which was much quieter in the corner. Hermione sat down at the table, still pondering what was so special about this place. What would you like to drink? Aris asked, pulling out a chair and sitting down. 0. A glass of pumpkin juice will be fine, Hermione replied, feeling a little envious as she watched Aris converse skillfully with the landlady. Aris always feels at ease in any environment, which makes her feel at ease. What about you? The proprietress turned around and asked. Same as her. Aris nodded and placed the order immediately. Hermione looked out the window. The midday sun was shining on the window, bringing a little warmth. Everything was so comfortable that she couldn't help but think of the ice dance just now. Point 0. Thank you, Aris, she said suddenly in a soft voice. Thank me for what? Aris was stunned for a moment, seemingly not understanding the reason for her gratitude. The dance of ice and snow, just now and now here. Hermione looked at Aris seriously. I'm very happy today. I'm very happy too. Aris smiled, moved closer to Hermione, and gently touched her head. As long as you are happy, it is worth it. The intimate action made Hermione's face turn red instantly. He looked out the window, pretending not to care. This ordinary yet extraordinary night created a warm atmosphere in the noisy bar. Time seems to slow down at this moment, becoming beautiful and romantic. The heart of a little witch, a mad, throbbing warrior. Aris and Hermione only sat for a moment. Soon, Madame Rosmerta brought 2 glasses of pumpkin juice and a plate of snacks, carefully placing them in front of Hermione and Aris. Aris noticed that she didn't leave immediately, and her face showed a hint of hesitation and confusion. So he asked with concern, Ms. Rosmerta, you seem to be worried. What happened? Rosmerta sighed and whispered, It's all because of Sirius Black's escape from prison. Business at the 850 store has dropped a lot. People are scared and dare not go out. Mr. Aris, you are quite familiar with the Ministry of Magic. Have you heard any latest developments? If this continues, I'm afraid our bar will have to close. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, and it was obvious that she was feeling very resentful. Their efficiency is really disappointing. Rosmerta continued, not disguising her dissatisfaction on her face. I think if we don't put some pressure on them, this matter will not come to any conclusion in a few years. A murderer escaped, but few people went out to look for him. It's really speechless. Listening to Rosmerta's complaints, Aerys smiled, but said nothing. He knew that the Ministry of Magic had actually done its best. It's just that Sirius Black's ability is not very strong. Plus, he's an animagus with the ability to transform. It would be even more difficult for those people in the Ministry of Magic to find it. Ms. Rosmerta, you seem to know a lot about the fugitive, Sirius Black. Hermione leaned in closer, clearly interested in the topic. I've heard of him, but I only know a little bit about him. Can you tell me more about him? Rosmerta nodded solemnly. Sirius is a dangerous person. He betrayed his best friend, Harry Potter's parents, and revealed their location to the you-know-who. That person. You should know that. And they were killed. He was an extremely vicious person. It is said that there was another person present on the day when Harry's parents died. He was also their friend. But this villain actually blew that person, Peter Pettigrew, to the point that only one finger was left. It was too cruel. Hermione couldn't help but widen her eyes. She knew the cruelty of the name Sirius, but she didn't expect it to be so horrifying. The Ministry of Magic still can't catch him. I really hope no more cruel things will happen. Madame Rosmerta sighed, and then continued to Aerys. Master Aerys, perhaps you can talk to those good-for-nothings in the Ministry of Magic. Let them do something. Aerys smiled helplessly, then nodded slightly. Although he knew that Sirius was innocent, there was no point in saying it out loud at this time, because there is no evidence. He also understood Rosmerta's uneasiness. I can only say comfortingly, maybe the Ministry of Magic needs more time to deal with it. They must be working hard. Give them some more time. He didn't want to comment too much on the topic, so he took a sip of pumpkin juice and praised it. Well, pumpkin juice is very mellow and authentic, very good, and it really lives up to its 4.1 reputation. Thank you for your compliment. A smile appeared on Ms. Rosmerta's face. After regaining a little calm, she smiled again. It always makes me feel heavy to talk about this. It's still early, and while the sun is shining outside, you two can enjoy your time together. I won't disturb you. As she spoke, she bowed gracefully to the two of them. Then, he turned and left. Hermione's face turned red again, and she was obviously not used to the term two-person world. It's usually for couples. She and Aris are not in that kind of relationship, although she thinks it's okay, but this kind of thing is really too embarrassing. The more she thought about it, the redder Hermione's face became. Aris laughed and shook his head slightly. A girl's blush is better than any love words. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Looking at the girl in front of him, his heart was beating fast. However, the little girl's mind was indeed ever-changing and no one could guess it. After a while, Hermione finally returned to normal after drinking 2 large gulps of pumpkin juice. The blush on her face gradually dissipated, as if she had thought of something. Luan Ran whispered to Aris, "I always feel that Sirius's matter is not that simple. If he wanted to avoid the Ministry of Magic, why would he appear near Hogwarts? You know, even the Soul Eater is stationed here. There is no reason for him to take risks. Maybe he has something he needs to do." Aris shrugged and said casually, "Something that must be done?" Hermione's eyes lit up. Then he thought quickly in his mind, his eyes shining with wisdom. He was imprisoned in Azkaban more than a decade ago because of Harry's parents. Could it be that he hasn't given up yet, or wants to seek revenge on Harry? Hermione became more and more frightened as she spoke, and her whole body tensed up. "Aris, do you think my inference is possible?" Hearing the little witch's words, Aris felt helpless. Of course he knew that this was not the case, but at this time he didn't know how to respond. After thinking for a while, he said, "Perhaps things are not as simple as we see. Sirius is willing to take great risks to come here, and what he must do must be very important, and it must have been buried in his heart for a long time, and even formed an obsession. And Harry Potter, when he was imprisoned in Azkaban, Harry was just a baby. He definitely didn't have such hatred. Even if he wanted to kill Harry, now is not the best time. Think about it. He just got out of Azkaban, so he must be weak. If he wants revenge, why doesn't he wait until the situation is not so tense? Wait until Harry lets down his guard. Kill with one strike. Wouldn't the success rate be higher?" Listening to Aris' analysis, Dean nodded continuously. My mind suddenly felt enlightened. "What you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of that?" Hermione murmured softly. "Then why? What is his purpose in coming here? What is the hidden truth?" The little witch frowned. Lost in deep thought, Aris smiled slightly, ruffled her fluffy hair, and said gently, "We will definitely figure out everything, but now, why don't you enjoy this pumpkin juice? Such a wonderful afternoon is not suitable for talking about 450 kills." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Hermione's face. "I feel a little more relaxed. Of course, pumpkin juice is delicious." She took a sip of the drink in the cup and smiled brightly. But this time, Aris put his hand to his mouth and whispered, "Actually, I think this pumpkin juice is pretty average, but I didn't dare to say it." Poochie, the little witch, was immediately amused and then lowered her voice. "Actually, I think so too. Ha ha ha." Joyful laughter echoed in the bar. The laughter of youth spreads to the world of ice and snow outside, bringing a different warmth to this world. Time flies, and a week has passed since the first outing to Hogsmeade Village. Everything at Hogwarts was moving forward in seemingly calm little waves. But because of this calmness, the young wizards above the 3rd grade are looking forward to the next trip to Hogsmeade. As the sky gradually darkened, warm candlelight dotted the corners of the hall. Harry and Ronald had just finished dinner and were heading towards the lounge. "Harry, listen to me. Next time you go to Hogsmeade, you must not miss it. It's much more lively than the school. There are a lot of places to eat and play, and most importantly, you can see a lot of good shows," Ronald said to Harry excitedly, with a hint of excitement in his voice. "You know, what Aris did with Hermione in Hogsmeade was so cool. I suspect there's something wrong with these 2 guys, but I can't tell what the specific situation is. The fun belongs to you all, and I can't go." Harry shrugged helplessly. "You can sneak out, and I promise no one will find out." Ronald suddenly lowered his voice. Harry raised an eyebrow, hesitant. "But what if I get caught? Professor McGonagall, especially Filch, will definitely keep a close eye on me." "Oh, when did you become so timid?" Ronald patted Harry's shoulder and winked at him. "Don't you have an invisibility cloak? No one can see you." At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by a burst of cheers. The little wizards in front suddenly stopped. Seamus stood there in a daze, pointing at a painting, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Portrait of the Fat Lady. What's going on?" Harry and Ronald looked over and saw that the portrait of the Fat Lady had been wantonly vandalized, leaving wolf claw-like marks on the canvas. The place where she was supposed to sit in the portrait was now empty, and she had disappeared. Oh my God! Ronald's eyes widened in surprise. Hermione, who had just appeared out of nowhere, also let out a soft cry, covered her mouth, and subconsciously took a step back. What's going on? Who did it? There was a murmur of anxiety and doubt all around. Following the gazes of the classmates, everyone looked extremely shocked. Just then, Filch finally arrived at the scene, and his face turned livid when he saw the scene. How could this happen? Filch's voice trembled, and he spoke incoherently. I've been at Hogwarts for so many years, and nothing like this has ever happened to me. Who on earth did this? Come out and show yourself. He looked around, trying to find the murderer among the little wizards. Mr. Filch, none of us would do this. Maybe if we find the fat lady, everything will be solved, Harry said in a deep voice. Filch's behavior was obviously inappropriate. Filch was silent for a while, then quickly turned and left. Apparently went to the professors. This situation is no longer something he can handle. In a short while, this shocking news spread throughout the school like the wind. The professors, Chen Li Hao, quickly gathered at the scene of the accident. Even Aris, who had returned to the lounge to study the improvement plan of the energy-gathering magic circle, rushed to the door of the Gryffindor lounge. He naturally knew the reason. But at that time, I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. The reason why he rushed here was simply because of his other identity as a professor. Aris, who was standing behind the crowd, looked at the claw marks on the fat lady's portrait and frowned slightly, trying hard to recall the whole process in your mind. It seems that this is not just a simple prank. Professor McGonagall muttered to himself. His expression was very serious, and he was obviously very uneasy about the development of the situation. Just then, there was a slight commotion among the crowd, and everyone made way for Headmaster Dumbledore, who was walking quickly towards them. He stared at the picture frame in front of him through his half-moon glasses, his expression solemn. Everyone stay calm. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the corridor like a steady bell, and then he turned to look at Filch. Mr. Filch, perhaps you could have someone find out where the fat lady is. She's the only one who knows what really happened. Of course. Filch's eyes were already searching the many picture frames on the wall. Principal Dumbledore, I'm afraid I've found her. The fat lady is in the painting 097. Filch suddenly pointed to a landscape painting high up. Everyone's eyes immediately turned over, causing an even bigger commotion. The fat lady doesn't look well. Hermione pulled Aerys's sleeve and whispered. She must have been frightened. I don't know what she saw. Aerys nodded, but his expression was calm. Dumbledore looked at the fat lady who was hiding behind a large rock in the landscape painting, trying to grasp more information from her confused and panicked expression. Ma'am, calm down. What on earth have you been through? The scene became quiet, and everyone subconsciously shut their mouths, looking at the fat lady quietly. It's that guy, the murderer who escaped from prison. He's here. It's inside the castle. It's terrible, so terrible. The fat lady spoke in panic, then hid behind a rock and let out a sharp cry. It looked like he was really scared. Is he here? It's Sirius Black. It's really him. How could this happen? He actually managed to evade the Dementors and enter the castle. How on earth did he do that? This is impossible. The fat lady's words were like a bomb, causing a huge sensation. The little wizards were all panicked and screamed. The students started talking in groups of 3 or 4, with anxiety and fear written all over their faces. For a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. Some people even turned around and wanted to flee this place, as if Sirius Black would appear again in the next second, and they were scared out of their wits. Not far away, Dumbledore was talking quickly with Professor Filch and McGonagall. Several people looked very solemn, obviously knowing the seriousness of the matter. Be quiet, children. Professor McGonagall raised her voice. Headmaster Dumbledore will take care of this matter. At this time, Dumbledore walked out from the professors and stood on the steps, looking down at the students gathered in the corridor. Everyone be quiet. Please ask the class leaders to gather everyone in the auditorium and count the number of people. Dumbledore instructed decisively, his voice calm. The professors will check all parts of the castle to ensure safety. Before that, no one should wander around. Dumbledore's words acted like a sedative. Soon, the class leaders of each grade began to take action. The students began to move toward the auditorium as instructed. Black. Was it really him? He escaped the Dementors? Harry asked nervously, his heart pounding for some reason. It seems so. Hermione frowned. She already knew from Madame Rosmerta that Sirius betrayed Harry's parents and was even the indirect murderer who killed them. So at this moment, my mood is particularly complicated. Perhaps he has a reason to come here. Hermione originally wanted to tell Harry about this matter directly, but Aris specifically told her that it would be best not to reveal it until the matter was fully clarified. So, she never mentioned it. But now, Sirius Black has broken into Hogwarts Castle, almost even made it into the Gryffindor common room. Things have gone beyond her expectations. What exactly does he want to do? Ronald's voice sounded, with a hint of fear in his tone. Maybe he's looking for something. Harry guessed. Hermione, what do you think? I don't know, maybe. Hermione suppressed her inner impulse and thought seriously. She always felt that something was wrong. If Aris's analysis was correct, there was no need for Sirius to take such a big risk and enter the castle at this time to kill Harry. Now is undoubtedly the worst time. Unless that guy got his brain damaged in Azkaban. But this possibility is too low. She increasingly felt that there might be something else going on. All clues are questionable, unable to determine. At this time, Aris found Luna in the crowd and whispered to her, I'm going to patrol the castle. You follow the others to the auditorium. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yes, I know, brother. You have to be careful. Luna nodded slightly. Although her expression was calm, there was a hint of worry in her tone. After watching Luna leave, Aris looked at Hermione not far away. The two looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Then, they all walked towards the edge of the crowd. Aris took the opportunity to slip out through the side door and away from the crowd. Dumbledore asked him to patrol outside the castle. This was a rather dangerous task, but the headmaster was obviously confident in Aris's ability, so he sent him. Aris, where are you going? At this time, a voice came from behind. Aris turned around and, as expected, saw Hermione hurried over. You shouldn't have come out. Aris was helpless. Are you going to look for Sirius? Hermione asked tentatively. I haven't really thought about it, but if that guy is around the castle, I still need to talk to him. This situation can't happen again. Aris stood behind a sculpture and pulled Hermione in. Afterwards, after making sure that no one was watching, he took out the live point map that he hadn't used for a long time from his storage bag. He looked around again and muttered the spell to activate the map. I solemnly swear that I have no ill intentions. 0 request flowers. The map slowly unfolded, and every corridor and every room in the castle appeared clearly, along with every little name of the activities within them. This is the real Marauders map. Hermione said in surprise after seeing what Aris was holding. I knew that what they made must be a fake. She looked at the small names on the map curiously. Everyone's name is on this map. Yeah. Aris nodded slightly, then scanned the map, trying to find Sirius Black's name, but after a while, his eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, that name was now near the Whomping Willow. It seems that he wants to leave the castle through the tunnel over there. Want to join us? Aris looked at Hermione. He was too familiar with the curiosity in the little witch's eyes. If I didn't take her with me, I would probably blame him for a long time. Hermione nodded repeatedly, looking somewhat excited. Maybe because Aris was there, she didn't think about the danger at all. Then come on. Aris grabbed Hermione's hand. The next second, he used the castle's privilege to apparate. The two figures disappeared on the spot. When Aris and Hermione reappeared, they were already standing in front of the Whomping Willow. The cold wind blew past, and the branches danced in the gray sky, making rustling sounds. Hermione felt her heartbeat quicken, filled with anticipation and nervousness for what was about to happen. He tightened his cape and muttered softly, Is Sirius Black here? Is it unsafe for us to come here directly? I wonder if we should at least inform the other professors 860? She turned her head to look at Aris, her eyes showing both curiosity and a little uneasiness. That's right. Why? You don't believe in my ability. Aris smiled, then stared intently at the ground beside the Whomping Willow. I didn't. Thinking of Aris's terrifying strength, Hermione shook her head quickly. I just feel that violating school rules like this is a bit bad. Normally, she and Harry would often walk on the edge of violating school rules, but the feeling was different because they were all students. And now, Aris is not only a student, but also a professor. Breaking school rules with a professor. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ho-ho. At this moment, a low growl brought Hermione back to her senses. A huge black dog rushed out from the front, its steps light and cautious. That's ominous. Hermione's face turned pale. She subconsciously held her breath and tightly grasped Reese's sleeve with her hand. The big black dog obviously noticed him as well. It paused slightly, then bared its teeth and let out a low growl. Its muscles tensed as it took a defensive stance. Aris felt Hermione's grip tighten. Blake, let's talk. Aris looked straight into the alert dog's eyes and spoke straight to the point. Hermione's eyes quickly moved back and forth between Aris and the black dog, her heart filled with shock and uneasiness. Xiao is black, but how can he? Hermione couldn't wrap her mind around this for a moment. He's an animagus, Aris explained simply. Hearing this, Hermione reacted immediately. Could he avoid the Dementor's attention and break into the castle? Transforming into an animal is indeed a good disguise. The black dog stopped, staring at Aris with his brown eyes, perhaps not expecting the boy to see through his disguise at a glance. And then his body shape changed slightly, and a mature and steady figure appeared in front of them. Hermione became even more nervous, because the man in front of her was too unbearable to look at. He had a skinny body, a disfigured face, and a fierce look in his eyes. He looks like a very vicious person. Who are you? Sirius asked coldly, deliberately keeping a fierce look. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm Harry's friend and his teacher. Aris responded without hesitation, her tone revealing maturity and composure. He knew what impact this identity would have on Blake in front of him. Sirius was surprised at Aris's calmness. He looked at him again and unconsciously relaxed a little. Such a young student is actually a professor? This made him feel a little surprised. At the same time, perhaps because he was Harry's friend, he unconsciously let his guard down. Hermione finally mustered up the courage to speak. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to know the truth. She tried to make her voice sound steady and sincere. Sirius lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and then relaxed his tense posture. Okay, but this is not a good place to talk. Let's go to a safe place. Aris gently pulled Hermione, and she nodded, indicating that she could rest assured. So Sirius led the way. Two young wizards followed behind and walked directly towards the Whomping Willow. Black turned into a black dog again and triggered the mechanism under the Whomping Willow, revealing a passage. Then, he looked at the people behind him and jumped in. Aris and Hermione followed closely, blending into the night. Hermione never knew that there was a secret passage in the Whomping Willow. 03 This secret passage looked very long, and no one knew where it led to. But when she looked at the boy beside her, she did not feel much fear in her heart, and even felt a little excited. Because soon, she will know the truth of everything. This is full of temptation for her. After the three of them entered the secret passage, they walked forward, their footsteps slowly returning to the narrow, dimly lit passage. Occasionally, a few drops of water dripped from the stone wall above, making an echo. Hermione looked up at Black in front of her, feeling conflicted. He was once a close friend of Harry's parents, but was thrown into prison for betrayal. Now, it is up to the two of them to unravel this mystery. After walking out of the secret passage, Hermione looked around. In front of me was a dilapidated house, and I couldn't see anything from inside, but always feels familiar. This is Hogsmeade. Welcome to the Screaming House. Aris chuckled and looked at the girl next to him. Through the shabby window, you can see the silent woods outside. Hermione showed surprise on her face and looked around this legendary place, feeling a little unreal. I never thought that this would be the way to visit here, she murmured softly. At this time, Blake has returned to human form. So, he broke the silence and turned to look at Aris. Tell me, how did you find me? His words were full of vigilance and a hint of curiosity. Aris took out the Marauders map from his pocket and smiled. This is it. It shows Hogwarts and everything around it. Blake raised his eyebrows and stared at the ever-changing map, feeling a little surprised. That's an old trick, James, and I used to play. He murmured softly, with a slightly nostalgic smile. Even so, he still did not let down his guard, and was still full of doubts and confusion about Aerys's behavior. He did not understand why Aerys would contact him in this way. Logically speaking, everyone should treat him as a fugitive at this time. Do you believe I'm innocent? He asked the boy tentatively. I won't trust anyone easily. Aerys smiled. Although he knew in his heart that the guy in front of him was wronged, it would seem suspicious if he said it out loud at this time. Therefore, he needed a reasonable reason to completely dispel Blake's doubts. But your behavior makes me suspicious. You shouldn't be in Hogwarts at this time, but you showed up, but in the end you didn't do anything, so I think there may be some hidden reasons. Hermione seized the opportunity and asked firmly, You entered the school to find Harry, right? The thoughtful look on Blake's face disappeared instantly. He thought about it, shook his head slightly, and then nodded. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. He seemed a little scared and felt deeply guilty. I do want to find Harry, but my main purpose is not. So what is your purpose? Hermione asked quickly. Blake fell silent again, his eyes flickering, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. There was a hint of tension in the air. Aris noticed Blake's embarrassment and interrupted. We understand your situation. There are rumors in the school that you came here to kill people. I think you don't want to be misunderstood, right? The truth of this matter needs to be revealed, and we may be able to help. His words were not loud, but they had a soothing power. Hermione glanced at Aris. She wanted to continue asking, but she knew that Black needed time to think, so she suppressed her inner impulse and calmed down. I'm indeed looking for someone. Blake didn't deny it, but just nodded. But there are some things I have to figure out on my own, he said with a determined look. Who are you looking for? Hermione asked again. I can't say, at least not now. Blake turned around abruptly, his body trembling slightly, his hands clenched tightly, and his emotions suddenly became very excited. That man, I must kill him. I must. No one can save him. He must die. Okay, I won't say any more. You guys go. Blake looked at the two again, his expression a little out of control. Maybe you guys can take me back now? Of course we won't arrest you. Aris shook his head. Then he stood up and took Hermione's hand. The little witch seemed to be frightened. Her hands were a little cold, and there was a hint of fear on her face. But I want to tell you, some things will backfire if you are too persistent. Your goal is to punish that person, not to sacrifice your reputation to go to him, right? Think about Harry. What would he think if he knew you were a murderer? You are so paranoid. Have you really thought about the future? Harry has not had a good life these years. He longs for a normal family. Now his only chance is you. Are you going to destroy this possibility with your own hands? Hearing these words, Blake quickly calmed down. He looked at Aris in surprise, his eyes full of surprise. How do you know? Knowing that you're Harry's godfather? Aris laughed. Not many people know about this. Blake swallowed. I know there must be a reason. Aris obviously didn't want to talk about it too much, but continued to persuade Blake. If I were you, I would be calmer. Don't get yourself into trouble because of a damned person. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. When you've made up your mind, come find me. I think you should know how to find me. After saying that, Aris shook his head slightly towards Hermione, who was still trying to speak. Then he took her and turned around, left the shrieking shack, and walked along the tunnel toward Hogwarts. Behind him, Blake was like a sculpture standing there in a daze. No response for a long time. Aris, why did you tell him that? And how do you know so much? He's actually Harry's godfather? How is this possible? He's not. The huge amount of information almost burned out the little witch's brain. For a moment, she didn't know where to start. This matter is indeed a bit complicated. I will tell you slowly," Aris said softly. "But without my permission, you can't tell this to anyone. Remember, money. It doesn't matter to anyone. Even when you are alone, don't talk about it to yourself. Not even in your dreams." Aris looked at the little witch seriously. Hermione's expression suddenly became serious, and then she nodded heavily. There is actually a reason why Aris made such a serious explanation. He also didn't want Peter Pettigrew to run away early. All of this must have an outcome. Then Reese's whispered words came to mind in the tunnel. During this time, there were bursts of exclamations from the little witch. The changes in Gryffindor caused the entire castle to be tense and panic. It was very late before the little wizards gradually quieted down. They were arranged to rest in the auditorium tonight. Shrouded in dim candlelight, they fell asleep one after another after whispering softly. The professors also finished a careful inspection of the castle and found no suspicious clues. Snape and Dumbledore were talking in low voices at one side of the Great Hall. He frowned and looked troubled. "So, I doubt that Sirius Black could have entered the castle so easily?" Snape's tone was full of hesitation, even with a hint of sneer. Obviously, he felt that this matter was not that simple. However, the professors did search the entire castle and found nothing unusual. Dumbledore smiled slightly, but a complicated look flashed in his eyes. "Snape, he was able to escape from Azkaban, which in itself shows that he is not an ordinary person. He must have his own set of methods." Snape narrowed his eyes, looking unhappy. "But this is so unusual. I said a long time ago that someone might be able to help him," he said coldly. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, his tone still soft but firm. "I trust everyone in the castle, Snape. I don't want this situation to shake my trust in them. We should be careful, but we should also have faith. I hope you can trust my judgment. You believe him, but he may not be trustworthy." Snape obviously meant something. They were such good friends before. Did you really not have any doubts at all? "I say again, I trust everyone in this castle. I hope you won't talk about this anymore." Dumbledore looked at Snape seriously. There was a hint of solemnity in his tone. As he spoke, footsteps were heard, and Aerys walked in from the shadows outside the auditorium, his face still with a calmness that was inconsistent with a teenager. Both professors turned their eyes to him. "Sorry to bother you." Aerys nodded politely. "It's just that I just came back from patrolling around the castle. I didn't mean to listen to your conversation." Dumbledore nodded slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "You know, we wouldn't mind." Snape just frowned slightly, looking a little impatient. After a short pause, Dumbledore asked, "Aerys, have you found anything?" "I checked outside, and there's nothing abnormal at this time." Aerys answered succinctly. "I think the castle's alert can be lifted now." Snape glanced at Aerys suspiciously, but said nothing more. Obviously, he still had many dissatisfactions and doubts about the whole incident. "Let the little guys rest here for a night." Dumbledore looked at the little wizards who were already sleeping around him and sighed softly. "They are tired enough today." "Of course, Professor. It's up to you to decide." Aerys nodded. Then he continued, "If there is nothing else, I will go back to the dormitory first. After all, the floor of this auditorium is a bit hard. I am not used to it. All the professors have to be on night duty." Snape couldn't help but speak. "I'm sorry. I think I'm a student too." Aerys looked at Dumbledore as if it was a matter of course. "Are you sure you want a child like me to stay up all night until dawn? This will affect physical development." Dumbledore glanced at him, then shook his head in amusement. "Of course, I can decide to exempt Aerys from the night watch." His voice was calm and confident, which relaxed the tense atmosphere a little. "But I still have something to confirm with you. Why don't you go ahead and do it, Professor Snape?" Dumbledore looked at Snape and smiled gently. "Umph." Snape raised his head proudly, looking as if he didn't want to protect the copy any longer. Then he turned and left. "If Aerys needs extra protection, I will discuss with Professor McGonagall and send someone over." Before leaving, Snape glanced at Aerys. His eyes were indescribably complicated, but he was merciless, not letting go of any opportunity to mock. Aerys just smiled indifferently, then turned to look at Dumbledore. At this time, Dumbledore kept him here, obviously on purpose. The old man must have discovered something. Maybe he had something to ask. Sure enough, after watching Snape leave, Dumbledore turned around and looked at Aris with a slightly expectant look. "Have you seen him?" The old principal's voice was low and slow, as if every word had been carefully considered. Aris did not hide it and nodded slightly. "Yes, Professor, I saw him." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly, and his expression became more focused. "So, what do you think of him?" "He looks exhausted but determined." Aris replied, pausing slightly, as if weighing his words. "I mean, he may be more tenacious than most people think. Besides, he has no hostility towards the castle." Dumbledore nodded, as if relieved. Then he motioned Aris to go to his office with him to talk. The two walked through the corridor. When passing by the vague shadows cast by the stars in the corridor, Aris' figure was a little blurry, like a ghost, as if he could disappear at any time. After entering the office, Dumbledore gently closed the door and then looked at Aris with a focused gaze, as if he could penetrate all disguises and get to the core of the truth. "Aris, did he mention Harry?" Dumbledore leaned against the table, crossing his arms in front of him. "Of course, he clearly cares about Harry, Professor. Sirius is looking for another person, and that person is inside the castle. He has reason to believe that the real threat is lurking in the dark, and he may want to ensure Harry's safety." 0. Asking for flowers. Aris said quietly. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, as if what he said had nothing to do with him. Dumbledore fell in a deep thought, and after a moment he whispered, "I believe this child is not a big evil person. Since he has his own plan, let him go. I just need to confirm that he has no hostility towards the castle." 0. Professor, you can rest assured. Aris nodded affirmatively. The two continued to communicate for a while. Aris roughly shared his experience of meeting Sirius, while Dumbledore did not speak from beginning to end. He just listened quietly. Like an elder, he occasionally nodded gently to give affirmation. Not long after, Aris walked out of the principal's office. When he returned to the hall, he saw Harry looking over here. This guy obviously hadn't fallen asleep. Perhaps he had heard the conversation just now, and he must be very upset at this moment. But Aris didn't go over. It was already very late at night. At this time, he needed to rest, even if the King of Heaven came. On a sunny afternoon a few days later, life in the castle seemed to have returned to normal. Although Sirius's intrusion caused a sensation at first, it gradually faded from people's discussion as time went by. Aris acted somewhat detached from these things, and still showed up on time for his elemental magic class, acting like a responsible professor. However, apart from attending classes, he still focused more on the in-depth research of the energy-gathering magic array 943, hoping to develop more functions of this array. Now, the whole Hogwarts has undergone tremendous changes. The energies of various elements are very active. More importantly, the environment has gradually begun to change, and many magical scenes have appeared. For example, the Whomping Willow that condenses the wood element fruit, a Quidditch pitch with earth elementals appearing. In addition, very magical water elemental elves also appeared above the Black Lake. All of this made the young wizards at Hogwarts feel surprised and moved. This day, after class in the afternoon, in the dining hall, Hermione was forking a piece of brown lamb chop, her brows slightly furrowed, looking very unhappy. "You know, Snape was tough with me again in the defense against the dark arts class today. I answered the question correctly, but he still mocked me. I feel angry every time I think about it now." She poked the potatoes on her plate with her fork as if it were Snape. Aris shrugged. "That's not surprising. Snape is just that kind of person." He then cast his eyes to the side, where Harry and Ronald were discussing something in low voices, with occasional exclamations. It sounded like they were also discussing issues related to the defense against the Dark Arts Department. "Aris, do you know why Professor Lupin didn't come to class?" At this time, Helly suddenly looked at Aris and asked. Hermione seemed to want to know the answer to this question as well, and immediately asked, "Yeah, do you know what happened to him?" Aris looked up, put down the cutlery in his hand, and shrugged. "Why do you think I should know this? You're a professor too, aren't you?" Harry said matter-of-factly. "We thought that when professors chat, They would also communicate with each other like us, isn't that right? Ronald asked with curiosity. But it seems that most of my time is occupied by you. I have no time to integrate into the circle of professors. Haven't you noticed? Aris shook his head in amusement. Oh, Harry and Ronald both felt a little embarrassed. That is indeed true. After class, they would usually subconsciously look for Aris. They spent most of their meal time in the auditorium with Aris. Aris, do you know what Professor Lupin's situation is? Hermione was very clear-headed at this time and was not confused by Aris. Of course you should know something. Aris shrugged again. Then can you tell us about it? Hermione and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. He has been feeling a little unwell these past 2 days, so he should be resting. Aris certainly knew what was going on with Lupin, as these 2 days were the nights when the moon was 0.9 full. He should be in the dormitory observing his situation now. Although he had already taken the new Wolfsbane potion, the problem of uncontrolled transformation on full moon nights should have been solved. But no one knows if there will be any accidents. Therefore, Lupin felt that he should be more cautious. This is also the reason why he asked Snape to substitute for him. Is that all? Obviously, Harry and Ronald were not satisfied with the answer, but they didn't know the details, so they just squinted and didn't ask any more questions. But Hermione was different. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Obviously, she had her own thoughts. Soon, they finished their meal, and Harry and Ronald left first. Hermione mysteriously pulled Aerys to the elemental magic classroom. Aerys, I already know. The little witch's expression suddenly became serious. Know what? 03 Aerys was a little confused. Professor Lupin, he's a werewolf, right? When she said this, her voice was not loud, but it was like a stone falling into a lake, causing ripples. Aerys's eyebrows slightly raised, but he soon figured it out. Snape must have given them a course on werewolves, so Hermione also deduced this matter, as in the original book. But logically speaking, it shouldn't be so fast. It seems that he still underestimated Hermione's intelligence. He quickly recovered and said with a smile, You are worthy of being Miss Know-It-All, Hermione. You are really the smartest little witch I have ever met. This is not yin and yang or compliment, but the truth. A blush appeared on Hermione's face. Obviously, he felt a little embarrassed by Aerys's praise. Aerys smiled and continued. The facts are just as you guessed, but this matter may not be as serious as you think. You don't have to worry. But I think that it is not a wise choice for a werewolf to teach at Hogwarts. Even if Dumbledore trusts him, no one can guarantee that on a full moon night. Before Hermione could finish her words, she was interrupted by Aerys. Have you forgotten the Wolfsbane potion I developed earlier? Wolfsbane potion? Hermione frowned slightly, then uttered an "oh," as if she suddenly understood something. You mean the new Wolfsbane potion? Has Professor Lupin taken it? Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of something. Yes, Professor Lupin has taken this potion, and the effect is very good. However, he is still a little worried this month, so he wants to confirm the efficacy, so he asked Snape to substitute for him. However, according to our evaluation of the new Wolfsbane potion, there's a high probability that there will be no problems, so Lupin should not need to take leave on full moon nights in the future. You don't need to worry about his teaching safety. Aerys' words were so reassuring that Hermione relaxed a little. That's great. I was still thinking that Professor Lupin was indeed a good professor and should not be discriminated against because of his identity. Now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. Aerys, if Professor Lupin really gets well, then you have undoubtedly saved his life. It's not that serious. Aerys smiled. Also, Professor Snape has made a lot of contributions to the development of the Wolfsbane potion. No, even if he really helped, I won't worship him. Hermione raised her head proudly, looking annoyed. After all, without Aerys, Professor Snape is nothing. Hearing this, Aerys almost laughed out loud. The look he gave Hermione was involuntarily filled with a hint of doting. I should say, it feels good to have a loyal admirer. Of course, you are right. He finally couldn't help laughing. The next morning, sunlight poured into the corridors of Hogwarts through the ancient windows. The air was filled with the quietness before class. Aris was sitting in the teacher's lounge, flipping through the book he hadn't finished reading yesterday, but his thoughts unconsciously drifted back to the conversation he had with Hermione last night. I don't know what's going on with Lupin. There's been no news from Snape yet, but no news should be good news. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Then Professor Lupin pushed the door open, with an expression of suppressed excitement on his face. Aris, I have to share some good news with you. Lupin sat down opposite Aris, his voice filled with a long-lost passion. Professor, it seems the potion is working well. Aris put down the book, raised her head, and looking at Lupin's expression, she roughly knew why he came. A faint smile appeared on his face, and a look of expectation was revealed. It's not just good, it's going really well. Lupin said with emotion, Last night was the second full moon night after I took the new Wolfsbane potion. Do you know how amazing it is? Not only did I not lose control, I also suppressed the gene for transformation. This is the first time I've ever spent a night like this in human form. I'm really sorry, I'm just too excited. Lupin paced back and forth in the office in a somewhat inappropriate manner, his body trembling slightly. It is obvious to see the excitement in his heart. What great news! Congratulations, Professor! Aris breathed a sigh of relief, even though it was expected. But getting accurate information this time feels different. He understood Lupin's excitement, because this was not just the success of the potion, but also brought him a completely new life experience, or would not be an exaggeration to say 10 completely different lives. This means that our medicine is almost ready for mass production. I think it's totally fine. Lupin nodded without hesitation. Thank you very much, Aris. Your contribution to this potion will surely be remembered by the world. Lupin held Aris's hand tightly, his eyes full of gratitude. Don't say that, Professor. This is what I should do. Or rather, this is what I want to do. I am very happy, and it is worth it to be able to do something for you. Aris smiled slightly. Besides, Professor Snape also helped a lot. Thank you so much. Lupin's voice became a little choked up. No matter what, this means a lot to me. I will always remember this kindness. Lupin's voice was firm and grateful. Aris also felt a sense of accomplishment. This feeling is really good. At this moment, he remembered the reagents that Minister of Magic Fudge had taken away. There should be results over there. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an owl flew through the wide, open window and landed steadily on the table in front of Aris. Aris, it looks like your letter. They both looked at the envelope in the owl's mouth. The familiar logo made them instantly understand where the letter came from. This owl is from the Ministry of Magic. Aris stood up, picked up the letter in the owl's mouth, and opened the envelope. He opened the letter, glanced through it quickly, and couldn't help smiling. Today is such a good day, and good news again, Aris said with a soft smile on his face. Is this a letter from Minister Fudge? Lupin asked curiously. Yeah. Aris nodded. The experiment at the Ministry of Magic was also successful. This means that the new Wolfsbane potion can be legally produced and released to the market. This is really great news. Lupin's eyes widened, and then he took the letter and couldn't help but read out the contents. Dear Aris, I am extremely excited to inform you that the trial of the new Wolfsbane potion has been a great success. Not only has the symptoms been effectively suppressed, but there are almost no adverse reactions. 1. This drug has passed the review and has been approved, and we have decided to immediately promote the legalization and mass production of the drug. Please cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to arrange the mass production of the potion as soon as possible. We will order 2,000 bottles at a time. Also, if the production car needs anything, the Ministry of Magic will fully assist. Lupin put the letter down, his eyes lit up, and he slowly turned his gaze to Aris. Tears glistened in his eyes, and those tears seemed like the release of long-suppressed emotions. But his face was filled with the joy of rebirth, as if a door that had been closed for a long time was finally opened. In his deep eyes, besides excitement, there was also a barely perceptible sense of relief. That is the relief after going through the ups and downs. This is a new beginning for all werewolves. Lupin murmured, with uncontrollable excitement and hope in his tone. His gaze stayed on Aris. That small figure seemed to become extremely tall and majestic at this moment, which made people admire him and respect him at the same time. Who could have imagined that the potion that could change the fate of all werewolves was developed by a little boy who was not even 14 years old? Anyone who knew about this would find it incredible. It's like a miracle. The emotions inside are like surging waves. Lupin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, they were glowing with new light, like the brightest star in the night sky. "I can't wait any longer," he said, his voice full of uncontrollable excitement. "From now on, werewolves will no longer have to live in the shadows out of fear, and they will no longer have to worry about their power hurting those around them. We finally have a chance to be truly accepted. I really can't wait for that day to come." Aris gently put the letter back on the table. The touch of the paper across his fingertips brought a sense of reality. He had a smile on his face and nodded gently. Yes, that day will surely come soon. The boy looked at Lupin, genuinely happy for him. Then, all we need to do next is to maintain the production of the potion, and we can help more people. Is that right? Lupin regained his composure and spoke seriously. "I think it's like this." Aris nodded. "Then, if you need anything, please feel free to tell me. In addition, if the Wolfsbane potion needs to be improved or perfected, in short, any subsequent experiments, I can provide assistance. I think it's not just me. There are more werewolves out there. They would definitely be willing to. As long as you say the word, we will definitely help you with all our strength." "Well, I won't be polite if you need me." Aris nodded with a smile. Afterwards, the two chatted briefly about the production of medicines. However, Aris still plans to leave this matter to the Shafik family's industrial chain. This can save a lot of trouble. In addition, it can also further affect the family's influence in the wizarding world. This is naturally a good thing. It's over now. I can relax for a while. After watching Lupin leave, Aris stretched lazily. But then he thought of Sirius. I don't know what he is thinking. If you're willing to cooperate, things will become very simple. The next day was the Quidditch match that everyone was looking forward to. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The weather is very bad today, and no one wants to see heavy rain. After breakfast, Harry felt vaguely uneasy. But at this time, the teammates were full of confidence. "Come on, boys." The Gryffindor players put their hands together and cheered each other on. Then, the competition officially began. All the players flew to the court in the heavy rain. The atmosphere on the court seemed to ignore the heavy rain, and the cheers from the audience continued. Everyone was screaming and shouting. Although I was still wearing a raincoat, it didn't affect me at all. This may be the charm of Quidditch. Aris pulled the cloak in his hand tighter. There were faint waves of magic around him that blocked the pouring rain. He did not go to the professor's seat to watch the game. Didn't even go to the audience. Instead, he found a corner that few people would notice. His eyes were fixed on Harry, who was hovering over the playing field. Harry is great, isn't he? He flies really well. The sudden opening broke the silence. Then his attention shifted to the black dog beside him. It was a huge black dog hiding in the shadows. No one noticed it except Aris. He, like his father, has an extraordinary talent for this sport. Sirius said in a slightly hoarse voice, with a hint of excitement and pride in his tone. "It seems that this trip is worth it." Aris smiled in response, his eyes unconsciously looking at the figure flying at high speed on the field again. At this moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a bolt of lightning. Crash! After the thunder, the noise around the stadium was briefly shocked. A Gryffindor team member's broom was struck by lightning and caught fire. Amid screams and shouts, it quickly fell to the ground. Due to the blurry vision caused by the heavy rain, most people could not see who that person was, but the professor in charge of security protection acted quickly and used a spell to bring the team member back to the ground. Only then did I put all my worries at ease. However, this did not affect the concentration of the players on the field at all. Harry just glanced at it, and then his eyes lit up slightly. He and Hufflepuff Seeker spotted the snitch at the same time, flying higher into the air above the pitch. Throw request flowers. In an instant, The two of them soared into the sky together. Looks like they found their target. Aris lowered his voice slightly and watched with a slightly admiring look as Harry rose rapidly in the rain. His movements and the skill of manipulating the broom seemed to be integrated with the storm. It does look kind of cool. 0. The black dog that Sirius transformed into moved slightly to block a large stream of water, and its tail swung, splashing water everywhere. It looks like the game is about to end. He still answered using a special way of voice transmission. This method of magical sound transmission was taught to him by Aris. In this way, he can communicate with people conveniently when he turns into a big black dog. Sirius could only call this magical skill a masterpiece of genius. It's been a long time since I watched a Quidditch match. There was some emotion in Sirius' voice, as if he was recalling the passionate days in his school days with his friends, and a perfect smile appeared on his dog face. Aris nodded slightly. I wonder what Harry's expression would be if he knew you came to watch the game. It's quite interesting to think about it, 9. Well, have you thought about it? If you need help for the safety of the school and Harry, I am happy to help. Of course, the premise is that you must cooperate with my actions and not act on your own again. Aris finally spoke and talked about today's topic. I need to think about it. But Sirius was still stubborn. Perhaps the hatred in his heart had already made him lose his calm thinking. Or maybe the big black dog's appearance at this time made it impossible for him to make a rational decision. The two stood side by side in the rain, their eyes looking up into the sky. He didn't care at all that the rain was getting heavier. Aris doesn't want to see too many unexpected things happen. But Sirius's behavior is actually understandable. He actually has no bad feelings towards this guy. He even has a good impression of him because of his friendship with James and love for Harry in the original book. That's why I always respected his wishes and arranged this meeting at the risk of being discovered. However, with him here, there's actually no need to worry about anyone noticing this place. He had already cast interference magic around. No one present could discover what was happening here, except for a certain experience principle. However, even if Dumbledore found out, he probably wouldn't care. He has enough trust in Aris. Crack! Just then, a huge thunder was heard. Then they saw a figure high in the sky being struck by lightning. The person lost control and fell to the ground. Because the visibility was too poor, no one could see clearly who was falling. Everyone stood up and exclaimed. Even Sirius couldn't help but take a few steps forward and walked out of the hidden shadow. At this time, under the dark clouds in the sky, Harry also lost sight of the movement of the golden flying ruler because he took a look at the falling Hufflepuff Seeker, and his eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. At this moment, the shadow of the big black dog seemed to be reflected on the black clouds. With the thunder and lightning, it vaguely emerged. The raindrops hit the broom, making a rustling sound. Harry's heart suddenly shrank. His eyes widened involuntarily, and he almost lost control of the broom. On the field, Sirius saw this and took a few steps forward in desperation, growling softly with a tense expression, as if he was the one about to fall to the ground. "Don't be nervous. That's not Harry," Aerys said at the right time. Besides, even if it was Harry, Dumbledore would definitely not let anything happen to him. Hearing this, Sirius calmed down. 01390510 Philo 200 041531. But he did not retreat back into the shadows. Instead, he stared at the figure in the sky again, his body tense as if he would move at any time. However, this game is destined to be tortuous, with one wave after another. The development of the situation did not give them enough time to breathe. Just as Harry adjusted his state of mind and prepared to chase the golden snitch again, suddenly, a chill came from all directions. One after another, Dementors emerged from the dark clouds and appeared above the Quidditch pitch, as if attracted by the popularity here and eager to pounce on it. They soon spotted Harry flying high in the sky. Then he began to quickly approach the boy in the field. "Harry!" An exclamation sounded in the audience. Ronald seemed to have seen the Dementors as well and couldn't help but scream in panic. Sirius also growled again. Although his voice was swallowed by the rainstorm, the uneasiness in his heart made his eyes become more ferocious, and he even wanted to rush out directly. However, a force held him firmly in place. Aris waved her wand gently, and a faint voice rang out. I know you are worried, but you'd better think carefully whether you really want to be so impulsive. Sirius turned and glared at Aris, anger mixed with helplessness, but the other party remained calm. You want to expose yourself and let the Dementors take you back now. Aris' voice was a little cold. He was speechless at Sirius's impulsiveness at this moment. Or do you not even trust Brido? Pin. The little wolf ape was stunned, and then stopped struggling. But his eyes were still fixed on the figure in the sky. At this point, Harry had been forced into a desperate situation. He kept controlling the broom to avoid the attacks of the Dementors, but gradually he was still surrounded by those things. Memories suddenly emerged in his mind. For a moment, darkness seemed to drown out his hopes at once. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly rose from under the Quidditch field. Expect God's Patronus. Aris didn't wait for Dumbledore to make a move and stood directly in the middle of the court. In the storm, he waved his wand vigorously, and a dazzling white light broke through the layers of dark clouds like the dawn, covering the numerous Dementors. Above the sky, the dazzling ball of light is like a huge sun responding to the empty space. All the Dementors that were enveloped by the giant sun retreated frantically as if they were frightened. The sky suddenly regained its tranquility. Even the storm seemed to have diminished at this moment. The dark clouds were also dispersed by the light, dissipating little by little. The sky brightened again, like the sun after the rain. What is that? A voice rang out in the audience. Ronald swallowed and stared at the huge sun in the sky in amazement. In the huge sun, a majestic figure stood in the air. It seems to be the Patronus charm? Lupin also muttered, Is that Aerys's Patronus? Oh my God, what kind of animal is that? Exclamations continued to ring out, and everyone opened their mouths in shock. Not only was he surprised by the power of the Patronus spell, he was even more shocked by the appearance of the Patronus. Aerys has never shown his Patronus to anyone else. Firstly, there is no opportunity. Secondly, he also knew that his Patronus was somewhat special. Dumbledore looked up into the sky with a hint of shock in his eyes. But more than that, I felt inexplicably excited. It is said that there is a sacred symbol in the mysterious East, but does that creature really exist? No, no one knows about it at all. This creature only exists in legends. Dragon, that's Shunron, a legendary creature from the ancient East. As soon as these words came out, all the professors were stunned. Above the sky, a five-clawed golden dragon flew out from the giant sun. The huge body seemed like a creature that could not possibly exist in this world. It stretched for hundreds of meters, covering the entire sky and bringing people an incomparable shock. The dragon is flying in the sky. The huge body kept shuttling through the dark clouds. The dark clouds that originally covered the sky seemed to be getting smaller. Finally, the sky cleared up completely, revealing a clear blue sky. The sun miraculously shines on the earth, creating a huge and magnificent rainbow. Everyone was shocked by this miraculous scene. The entire Quidditch pitch fell into complete silence. After a long time, the dragon flew high into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Then a voice came from the audience. Oh shit! On the field, the audience was still whispering in amazement. Although Aerys's patron saint, the legendary five-clawed golden dragon, had disappeared, it had become the focus of discussion in the audience, and not many people were paying attention to the game. In the sky, Harry Potter was shocked, and then he felt dizzy due to excessive fright and the influence of the Dementors. Everything in front of his eyes went dark, as if all his happiness had been sucked away. It unexpectedly fell straight down from a high altitude, instantly making the entire stadium tense again. Harry! Hermione's voice was drowned out by the panic in the crowd. Ronald, who was sitting next to her, forgot to stand up for a moment. He just stared blankly at Harry's figure sliding down out of control, with panic and anxiety in his eyes. Oh no! Harry is about to fall. The other little wizards in Gryffindor also noticed this and started shouting. At the critical moment, Dumbledore took the first step. He stretched out his right hand and muttered something. Land slowly. The sound of the spell was heard above the noise of the crowd. It was like a magic needle that calmed everyone down. The crowd of onlookers fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on the slowly falling figure. There seemed to be some kind of indescribable magical power in the air, filling people with a calming feeling, yet carrying an irresistible force. This is the strength of Dumbledore. The entire space seemed to be controlled by him. It was clearly just a simple spell to slow down falling, but it made people feel palpitations when it was cast. Harry's fall slowed down, as if being guided by an invisible giant hand. Finally, it landed slowly and safely on the ground. There were sighs and murmurs of relief on the Quidditch pitch. Principal Dumbledore seems to have become stronger again, ? A professor murmured. Then everyone echoed and looked at Dumbledore with respect and admiration. But Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Aris. There was a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. At this time, the Hufflepuff team seized the opportunity and sent out a substitute seeker, who soon found the trace of the golden snitch in clear weather. Soon, the whistle for the end of the game sounded. In the end, just like in the original book, Hufflepuff won the game amid cheers. However, in the corner of the stadium, Sirius seemed to be in a good mood. "Thank you, Professor Aris." Sirius was hiding under the curtain of the stadium. He knew he had to leave, but he still said sincerely, "You are indeed mature and steady beyond your age. I have seen you at this age. No, even among people far older than you, you are one of the best, not even worse than Dumbledore. I think I should make a choice." Aris nodded and smiled, feeling slightly relieved. It seems that things should go more smoothly. "So what do you think?" He looked at Blake. Sirius looked in Harry's direction again, and although his eyes showed struggle and pain, they eventually became firm and certain. "Aris, I think I understand what you mean." Sirius's deep voice sounded particularly firm at this moment. "For Harry, I am willing to cooperate with you, but I don't want any accidents to happen, and I want to know the use of that guy myself." Aris nodded. "I will make sure every step is taken carefully. You can rest assured, especially Harry, and the safety of everyone in the castle. I take it very seriously. But I can't guarantee that I can fulfill your other request." "Why?" Blake's expression changed obviously. "Let's discuss this later." Aris looked at Sirius. "You have to believe that I will do my best." "I hope so." Sirius nodded and turned around. The big black dog gradually disappeared into the dense forest in the distance. "He's gone." At some point, Dumbledore appeared behind Aris. "Professor, you are becoming more and more elusive." Aris was a little surprised. He hadn't even noticed Dumbledore approaching. This old man, his actual experience has indeed been promoted again. Now even he can't see clearly. "What did you talk about?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. 890 nothing. Aris shrugged easily. "We just reached a consensus. The next thing should be easier to solve." "Well, I'm sure it will be a pleasant conversation. Some things should be concluded. I have always had enough trust in you. Just do this." The two foxes, one big and one small, were playing charades with smiles on their faces. After the game, Harry heard a soft, dripping sound in the dim light, and a faint herbal scent wafted into the room. It's a familiar feeling again, Adge. It basically appears here several times every year. He tried to open his eyes, but the whiteness around him stung his vision. The surroundings told him that he had indeed come to the school infirmary again. Amid the worried and noisy whispers, he gradually came to his senses. "But my mind is still a little confused and my head still hurts." "Harry, you're finally awake." Ronald leaned against the bed, his voice full of suppressed expectation and anxiety, as if he had been waiting for a century. When he saw Harry wake up, his eyes lit up. "How was the result of the game?" Harry asked eagerly, his heart beating faster due to subconscious anticipation. Before his eyes focused on the room, he was already eager to know the answer. The concerned voices around them paused for a moment, and then Hermione said, "Harry, We all know that you have tried your best, and no one will blame you. Yes, she's right. Ronald also nodded quickly. Behind them, the Weasley twins also nodded. Looking at everyone's eyes, Harry naturally knew the result. He looked a little lost and lowered his head. We'll get back to it. Harry, cheer up. Hermione's voice sounded again, with a hint of helplessness in her expression. She had obviously guessed Harry's reaction and had to speak to comfort him. Harry lay there blankly, still thinking about the game, but more importantly, he saw the shadow of the big black dog in the clouds in the sky. He always felt that something was not simple. I can never relax. Harry, there's something worse. At this point, Ronald continued cautiously, your broom. It hit the Whomping Willow, and it's completely broken. Harry looked up and saw the broom that had broken to pieces, and he was stunned. This broom has been with him for 2 years, and he has always cherished it very much. I never thought that I would be completely ruined here. Looking at the remains of the broom, his heart was bleeding. His brows also furrowed. Harry, it's okay. At least you're okay. Ronald didn't know how to comfort him and could only sigh softly. The others also fell silent. At this moment, the door opened again, and Rhys came in with Luna. Aerys' steps were light and firm. Luna held a few fresh flowers in her hands and still had that calm smile on her face. Harry, how do you feel? Aris asked, his voice warm and caring. Well enough. Harry managed to smile. Suppress your inner sadness about the broom and cheer up. But his eyes were fixed on Aerys's face with a complicated look, as if he was weaving countless questions. There was a question he had always wanted to know. So he asked, Aerys, I want to know why you were so severely affected by the Dementors, but no one else seems to be affected by them. Aerys was slightly stunned. Then a look of understanding appeared on his face. He paced up and down the room, apparently choosing his words. When he spoke, there was a heavy tenderness in his tone. Harry, this is not about you. Dementors affect everyone differently, depending on the emotions and memories they sense from you. And you've been through things that many people could never imagine. These memories support your will. When those happy memories are taken away, your subconscious will begin to fall into despair, so the Dementors will have a greater impact on you. Simply put, the happier the memories in life are, the stronger the ability to resist Dementors will be, and vice versa. This doesn't mean anything. Luna gently put down the flowers in her hand and said softly, the most important thing is, Harry, we all know how you've been doing these years, so don't worry too much. Yeah, Harry, don't think too much about it. Ronald agreed firmly, and he placed his hands on Harry's shoulders to give him strength. Harry looked at his friends gathered around him, and the loss in his heart was gradually filled with warmth. He nodded slightly, but his face still looked a little unhappy. After a while, the Weasley twins left. Only Hermione, Ronald, Aris, and Luna were left at the scene. Harry was silent for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Aris, I want to learn your magic, the one that could defeat the Dementors. Is that okay? Patronus? Aris looked at Harry. Yeah. Harry nodded. If I could fight them, I wouldn't be so scared. Harry lowered his head, his tone a little bitter. It seems that he really takes this matter seriously. There's no problem for you to learn the Patronus charm, but I've been busy lately and may not have the time. Aris frowned and thought for a moment. Zero, request flowers? Then his eyes lit up slightly. Perhaps you could try Professor Lupin. He is a serious professor of defense against the dark arts. Is that so? Harry thought about it and nodded slightly. But will he teach me? He is still a little unconfident. No problem. Aris smiled. Zero. Then he looked at Harry meaningfully and said, after all, he has a pretty good relationship with your parents. At least you should be able to feel it. Harry nodded thoughtfully as well. It feels a bit strange, though, but he would not question what Aris said. Hermione, who was standing by, understood the reason after hearing their conversation. After all, he already knew about Lupin and Sirius. It is also clear about Harry's parents and their relationship. But he just didn't understand something. If it's just about teaching a Patronus charm, Aris should be able to find the time. I always feel like he's planning something. I feel nervous that something big is about to happen. Perhaps everything will soon have a result. It's time to head to Hogsmeade for the weekend again. The students at Hogwarts seemed particularly excited, and everyone was whispering about the wonderful time that was about to come. At this moment, Harry was quietly fiddling with the invisibility cloak in his hand. He didn't want to miss this opportunity again. He thought about the scene of going to Hogsmeade Village countless times, so he decided to sneak out this time no matter what. However, because of his guilty conscience, his face was full of anticipation and anxiety. After everyone left, he finally couldn't help but put on his invisibility cloak and then walked towards the castle's sky gate exit. At this moment, two people suddenly appear behind him. "Hey, Harry, you're not really planning on sneaking out like this, are you?" George Weasley's voice sounded behind him. Then, he and Fred each held one of Harry's arms and pulled him directly to a corner, with their usual mischievous smiles on their faces. "Let me go, I just want to take a look." Harry broke away from the two of them somewhat unhappily, and then spoke in a firm tone. "Don't worry, we don't want to stop you. But you can't go out like this, you'll be discovered easily." Fred patted Harry's shoulder vigorously, then took out a wrinkled map from his pocket with a mysterious smile on his face. "Here's a safer way." Harry glanced at the map, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "This is the Marauders map? What's the use of this thing?" Harry was puzzled. He had only seen a simplified version of the Marauders map, which only recorded the changes in the terrain inside the castle. The secret passages were not marked, nor were the movements of people in the castle marked. "Yes, it's a high-end replica, but it's good enough for you," George explained with a smile. "It can help you pass through the secret passages under the school. This map is already very similar to the original, almost indistinguishable from the real thing." Harry was stunned for a moment, then nodded in confusion. He took a quick look at the map, his eyes becoming more and more surprised. Finally discovered the benefits of this map. With this map, he can easily enter and exit the castle without anyone noticing. He felt a surge of gratitude. With this map, he could avoid other people and felt a little relieved. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ronald have arrived at the castle gate. They looked around, but none of them saw Harry and looked a little confused. "Where's Harry?" Hermione couldn't help but ask, frowning slightly. "Usually at this time, Harry would come to see me off. It's obviously not normal that he didn't come today. He probably knew he couldn't go to Hogsmeade, so he didn't come," Ronald guessed. "But it's also possible. You know him, he always likes to do something different, so he's thinking of another way to get out." At this time, Aris came over and heard their conversation, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Okay, let's go." There seemed to be a hint of understanding in his tone. Hermione caught Aris's expression and looked at him curiously. "What do you 0.8 know?" Aris just shook his head. Some things should have a result. Although Hermione and Ronald didn't quite understand what this meant, they didn't ask any further questions. Soon, the three arrived at Hogsmeade Village. They wandered around the bustling crowd and unknowingly came to the vicinity of the broomstick bar. At this time, Ronald suddenly suggested, "Why don't we go to the bar and see? Maybe we can get in." Obviously, he didn't know that Aris could take them in at any time. "I think that's okay." Hermione smiled, with a hint of watching a show on her face. Thinking of the surprise on Ronald's face later, he was actually looking forward to it. Then, his eyes involuntarily turned to Aris. "Then let's go and have a look." Aris also smiled, but then his eyes suddenly turned forward. "That is, the Minister of Magic?" The three of them looked towards the door of the bar, and just in time, saw Minister of Magic Fudge appear there in a carriage and walk straight into the bar. During this time, you can also hear Ms. Rosmerta complaining. "Mr. Minister, do you still remember to show up?" "How's business lately, ma'am?" asked the minister. "If you can manage those searchers, I will have less trouble here." "I'm sorry, a lot of things have happened recently. We have to be cautious about the little Sirius. After all, his target may be Harry Potter." "Harry Potter?" When several people heard this, their faces changed slightly. What they just said? Ronald listened attentively, and soon his expression changed slightly. "They're talking about Sirius Black, saying that he is likely to come here for Harry." Hermione already knew all this, but she still frowned slightly. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a row of footprints on the ground, extending towards the other end of the bar. A strange look appeared in her eyes, and then she exclaimed, "Look at that, isn't it?" Aris raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Ronald followed the not-so-obvious footprints and immediately realized that they were left by Harry wearing the invisibility cloak. Is he going to the bar? Did he also hear what those people said just now? We have to go over and see what's going on. Hermione said anxiously. Hermione, Aris called her softly. Some things are bound to happen. We don't need to be too anxious. We just need to wait patiently. But Hermione looked at Aris hesitantly. But after seeing that indifferent look, I still had a bad premonition in my heart. But for some reason, I gradually felt relieved and nodded gently. She knew that some mysteries would eventually be solved. Her only hope was that everyone would be safe and sound at that moment. The room inside the bar. Harry held his breath, leaned against the wall, and listened carefully to the discussion between Minister Fudge and Professor McGonagall through the invisibility cloak, his eyes a little nervous. Sirius Black, you know. He was the best friend of the Potters, but he betrayed James and Lily. Poor Harry. He probably doesn't even know that Black is his godfather. I can't believe it. If he knew this secret, the conversation among several wizards in the room could be heard clearly. These words exploded in Harry's mind like thunder from a clear sky. He clenched his fists. The anger and pain in his heart intertwined into an inescapable emotional vortex. Hiding in the corner, Harry thought over and over again in his mind. Sirius Black is actually my godfather? The family connection that has been unsuccessful over the years is actually related to a betrayer. He felt extremely confused and angry. He couldn't help it anymore, so he quickly left the room and then slipped out of the bar. Following a trail of footprints, Harry hid in a secluded place, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Silent tears blurred his eyes. He kicked the ice and snow on the ground hard, trying to vent his inner pain through his body. At this time, Aris, Hermione, and Ronald were watching silently from a distance. Aris took the lead in using gestures to stop the two people from wanting to step forward and comfort them. He needs time to digest it, Aris said softly. He knew that Harry's current impulsiveness and confusion were just part of growing up, and he has to find the answer himself. Ronald looked at Harry's back, worry written all over his face. By now, Hermione had told Ronald everything, so he knew the truth now. He was surprised, but still felt it was incredible. He believed his friend would face it bravely, but he still felt distressed. Hermione held Aris' arm tightly and whispered, "We can't just leave him alone like this." Finally, while Ronald was still hesitating, Aris signaled him, "Go ahead, Ronald, but remember, don't deny his feelings directly. Try to make him think for himself that the facts are not always as he heard." Ronald nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly walked towards Harry. "Harry, are you okay?" "Sirius. He's their friend. If I ever meet this shameful traitor, I will kill him," Harry roared, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Harry, maybe everything is not as you think. No matter what, you should cheer up." Ronald's voice was low and firm. He stood beside Harry, not immediately interrupting Harry's emotional outburst. Just give him the company of a friend. Whatever you know now, it may not be the whole story. Harry wiped away his tears, raised his head, and looked at Ronald, his eyes full of doubt. "What did you say?" His voice was hoarse and trembling when he uttered the word. "I just think that some things may not be that simple." Ronald continued, with a firm tone, "You should believe Aris, right? He said that this matter is not as simple as you see. So I think maybe you can calm down a little. Some things will eventually come to light. Don't make rash definitions. Everything may have different results." Hearing these words, the anger in Harry's eyes gradually subsided. He took a deep breath and frowned slightly. He looked up and saw Aris and Hermione approaching step by step. As if he saw a glimmer of hope, a hint of anticipation involuntarily emerged in his eyes. Perhaps, deep down in his heart, he was unwilling to believe that this was the whole truth of the matter. And with expectations, Hermione added gently, "Yes, Harry, at times like this, we should stay calm, don't you think? You must cheer up." A breeze blew gently, like a silent force, which made Harry feel a little comforted. His heart calmed down completely. Afterwards, Lenoir thought about it and finally found a clue about this matter. So, it's a good start anyway. Just, Aris, why do you keep saying there are other possibilities for this matter? Do you know something? If you knew, could you? Before Harry could finish his words, Aris' voice rang out. It's not the right time for this yet. But don't worry, it should be soon. After the trip to Hogsmeade, everyone's life returned to normal. Every day, from the classroom to the cafeteria and then to the dormitory, it became a straight line. If there is any extra fun, it is some of the objects developed by Aerys before, such as the game platform. It can also bring some fun. However, as time gets closer to the end of the semester, the atmosphere becomes tense, especially for senior students who are already facing the issue of graduation, to take the advanced wizarding examination. As for Harry, he was becoming more and more eager for the truth that was about to come. Especially every night, the scenes in his dreams became clearer and clearer, as if something was getting closer and closer, making him more and more panicked. Harry, you don't look well. That morning, the little wizards gathered in the hall for breakfast and discovered Harry's strange beast. I always feel that you've been restless recently. Are you still thinking about Sirius? Hermione also spoke up. Aren't you guys anxious at all? Harry's tone was a little serious. Think about it. Sirius has been wandering around, but there's been no news. He might be planning something big. But I think what Aris said might be right. Since there have been no unusual incidents for such a long time, this matter may have passed. Ling muttered to Rizhao. It certainly wasn't possible in the past. Hermione glanced at Harry, her tone somewhat conflicted. In fact, she already knew the truth. But at this time, Aerys' plan cannot be ruined because of Harry's anxiety. She is a smart person. You can guess from some of the previous clues that Aerys must be doing something big, so she has to hold back. Okay, Harry, we have to go to class soon. Ronald quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and said helplessly, At least, Professor Lupin has agreed to teach you the Patronus charm, right? There is still hope. Don't be so anxious. Hearing this, Harry's eyes moved, and then he nodded slightly. This might be the only good thing that had happened during this period of time. Professor Luo Ping had agreed to teach him the Patronus charm, and the time was set for every weekend afternoon. And tomorrow is the weekend again. He couldn't sneak away to Hogsmeade every time. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. So learning the Patronus charm would ensure that he would not be idle on weekends. By the way, Ronald, Aris's elemental magic class will start soon, right? Harry suddenly remembered. Yeah, what's wrong? Ronald turned around and asked. Nothing. I was just thinking maybe I could ask Aris again. Harry shook his head slightly. Then nothing more was said. He was sure that Aris was hiding something from him, or hadn't told him. He decided that after class today, he would have a good chat with Alice. They rarely saw Aris during this period. Seemingly, he suddenly became busy, but no one knows what he is busy with or his whereabouts. In fact, even the cult rarely saw Aris in the experimental area during this period. This situation is definitely not normal. Not only them, Harry also heard Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick complaining yesterday that they hadn't seen Aris for several days. That guy seems to have suddenly become mysterious, and no one knows what he is doing. Elemental magic classroom. The little wizards were talking in low voices below, and there was no one on the podium. There was only 1 minute left before class started. Normally, the professor would arrive early at this time, so this situation was obviously a bit strange. But the little wizards got used to it. Because Aris has been like this recently, no one knows what he is busy with. Even when they were eating in Litong, they seldom saw Aris. Do you think the professor is currently researching something new and therefore has no time? Who knows? Maybe I can ask during class. Quiet, quiet. I think I hear footsteps. Professor Shafik should be here. Here we go. As the whole classroom fell silent, footsteps were heard, and then a figure quickly walked in from the door and walked to the podium. Today we are going to talk about the fusion of elements and strengthening induction meditation. I hope you will listen carefully. Aris came to the podium without any pause and began to speak incessantly in a hurried tone. Looks like he's in a hurry. But Professor, we just talked about meditation in the last class. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to talk about it in such depth today? Hermione also noticed something was wrong at this time and spoke quickly. Aris is usually very patient in class. The most important thing is to teach knowledge step by step and to lay the foundation, so he speaks relatively slowly. As it turns out, Aris' teaching plan is also very suitable for young wizards who are just starting to learn elemental magic. But today the teaching progress was suddenly accelerated without Aris notifying him at all. This is very strange. Everyone, listen to me. If you have any questions, ask me later. Aris did not explain to Hermione, but just looked at her deeply. Hermione frowned, feeling even more confused, and always felt that something was wrong with Aris. The fusion of elemental magic is very important, but it is dispensable for some students with a single element talent. But everyone must know the importance of element fusion and the mutual promotion and restraint between all elements, so as to better sense the elements. Let's take water and fire as an example. These two elements counteract each other, and theoretically, there is no possibility of them merging. But there are some exceptions. 0. Request flower 0. At this point, Aris paused, as if he had thought of something and stopped talking. Then he suddenly waved his hand, and two elemental magic energies quickly combined in the air. The crystal water droplets and the blazing flames seemed to have formed a certain balance between the burning, generating extremely high-temperature hot air, which was then condensed and compressed, forming an even more terrifying high temperature, which was extremely powerful. Point 0. This is the effect that can be formed by the fusion of water element and fire element in theory. Of course, this is just one of them. Aris kept talking, from elemental fusion to enhanced meditation, and then to the connection between the two, as well as the importance of enhanced meditation to elemental fusion. He explained it very clearly. His tone was always hurried, and although he spoke in detail, it didn't take long. After a class is over, the content covered is just right, with neither too much nor too little time, as if it had been calculated from the beginning. After class, Aris walked out of the classroom right on time. Before the little wizards could react, he had disappeared. Hermione chased after him, but couldn't catch up with Aris at all and could only stamp her feet helplessly. Room of Requirement Laboratory. At this time, Luna was looking curiously at the humanoid magical creature in front of her that looked exactly like her brother, her eyes shining. Brother, you really succeeded. This thing can really take your place in class. It's amazing. Aris smiled slightly, but shook her head gently. It's not completely successful yet. He can only follow the specific instructions I input and complete the specific 6 or 7 countries, teaching tasks. It's still lacking in intelligence. He gently waved his magic wand, and a magical scene appeared. The humanoid magic creature that looked exactly like him turned into a humanoid puppet made of various alchemical materials. This is Aris' latest research result, an intelligent magical creation. You can take his place in class. It can also do some work that he needs to complete in his daily life. It is called an intelligent magic robot. The teaching mode is too fixed. Although the content is detailed, there is a lack of interaction. Overall, it's still not smart enough, but it wasn't discovered by others, so it can be considered a successful start. Aris analyzed quietly with a satisfied smile on his face, but in his mind he was thinking about how to continue to improve this creation. The possibilities of magic were far greater than he had imagined. He only used a spell to simulate the actions of intelligent creatures, plus an energy core, to create the current blinking magic. By utilizing the extensibility of magic and inputting a specific program, it can be used freely, which is equivalent to a small artificial intelligence. Although it was not smart enough, this was only a preliminary prototype, and there was still great potential for improvement, which made him excited. What should we do next? Should we continue the experiment? Luna asked curiously. Not for now. Aris thought for a moment and said, I need to continue to improve the intelligence of this artificial intelligence. I'll take the course by myself during this time, but it shouldn't take too long. Aris' eyes sparkled. He was looking forward to the reaction this intelligent magic robot would cause after its success, especially Dumbledore's reaction. Just then, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened and someone came in. "I knew you were here." Hermione appeared at the door breathlessly. Then his eyes subconsciously looked at the magic robot in front of Aris. At this time, the magic robot turned back into Aris's appearance and was performing a self-test of the program. It looked like there were two Aris there, which stunned Hermione. What is that?" Hermione's eyes widened. "Why are there two Aris?" Luna smiled and said mischievously, "Hermione, guess which one is the real brother? There will be a reward if you guess correctly." Looking at the two identical Aris from behind, his eyes became more and more surprised. Aris smiled and did not interrupt Luna's prank. He just crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Mommin with interest. He also wanted to see if he could tell the difference between himself and the magic machine 2.1 person later. Hermione looked at them carefully and walked around the two Aris, with surprise in her eyes, but more of it was thought. "Aris, this should be the thing we just taught in class, right? What is it?" Unexpectedly, the little witch saw through Aris's true identity at a glance. I pinched the magic robot's face with some curiosity and asked, "You figured it out?" At this time, Luna was also a little surprised. "Isn't this easy to tell apart?" Hermione shrugged, and without keeping the secret, she took the initiative to say, "The magic fluctuations of Aris and this thing are completely different. Although this thing also has magical fluctuations, it is not complicated. It seems to have no soul. It is just a puppet with magical power. And the kind of profound magic that Aris possesses is rare. You were able to tell it apart just by the fluctuations of magic power?" Aris was also a little surprised at this time. However, he was not surprised that Hermione recognized him and the intelligent robot, but was surprised at the growth speed of the little witch. Obviously, his perception of magic has greatly improved. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tell the difference between him and the robot at once. "You underestimate me too much." He curled his lips, but there was a smile on his face. There is also a familiar hint of arrogance. "You really gave me a surprise." Aris smiled and then waved his wand gently. The magic robot turned back into its original form, surprising Hermione again. "This is the body of this thing. Is this your latest alchemical achievement?" Hermione excitedly caressed the magic machine buyer, while carefully observing the distribution of each part and its core parts. She could feel that this magic robot was very complicated, especially the various spells that were cast into it, many of which he didn't recognize. Perhaps only the top alchemists could analyze the manufacturing process of this magic robot. She couldn't imagine that it was actually made by Aris. "Brother, you're awesome," Luna said proudly, as if she had made this thing. "It's really incredible." Hermione nodded repeatedly. "Although he looks a little stiff in class. Even if he does, I didn't tell it was fake at first glance." "Aris, you are amazing." "It's okay." Aris touched his nose. He was very touched by the praise from the little witch, but he also knew the flaws of this magic puppet, and it was not perfect. "I can't imagine you didn't PDCE stuff. See cool novels, go to Failun Novel Network. Doesn't that mean that every student can have a dedicated professor?" Hermione had a lot of thoughts in her mind at once, but Aris shook his head gently. "This kind of thing is still too far away. It's impossible in a short time. The manufacturing process of this magic robot is very troublesome, and the craftsmanship is also very complicated. Most importantly, the materials are very rare. This magic puppet has taken me nearly 2 months to create. According to the current progress, each young wizard needs to be assigned a dedicated instructor, and it will take decades to complete. I thought it was too simple." Hermione took a deep breath and smiled awkwardly. "So, this robot will 147 take your place in class from now on, right?" She was more curious about this. "I think so." Aris thought for a moment and said, "But it's probably impossible before this year. This robot still needs to be improved. I need to optimize its intelligent core, which is actually the most difficult part. It is also possible that I cannot achieve the ideal state, and in the end, I cannot let him replace me." Hermione shook her head. "No, Although the way this robot teaches is a little different from yours, overall, it is incredible. It is a successful creation. At least I can hear and understand what he says. You are really amazing. Christmas is getting closer. Aris' intelligent magic robot is also constantly improving, and its interactive responses are becoming more sensitive and more natural. But he did not continue to train the robot these days, but focused on another thing. While having lunch in the Great Hall at noon, Ronald kept complaining about Hermione's cat, the big yellow cat named Crookshanks. Scabbers is gone. I'm sure that stupid cat ate it. Poor Scabbers, it didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to me. I told you it wasn't Crookshanks. Why don't you believe it? It wouldn't do such a thing. Who knows where your mouse ran off to? Hermione said angrily beside him. You two have been arguing for a whole day. Aren't you tired of it? Harry was speechless and seemed helpless. Aris, you said, it definitely wasn't Crookshanks who did it, right? Hermione looked at Aris with a stubborn face and a hint of grievance in her eyes. How should I know? Aris shrugged, but when he saw the resentful expression on Hermione's face, he suddenly changed his tone. Actually, it's very simple to tell the difference. Wouldn't it be better if you could let your cat speak and tell us the truth? Hearing this, Hermione and Ronald's eyes lit up while Harry was confused. How can a cat talk? The three of them couldn't help but say in unison. Others may not be able to do it, but I can try. Maybe I could do it? Aris shrugged again. He has the gift of nature's language and can communicate with most spiritual animals and plants. It's really not difficult to make a cat speak. Great, let's go find Crookshanks now. If the truth is not what you said, you must apologize. Hermione glared at Ronald. Let's wait and see. Ronald responded sharply, with an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Aris shook her head. He was actually not very interested in this matter, but Banban's disappearance caught his attention because it meant that the guy must have had some suspicions. Maybe he hid himself on his own initiative. Ronald's mouse, Scabbers, is not an ordinary mouse, but an animagus like Blake. And his identity, it was Wormtail who actually betrayed Harry's parents, Peter Pettigrew. This is the person Sirius Black has been looking for, and he must not run away. If Peter escapes, the story might return to the original story and bring Voldemort back. Although Aris is not afraid, she thinks it is a troublesome thing. At least until now, he had not detected any movement of Voldemort through the manor housekeeping system, which meant that the wizarding world was still safe. Okay, let's uncover the truth together. Where's your cat? Aris stood up. Hermione quickly led the way. He should be in my dormitory. I wonder if he's escaped. As he said that, he ran to the corridor outside the auditorium and began to look for the big yellow cat. Crookshanks is very smart and active, and he doesn't like staying in the girls' dormitory. So usually, Linuheo would wander around the castle, and now even Hermione was not sure where the cat was. But Aris just closed his eyes and felt it, and through the authority of the castle, he quickly found the trace of the cat. And through a special method, it was summoned directly. With a sudden sound village, the big yellow cat Crookshanks appeared directly in front of the few people, looking confused. Is this possible? Harry and the others were stunned. What kind of spell is this? Ronald looked at the big yellow cat that suddenly appeared in surprise. As everyone knows, no one in Hogwarts can apparate, let alone a big yellow cat. It was obviously Aris who took action just now and used some kind of magic spell, but they had never heard of this kind of curse, let alone seen it. This is definitely not an ordinary summoning spell. This must be some very advanced and ancient spell. I haven't seen it in the spell book. Hermione's eyes also sparkled. He looked at Aris with admiration. But why do I feel that this is not a spell, but... Harry frowned. That's right, this is not a spell. Alex nodded. To be precise, this cannot be explained by a simple spell. I used some rules of the castle, similar to space transfer. Aris shrugged. Castle rules. After hearing this, the three of them were even more surprised. Their faces were filled with astonishment. No, what are the underwriting rules? I don't know. I just feel like it should be pretty awesome. Ronald and Harry were both a little confused. Although there was surprise in their eyes, there was more confusion. Aris can actually control the rules of the castle. This should be a right only for the headmaster, right? Hermione obviously knew more, so she was so surprised. No, it's the authority that only the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, has. Harry was stunned. But why can Aris master it? The three of them looked at Aris again, obviously even more surprised. At this moment, I feel even more surprised because I understand and know how incredible it is. We'll talk about this later. Aris shook his head, slightly without explaining. This kind of thing was not something that little wizards like them could understand, so there was no need to explain too much. Don't you want to know if the big yellow cat has eaten your mouse? He changed the subject. It's Crookshanks, not just any big yellow cat. Hermione muttered quietly. Ronald also wants to emphasize this, but he was interrupted by Aris. All right, I'll make it talk right away, and you could just ask Crookshanks directly. After saying that, Aris gently waved his wand. An array of white light sank into Crookshanks' forehead and disappeared in an instant. Then, in the surprised looks of Hermione and the other two, Crookshanks seemed to sense something, and his eyes became bright. He looked at Hermione. Master Meow, a childish voice sounded. Under Hermione's doubtful gaze, the big yellow cat excitedly pounced on her, hugged Hermione's calves with its paws, and rubbed them affectionately. Only then was Hermione sure. It was really her cat talking. Crookshanks. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she asked quickly, Is it you talking? It's me, Master Meow. Crookshanks actually spoke. Harry stared at the scene in amazement. Ronald was also stunned. Several people stared blankly at the big yellow cat in front of them, not knowing what to say. Finally, it was Aris who spoke. Ask whatever you want to ask. At this time, Hermione finally reacted, glanced at Ronald, and then said angrily, Crookshanks, tell them that you didn't eat Scabbers, right? Of course not, Meow. The big yellow cat raised his head proudly. Who wants to eat that stinky thing that is neither human nor rat? See, I told you Crookshanks didn't eat Scabbers, but you didn't believe me. Hermione looked at Ronald angrily, with a proud look on her face. Could it be a mistake? Harry was also a little confused and frowned slightly. He actually believed in Hermione from the beginning, and he was a little puzzled by Banban's disappearance. But if it was eaten by Crookshanks, there would be some traces left, or it is impossible that no one in the school saw it. Ronald has been looking for Banban these days and has asked many people, but everyone said they had never seen Banban. Could this cat be lying? Ronald was still a little skeptical, looking at the big yellow cat with a scrutinizing look. Tell me, are you lying? You're the one lying, you big bad guy. Crookshanks bared his teeth at Ronald, looking as if he was going to tear him to pieces, but coupled with his childish tone, it made people feel surprisingly cute. In fact, Alex was also a little surprised, as he had always thought that Crookshanks was a male cat. But I didn't expect it to be a female cat. A little female cat. Ronald, you may have wrong, Crookshanks. Aris shook his head helplessly. Generally speaking, animals are less likely to lie, especially younger animals like this. Although they look smart, their intelligence is not yet fully developed. Like a human child. Hearing this, Ronald fell silent. Since Aris said so, he certainly wouldn't doubt it, but he was even more confused. Where did Scabbers go? He looked at Aris somewhat helplessly. However, at this time, Crookshanks spoke again, and his tone was filled with disgust. That stinky thing has been sneaking around all this time. It's definitely not a good pet. I even smell a smell from it that doesn't belong to a rat. It might be a hybrid. Meow. These words stunned the others. Only Aris remained calm. Ronald was a little annoyed. What do you know, you big stupid cat? Banban is not 8B asterisk 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 D. Who knows? Hermione retorted. Crookshanks is really smart. Unlike you, so stupid. Snort. Aris looked at the two of them, smiled, and shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I don't know when it started, but Hermione and Chuan seemed to like bickering more and more, and he could sense that both of them found each other annoying from the bottom of their hearts. Zero request flowers. Or in other words, I just don't like it. This seems to be somewhat different from the situation in the original book, and Aris is not sure whether it is because of himself, but he was too lazy to care. However, Crookshank's words gave him a flash of inspiration. Then he said calmly, "Crookshanks, are you trying to say that he is not just a mouse?" "Zero. Big Brother is really smart." Crookshanks looked at Aris, then threw Hermione aside and jumped into Aris' arms. That intimate look actually seemed even closer than the one he showed to Hermione. Hermione was stunned when she saw this scene. But soon, Harry's words diverted his attention. "Aris, what do you mean, not just a mouse? What else could that be?" Aris thought about it. His expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at the three people. "It means literally. Have you ever thought that Banban may not be as simple as you think? After all, I've never heard of a mouse living for more than 10 years. Don't you ever find it strange?" Hearing this, Ronald's tone froze, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. "Come to think of it, it's a bit strange indeed, but it could also be that Banban is different from other mice." Ronald lowered his head, his tone not very confident, but full of hope. "Anyway, I've never heard of a mouse that can live for more than 10 years. If there really is one, it might be a spirit mouse." Hermione muttered. Harry nodded in agreement. "Where did Scabbers go?" Ronald's tone became more confused. "Who knows? 6, 8, 7. Aris shook his head and did not reveal the answer directly, although he knew that Peter Pettigrew must be hiding somewhere in the castle at this time. But now is not the time to reveal it. Let the eyewitnesses of the incident reveal the answer. It won't be long before they do. Okay, go do whatever you need to do. This matter ends here for now." Aris turned around and waved to the three people behind him, then walked straight towards the laboratory. Behind him, Harry and others stood where they were. "Have you noticed that Aris has become more and more mysterious recently?" Hermione spoke with some resentment. "Indeed, he has been acting mysterious during this period. He seems to be busy with something, and he always talks without a beginning or an end, as if he's trying to keep us guessing. When did he start to be like this?" Harry recalled carefully. "It seems to be since the last Quidditch match." Ronald was also reminiscing. "That's right." Hermione nodded. "I always feel like he's planning something and doesn't want us to know." Exit. Hermione looked at Harry. "Maybe what?" Harry looked at Hermione with a strange look in his eyes and asked quickly. At this moment, Hermione was in a state of hesitation, not knowing whether she should say it or not. She could probably guess that Reese's plan should be related to Harry. And Sirius Black, perhaps, as Aris said before, all the truth should be revealed. But at this time, she shouldn't be the one to reveal the truth, and he didn't want to ruin Aris' plan, so he chose to remain silent. "What on earth?" Harry Potter demanded. Hermione shook her head. "Nothing, just a wild guess. Class is about to start. Let's go." After saying that, she walked quickly towards the classroom, as if she was afraid that Harry would catch up and continue asking questions. Ronald was confused. It seems that the situation has not been figured out yet. "Wait for me." Then he followed the two of them. At the same time, a mouse was wandering on the edge of the forbidden forest, constantly observing the sky. At the edge of Hogwarts, many Dementors were patrolling everywhere. Every time they looked over here, the mouse would subconsciously clamp into a hiding place. Peter Pettigrew was unwilling to give up. He wanted to escape from here. During this period, he always felt uneasy and always felt that something was going to happen. So he's been looking for an opportunity to leave Hogwarts, and Dementors are his biggest obstacle. Of course, the reason why he hadn't made up his mind was not because of the Dementors. It's a mentality of relying on luck. Although he instinctively felt that he should leave here, his fear of the unknown made him choose to hide in the dark and wait and see. Seems like he wants to find a way to have the best of both worlds. He really didn't want to wander around. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was lifted up by a big hand, and then Hagrid's buzzing voice sounded. "Hey, isn't this Ronald's mouse? How'd it get here?" At this time, Peter Pettigrew was actually a little panicked, fearing that he would reveal his flaws. So I didn't dare to move around randomly. He could only stay obediently in a wooden box that I prepared for him. The weather was getting colder and colder, and Peter Pettigrew was shivering in the wooden box. But he dared not make a sound. At this time, Hagrid seemed to have thought of something and summoned an owl to send a letter to Aris. Of course, Peter Pettigrew did not see this scene. If he had seen it, he would probably be even more panicked. Because until now, Peter Pettigrew can still clearly remember the scene when he first met Aris. He was turned into a teacup, and it lasted for several days without being able to recover to its original state. So, I just starved for several days. His heart was filled with fear for the boy, especially as the boy had become more and more unfathomable in the past 2 years. This was one of the reasons why he left Ronald. He was terrified to see that boy. That should be fine. Hagrid sorted things in the room for a while, and then piled a large bag of things in the corner of the room. Then he opened the door and looked in the direction of the castle, talking to himself again. Is there time now? He was talking about Aris, of course. The materials given to him by the Centaur tribe had been here for several days. He always wanted to find a chance to give Aris a chance, but he always forgot or was delayed by various things, such as classes. Well, he admitted that he was a little forgetful, so he sent out an owl at this time to get the job done as soon as possible. I hope Aris won't blame me. The big guy sat in front of the door with some guilt. His eyes kept looking towards the castle, waiting for Aris to arrive. At this time, Peter Pettigrew finally realized that something was wrong. He carefully wanted to open the wooden box and look outside. Because he was afraid of making too much noise, he could only open a small gap and look in Hagrid's direction. He swore that he had just heard Aris' name, and he almost subconsciously became nervous. Even his heart beat faster. This is a very incredible thing for a mouse, because ordinary mice cannot understand what humans are saying at all. But this is no ordinary mouse. Aris' name made him restless, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, through the gap, he saw the scene he least wanted to see. Someone apparat and appeared at the door of Hagrid's hut. The person was very familiar. It was Aris, whom he had always been afraid of. The boy looked over. Hey, Aris. Hagrid looked into the house as soon as Aris appeared and asked curiously, What are you looking at? Hagrid, I received your letter. Aris retracted his gaze, and then his expression became normal. You mentioned the materials for the magic circle, so of course I was looking to see where my materials are. Aris smiled and walked into the house naturally as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Hagrid said apologetically as he brought Aris into the house. I should have informed you earlier, but you know I have been. You must be very busy with your classes. Aris winked at the big guy. Of course I understand. Hearing this, Hagrid blushed. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry to use these materials. It's another matter. There seems to be a little guy in that box, peeking at us all the time. Aris pointed at the box where Peter was hiding, with a faint smile on her lips. Oh, did you find out? Hagrid glanced at the box behind him, with a look of helplessness on his face. I can never hide anything from you. Always so surprising. Okay, look who this little guy is. Ronald's rat, right? Hagrid came to the box and took Scabbers out. Well, it looks like Ronald has been looking for this little guy these past 2 days. Perhaps I can help bring it back to him. Aris said with a smile and a meaningful look. But for some reason, Hagrid always felt that there was something wrong with the tone. It seemed that there was some inexplicable coldness. But when Peter Pettigrew heard this, his heart almost stopped beating. The whole body began to tremble slightly. He didn't know why, but after hearing Aris' voice, he felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that some misfortune or even fatal crisis was waiting for him. This feeling made him feel creepy. Of course, it would be great if you could bring it back to Ronald. Hagrid naturally had no objection and shrugged. I'm quite busy at the moment anyway, and I still have to think about what to teach in the next class. I can't let those little guys down. Every time I see the smiles on their faces, I am always so happy. Aris, you know that feeling, right? We professors, well, we all want the best for the little ones. Hagrid chattered with a hint of pride and shyness on his face. It can be seen that he really takes teaching the little wizards very seriously. Aris nodded. Of course, I'll bring this little guy to Ronald for you. You can go ahead and do whatever else you want. As he spoke, Aris picked up Peter Pettigrew with one hand and roughly put him into a special storage bag. This storage bag is usually used by Aris to store living things, sometimes small animals used for experiments, and sometimes rare animals found in the Forbidden Forest. In short, once Peter Pettigrew is in this bag, there's basically no need to figure out how to get out, unless Aris takes the initiative to release him. As for when to release it, it depends on his mood. After leaving Hagrid's cabin, Reese first counted the materials obtained this time. These materials were collected by the Centaur tribe at the Order of Aris, and were mainly used for his research and development, as well as the maintenance of the energy-gathering magic circle. Although not rare, it still takes time to collect them. Fortunately, the Centaur tribe gave him great help. It's almost time. Standing on the long bridge outside Hogwarts Castle, he looked up at the sky. The setting sun is shining from afar, revealing a reddish halo. The water of the Black Lake is sparkling, but the evening atmosphere as the sun sets seems a bit desolate. It's very quiet at school. The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence. A feeling of impending storm arose in Aris' heart. He knew that some things always needed to be resolved. Lehigh is almost at the end of this school year. Before that, Blake needed an answer. Harry needed an answer as well. In this case, give them a stage. Waiting for the show to begin. Let them have a good chat about the past. Perhaps only after this, Harry can truly grow up. The sunset is nice. Maybe tomorrow will be a nice day, too. He muttered to himself, and then walked towards the castle. Night. Harry lay in bed, the moonlight shining down on his quilt. In his hand, he held a high-quality replica of the Marauders map given to him by the Weasley twins, on which were displayed many names, including those of his classmates and professors. Most of them are resting in the dormitory now. Harry still felt a little surprised. He had never seen the authentic Marauders map, but the one in his hand was enough to surprise him. It was hard to imagine that this was something made by Yas. But when I think about what Aris has done in school in recent years, I feel relieved. He is such a man who can bring miracles. At least, that's what Harry thought. Suddenly, Aris frowned, looked at a name on the map, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I thought I'd seen it wrong. 797, but if you look closely, the name is still there. And it's very clear. Peter Pettigrew? How did he appear in the castle? Harry's breathing suddenly became heavy. He got out of bed without any hesitation, picked up the invisibility cloak, put it on, and walked out of the dormitory directly. This name definitely shouldn't be here. Peter Pettigrew, a good friend of his parents. But as far as he knew, this person should be dead. And it was on the day his parents died, blown to pieces by Voldemort. It is said that when the Ministry of Magic arrived there, they only found a finger. There is absolutely no way he would be here. Is there something wrong with the map? But this is a map made by Aris. How could there be a problem? With doubts and a sense of uneasiness, Harry walked quickly in the corridor. The corridor was quiet late at night. It was pitch black all around. Even the characters in the portraits in the corridor have rested. When the light of the magic wand shone on the portrait, a dissatisfied sound was emitted. Hey boy, turn off the lights. That's so rude. The portrait, disturbed by the light, made a dissatisfied sound. Harry quickly extinguished his wand. Keep moving forward in the darkness. But he had to light up the wand again, because only in this way could he see the contents on the map clearly, and he was getting closer and closer to the name that shouldn't appear here. Harry's heart was pounding, and he was getting more and more nervous. If that person really appears here, that only means one thing. Everything is fake. The truth is definitely not what those people say. Maybe he already knew something. Harry thought about this and became more serious. Up ahead, Peter Pettigrew's name is there. Just turn a corner and you'll know everything. Harry couldn't help swallowing and raised the wand in his hand. At this time, footsteps were heard. Harry subconsciously held his breath and became alert. Just then, a voice rang out. Harry, what are you doing here? Aris' voice rang out. Then he walked out of the corridor at the corner ahead. Harry was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting such a result. He stared at Aris blankly, his whole body still tense. However, the doubts in my heart are even more obvious. Aris, why are you? Harry swallowed the words he had just spoken. He knew that he should answer Aris' question first. He took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became serious. Aris, I saw Peter Pettigrew. He is here, but I don't understand. His name on this map overlaps with yours. As he spoke, Harry took out the map and looked at Aris. There was a look of alertness on his face. "What do you mean? I'm Peter Pettigrew." Aris looked at Harry with amusement. No. Harry shook his head quickly. I just feel it's a little strange. Maybe you can tell me why." Harry took out the high-quality imitation Marauders map and handed it to Aris. "This thing was given to you by the Weasley twins, right?" Aris found the Marauders map and glanced at it casually. It was obvious that this was the Live Point map that he had imitated at the beginning. Because they were worried that such a detailed map would cause trouble for the young wizards, they later copied a more castrated version that could only show roads but not names. Even the most important secret passages were directly castrated. But the map in front of us is actually not much different from the real version. In other words, there's almost no difference. The only difference is that Aerys' name will not appear on it. This is why Harry didn't see Aerys' name on the map before. Looking at Harry, who was looking at him seriously, Aerys knew he had to explain, otherwise this little guy would have no idea what kind of crazy ideas he would have. After all, his advantage is that he has many ideas. But this is precisely the motivation for him to get into trouble. "My name won't be shown on this map," Aerys said calmly. "You should understand this, right?" Harry thought about it, then nodded slightly. "If you made this map, you can do it if you don't want to." Then he asked, "What I want to know is, why is Peter Pettigrew's name on it? After all, as far as I know, this person should be dead. Moreover, it was more than a decade ago, the year my parents died. So, he shouldn't be here, right?" His words made sense, but Aerys just smiled and said, "I made this map, and I think it should be correct. But there are always exceptions. Why don't you think there's something wrong with the map?" "I thought so, too." Harry lowered his head, hesitating to speak. He always felt something was wrong. It seemed that a strong premonition made him feel that there might be a different truth. Don't think too much. Aris patted Harry on the shoulder. "Some things will always surface. Maybe the time is not right yet. What I want to say now is, if you don't leave, you're going to be in trouble." After saying that, Aris smiled and his figure suddenly became blurred. Then, he disappeared in front of Harry. Harry was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and looked up. A figure appeared out of nowhere and walked over. "Harry Potter!" Snape's face was not looking good, and he stared at Harry closely. "I was just thinking, there must be no one else but you wandering around the corridors of the castle so late at night. You better have a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a long vacation in advance." Harry paused, finally understanding what Aris had just said. This guy is really disloyal. He actually ran away first. Leave him here alone to face Snape. "Now, can you tell me why you are here?" Snape still stared at Harry intently. "I just feel a little stuffy, so I came out to get some fresh air," Harry said stiffly. But Snape obviously didn't believe his lies. His face became even colder. "Very good, but I just heard 2 voices. Who is the other person?" No one," Harry replied automatically. "You won't tell me?" Snape looked at the high-quality replica of the Marauders map in Harry's hand. "Let me see. What is this? Perhaps it is some dangerous black magic creation of 663? Harry subconsciously retracted his hand, but the map had already been snatched away by Snape. He could only regret it secretly, while looking back, hoping that Aris would suddenly appear and save him from the dire situation. Unfortunately, the familiar voice did not appear as he expected. "Show me your secret." Snape pointed his wand at the map, trying to figure out what the replica map did. He had heard some time ago that the young wizard in the castle highly praised a map made by Aris, which was said to be able to show all the passages in the castle. But he felt it instinctively. This map is a little different, because there is nothing on it. This is a brilliantly hidden spell. As Harry expected, the map did not activate. Snape frowned and looked at the words that appeared on the map. "The great master of joke magic research sends you my most sincere greetings." Do you want to know my secret? I won't tell you. The words on the map clearly have a sarcastic tone. Snape didn't even have to think to know that this thing must have been made by the Weasley twins. But now he had no evidence. In fact, this sentence on the map was indeed added by George on a whim. Aris did not originally design this part. But the Weasley twins felt that without pranks, it could not be called a qualified joke product, and they would never tolerate such a work coming from their hands. Although they only did some insignificant cleanup work, but they did participate in the production of this map. Tell me your purpose honestly, or I will let those two Weasleys confront you and see what ulterior motives you are planning. Snape was visibly angry. Growl at Harry. Oh, Professor Severus, why are you so angry? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Harry looked up subconsciously and saw Lupin walking out from the darkness. Harry. Then he looked at Harry. Why are you here? What is this? He looked at the map in Snape's hand again. The familiar yet strange feeling made him feel that there was something wrong with this map at the first sight. It looks like a Marauders map, but it's obviously not. Something's wrong. This guy is wandering around the corridor with this map. Maybe we can hand him over directly to Professor McGonagall. What do you think, Lupin? Snape said coldly. Not that serious, is it? Lupin smiled. Previously, Snape and Aris had worked together to develop a new werewolf potion, which was of great help to Lupin. So at this time, his relationship with Snape had actually eased. After taking the map from Snape, he looked at it carefully. Perhaps this is just an ordinary map. He looked at Harry and then said, 5.1, Snape, leave this guy to me. I will carefully check the map. As for him, if he really has an ulterior motive, I will punish him accordingly. I will never allow anyone to wantonly violate school rules. How do you think? Hearing this, Snape glanced at Lupin. Then, he snorted coldly, You'd better do it. After saying this, although he felt somewhat unwilling, he still turned around and left. Dormitory. Aris looked at the Marauders map in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, everything was just as in the original book, and Lupin still appeared. Therefore, the plan should be able to continue smoothly. He murmured softly. Blake should be waiting anxiously, but just to make sure everything is safe, we still have to wait 2 days. Aris doesn't want to interfere with the plot without permission anymore, because it's too uncontrollable. As his strength increased, he could now feel it very clearly. There's a force at this time. Even the power that he could not understand was controlling everything. Perhaps that is the so-called power of world correction. What is supposed to happen will still happen. So, it is better to let the plot develop smoothly. What he needs to do is just to be at some key points. Make a few changes to make things easier. In this way, the problem can be solved perfectly, and you can always keep things under your control. This is undoubtedly the best way. The moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and the night is silent. Aris fell asleep peacefully. However, inside his storage bag, Peter Pettigrew couldn't sleep well, even in extreme fear. He didn't know what his situation was now. He didn't know how Aris would deal with him, or even if Aris knew his identity. He always had a hunch. It seems that I am in extreme danger. There is a possibility of eternal damnation at any time. The next day, morning, Hermione hurried into the Great Hall. Then he started eating with big mouthfuls while Aris stared in amazement. It looked like something urgent happened, and he didn't even have time to eat. Hermione, what are you rushing for? He couldn't help but ask. Hermione ate while shaking her head quickly. Nothing. I'm just a little rushed. I have to go to divination class. That course, you haven't given up yet? Aris smiled and shook his head. I've been complaining about how boring and unreasonable that course is. But the little witch was still unwilling to give up completely. Aris glanced at the time-turner Hermione was wearing on her chest and seemed to understand why she was so anxious to eat. The divination class was preceded by the Old Nile class, and the two classes were held at the same time. She probably just finished her Old Norse language class, so she was in a hurry to grab the classroom. I'm leaving first. After hastily eating something, Hermione quickly stood up. After saying hello to Aris, he picked up his textbook and hurried to the divination classroom. Aris nodded and looked at Hermione's back, lost in thought. Then he stood up, walked towards the auditorium door. He did not go to the classroom because the intelligent magic robot had been almost adjusted and all 773 courses had been taught to the robot in the past 2 days. Aris now has some free time, but he still had things to do. Sirius Black has been contacting him through specific means these 2 days, and his purpose is naturally to catch Peter Pettigrew as soon as possible. He has waited for too long, so it is understandable that he is so anxious. After leaving the castle, Aris headed directly towards the Forbidden Forest. As soon as we reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. The arrogant red dragon girl transformed into a human form and happily threw herself on Aris. "Master, Iris misses you so much." As she spoke, the girl rubbed Reese's chest greedily. Sniffing the familiar scent, I narrowed my eyes. "Iris, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Aris was also a little surprised at this time. He asked the little red dragon to guard the magic crystal vein and did not let her come back, but the girl came back by herself. This was obviously abnormal. What happened? Aris' heart trembled. "No." Iris lowered her head with a guilty look on her face. "It's just, I saw that the mine over there was almost mined, so I came back first." "Is it really just because of this?" Aris was a little skeptical, as he knew the reserves of the magic crystal veins. Not to mention just a few months, even in a few years it might not be possible to mine at all. Moreover, he had specifically warned against overmining and to leave enough primary, or so that magic crystals could continue to grow. According to his plan, it would be impossible to finish mining so quickly. However, after seeing the expression on Iris's face, he already had a rough guess in his mind. He was afraid this guy had done something again. But since Henry didn't report to me, the matter shouldn't be serious. However, things still need to be made clear. Thinking of this, he looked at Iris seriously. "Tell me what you did." Iris looked even more guilty, her head almost buried in her chest. However, she soon raised her head again, looked at Aris with a pitiful look she had never seen before, and even started to act coquettishly. "Master, I really just miss you so much. That's why I came here, believe me." "Really?" Aris laughed inwardly. The arrogant Iris in the past would never show such an expression. It seems that the incident this time was quite serious. "Henry wrote to me yesterday. If you tell me the truth, maybe I will." "Impossible." Before Aris could finish, Iris suddenly said, "I clearly beat up those two guys this morning. How could he have?" "Yesterday." Having said this, Iris seemed to realize something and covered her mouth in panic. "Beat up two people?" Aris looked indifferent. It turned out that he ran back after beating up some people. No wonder he felt so guilty. "Master." Iris lowered her head guiltily again. "Who did you beat?" Aris continued to ask. If she were an ordinary person, the girl wouldn't feel so guilty. The two unlucky guys who got beaten up must be from some unusual background. They are two members of the International United Wizards Council. They are so despicable that they actually want to steal our magic crystal ore," Iris said in a fierce voice. "Rob." Aris frowned. "Even though they said they would pay, I don't want to sell it." Iris lowered her head again and muttered softly. Aris was speechless. It seems that things are indeed a bit troublesome. International United Coven of Wizards. This organization represents almost the most prestigious institution in the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore seemed to be a member of this union. There are some great people in there. According to Iris's description, the wizards wanted to buy magic crystal ore, so they sent people to the mine. But the little red dragon's personality. She heard someone was going to take away her things, the sparkling magic crystal. Regardless of whether you give money or not, you will definitely be unwilling in your heart. However, there might be problems with those two members of the Wizarding Society. If it was just a simple purchase of magic crystals, although Iris's temper was not very good for the king, she would not go so far as to beat him up directly. As for the team's situation, it seems that we need to wait for Henry II report to know. "Okay, let's talk about this later." Aris shook his head and continued walking towards the Forbidden Forest. "Master, are you going to the Centaur tribe to commit crimes?" Iris' eyes lit up, and when she saw that Aris didn't pursue her anymore, she became happy again. "That's right, I didn't go home. I miss my babies so much." The red dragon in a silent forbidden forest, there was only the occasional roar from an unknown source deep in the forest. This place was as eerie and terrifying as ever, like some kind of forbidden place. In fact, In the eyes of the young wizards at Hogwarts, this is indeed the case. Otherwise, this place would not be called the Forbidden Forest. Master, has anything interesting happened recently? Along the way, Aris was trying to find topics to talk about in a flattering manner, holding Aerys' arms with both hands. Aerys' body had developed very well at this time. He was less than 15 years old, but he was already over 1.6 meters tall. Although Aerys was still taller, it didn't look particularly awkward when the two of them snuggled up to each other. However, 770 Aerys was still a little uncomfortable with the little red dragon's attentiveness. There are quite a few fun things. Aerys chatted with Aerys with a smile on his face, while looking into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. He felt a strange breath there. It's just that this breath makes him feel somewhat familiar. What's so fun? Aerys asked. There should be a good show in a couple of days. Aerys smiled. Then he continued. You guy, can't you be a little more quiet? Stay by my side during this time, and don't run around. Aerys pouted her lips and looked miserable. It is her fate to keep her in the castle and not go anywhere. With Aerys' personality, it's simply impossible for her to do that. There are interesting things in my lab. You won't be bored. Aerys thought for a moment and said comfortingly. He also knew the little red dragon's character, and he really couldn't expect her to stay somewhere and do nothing, except, of course, hibernation. The way the dragons sleep is also very weird. It can easily take several months. Of course, that's in deep sleep. Aerys had never seen Elise in her deep sleep. Master, we are here. Suddenly, a joyful call was heard. Aerys looked excitedly in the direction of the Centaur tribe in front of her, her eyes moving slightly. Wow, there have been huge changes here. Following Aerys' cry, Aerys also raised his head. What meets the eye is a prosperous scene. The simple tree houses of the horse tribe have changed a lot. Not only has the number of buildings increased, but the area of the tree houses has also become much larger. Especially in the center of the tribe, 10 tree forts were built. The castle, which was built entirely of trees, was dozens of meters high and looked like a building. Vines and flowers wrap around the outside of the tree fort, making it look like a castle built in a garden, which is refreshing to the eye. There are neatly arranged tree houses around the castle. The area of each tree house has been expanded a lot, and they look quite spectacular when they are lined up in a row. At the edge of the tribe are rows of treehouse barracks and a large training ground. Those tree houses are relatively simple, and you can tell at first glance that they are built in the style of military barracks. They only meet the most basic accommodation requirements and have no other fancy features. There are also many more facilities in those training grounds. Magic training targets, archery training targets, and even a fighting arena. Everything is very formal. It was like a large and well-ordered military tribe. These guys really seem to be busy lately. Aerys felt a little emotional. Appointing Firenze as the high priest of the Centaur tribe seemed to be the right choice. The horse tribe has changed a lot at this time. Strange, with the aesthetic taste of the Centaurs. How could they build such beautiful tribal buildings? Aerys muttered to herself, and then her eyes involuntarily looked at Aerys. Master, you helped them, didn't you? Aerys smiled, did not deny, and said lightly, I didn't do anything. I just gave Firenze a plan. The development of the horseman tribe to what it is today is also the result of their own efforts. The number of people in the tribe seems to have increased a lot. Lund does have some influence on the group. Aerys touched her chin and nodded slightly. At this time, the number of horsemen gathered in the horse tribe has increased several times. It was indeed a bit beyond Aerys' expectations. It seemed to be true what Firenze said, that he had been gathering centaurs from all over the world. But I don't know where this guy got so many of them. From the looks of it, all the centaurs in the UK have probably gathered here. There may be more in the future. This could not help but give Aerys a headache. He had not originally intended to be the king of the centaurs, but now it seemed that things were deviating further and further from his idea, as if being pushed forward by a hand. As for the follow-up arrangement for the horse tribe, he still had no idea. With such a huge army, he couldn't really start a revolution. That's too tiring. It is not Aerys' ambition either. He doesn't have such ambition. In short, until this problem is solved, He will always feel a headache, but he could do nothing about it. Come on, let's go. Aris put these questions aside for the moment and walked towards the Centaur tribe. The familiar aura he just sensed seemed to be inside the Centaur tribe. It was just a little strange. This aura was a little different from what he knew. It seemed that some changes had occurred. He was a little curious. What did that guy do? My king. Soon, Melinbro noticed the presence of Aris, and under the leadership of Firenze, all the Centaurs' managers came forward. All the Centaurs knelt down and greeted their king, with respect in their expressions, and some even had fanaticism in their eyes. This scene immediately attracted the attention of more Centaurs. Centaurs continued to pour out of the tribe, but those people did not come forward. They just knelt down and bowed on the spot to welcome their king. The scene was very spectacular for a moment. Among them, there was a human figure who looked at the scene in front of him curiously, with surprise and a hint of suspicion in his eyes. When Sirius Black saw Aris appear and all the Centaurs were kneeling before him, the expression on his face was very interesting. This guy is actually their king. Sirius Black has been staying in the Centaur tribe all this time, which was also arranged by Aris. 0. Firstly, it's for his safety. Secondly, it is also to be able to find him at any time and prevent him from doing something unexpected. It turned out to be correct. The castle was very peaceful during this period, and the young wizards were almost forgetting about the murderer named Black, which was what Aris wanted. At this time, Aris exuded an aura that was hard to look at directly. It was an indescribable momentum. In the eyes of the Centaurs, this boy seemed to be emitting light all over his body. In Blake's eyes, that aura was so terrifying that people dared not look directly at it. It was like a majestic figure, like the god of magic Merlin in the world. The magical fluctuations were as substantial as the abyss and so powerful that they could not be described in words. Breathtakingly wide. Mr. Black, are you used to staying here? After comforting all the Centaurs and getting them back on track in life, Aris walked towards Sirius Black without permission. He had sensed a familiar aura before, which was the fluctuation of magic power for Blake. At this moment, Aris discovered why the magic fluctuations he felt before were a little different. The reason was that Sirius Black was carrying the elemental magic fluctuations. This guy actually began to practice elemental magic. It seems that the fluctuations of elemental magic on his body are not obvious, and it should have started recently. It is likely that he embarked on this path after arriving at the Centaur tribe and being influenced by Firenze or other Centaur magicians. This was an unexpected surprise for Aris, and one he was happy to see. Apart from anything else, at least after Blake rested in elemental magic, he would have a greater chance of becoming a pioneer in the elemental magic camp in the future. Aris still recognized this guy's ability. After all, he is still a core member of the Order of the Phoenix and will be Dumbledore's right-hand man in the future. This place is nice, and the Centaurs are a little different from what I imagined. Blake didn't know how to describe everything he had seen in the past few days, because to him, the existence of this Centaur tribe was a little incredible. It was completely beyond his impression of the Centaurs, or rather, he had never thought that non-human creatures could actually build such a large-scale tribal cluster and buildings. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Aris smiled. He was originally worried that Blake would cause trouble after coming here, but now it seems that it is not. I like it here very much. Blake said sincerely, of course, if possible, I would rather deal with that guy first. His eyes suddenly became stern, and the magic power in his body began to surge violently. The Centaurs around couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene and looked at Aris. Some Centaurs even put their hands on their weapons. They were afraid that Black would suddenly explode and attack their king, which they would never allow. Don't get excited, Aris said lightly, both to the Centaur guards and to comfort Sirius Black. I have already arranged your affairs. There should be an opportunity to resolve them in the next 2 days. In other words, I came here today to discuss the follow-up plan with you. It's time to resolve this matter. Aris did not continue to explain, but walked straight to the largest treehouse castle in the center of the Centaur tribe. It was built specifically for him. The palace of the Centaur king. Let's go, we're trapped. Good. Blake did not hesitate and quickly followed, a suppressed excitement on his face. He knew what Aris meant. Aris's appearance here today means the time is ripe. He could finally kill that guy, the traitor, without any worries. The traitor who had kept him in Azkaban for 10 years and endured inhuman torture. He has waited too long for this day. He even dreamed of chopping that disgusting rat into pieces. Peter, you have to pay the price for what you have done. You will not be able to escape this time. Blake's affectionate hideousness, just like a vicious lunatic, but Aris completely understood. If he was betrayed and imprisoned in Azkaban for 10 years, he would probably become even more insane. In the shadows of the Hogwarts corridor, a skinny black dog was crawling along the wall. The tip of its moist nose twitched slightly. The moonlight slanted through the arched glass window onto its fur, making its scorching eyes look like burning charcoal. In the headmaster's office, the silver light from the pensieve shone on Dumbledore's half-moon glasses. The old man's slender hands were stroking the newly expired Daily Prophet. The headline, "Black Reappears in Diagon Alley," was particularly dazzling in the dim light. The old headmasters in the portraits seemed to hold their breath until Fawkes suddenly let out a soft cry. He knew he didn't have much time left. Dumbledore said softly, his eyes penetrating the thick stone wall, as if he could see the figures sneaking in the curfew corridor. After the full moon, it will be the winter solstice. The stars in the astronomy tower show. Before he finished speaking, a burst of panicked dog barking was heard outside the window. The two turned their heads at the same time and saw a dark shadow suddenly rushing past the edge of the forbidden forest, followed by 3 grinning Dementors. The cold mist rolled under the black robe, and the rotten fingers were about to touch the black dog's tail. Call upon the guardians. A silver-white deer leaped out of a window of the castle, and its horns pressed against the Dementor's hood. The repelled monster let out a scream like a baby crying, and the big black dog took the opportunity to sneak into the tangled shadows of the Whomping Willow. The corner of Snape's robe flashed around the corner of the tower, and the fluorescence on the tip of his wand had not yet completely gone out. At this moment in the Gryffindor common room, Harry suddenly woke up from his dream. The scar on my forehead burned as if a red-hot iron stick had been inserted into it. The broken images danced on my retina. A familiar figure was searching for something among the collapsed ruins. A corner of the rubble revealed an issue of the Daily Prophet printed with October 31st, 1981. Do you remember that day? Hermione's voice came from behind the curtains of the 4-poster bed. She was holding a thick stack of magical law manuals, and her hair was still stained with the aroma of 3 broomsticks butterbeer. On the day your parents had the accident, the Daily Prophet published a lot of wrong reports, just like it is now for Black. Deep in the cellar, Snape's quill suddenly broke. The ink was spread on the parchment, dyeing the Wolfsbane drug clinical trial report into a chaotic vortex. The memories in the crystal bottle suddenly boiled over, and the image of the young Potter riding a broomstick flying over his head emerged, as well as a pair of green eyes that were exactly the same as Lily's. At the 11th stroke of midnight, ripples began to appear on the walls of the room of requirement. The blue light jumping from Aris' fingertips was burning new runes for the magic puppet, when he suddenly sensed an abnormal fluctuation coming from a certain defensive barrier, as if someone had used the power of a Nimigus to penetrate the protective net, or as if a mouse was gnawing at the thread of time. There was a sudden sound of glass breaking in Professor Lupin's office. Moonlight splashed on the scattered photo frames 597, and the young robbers were arm in arm in the photos. At the bottom of a photo frame, Peter Pettigrew's fingers were twitching imperceptibly, and there was wall dust from 2,000 years ago between his nails. The wooden door of the screaming shack creaked, and snow fell from the eaves. The big black dog's paw prints stopped abruptly on the snow, replaced by bare human footprints. There was a slight sound of metal colliding in the darkness, and a mouse with a missing toe was wrapped in rusty shackles. At the top of the astronomy tower, Professor Trelawney's teacup suddenly exploded. Tea leaves formed ominous patterns on the scarlet carpet. A black dog with its head held high, a broken full moon, and a ring finger dripping with blood. In the meeting hall at the deepest part of the tree fortress, the magical flame in the bronze lamp burned quietly. Images flashed through his mind, and Aerys's gaze quickly got rid of the strange light. After a long time, he shook his head gently and returned to normal. He turned around and stood in front of the huge round table, his fingertips running across the complex light and shadow map inside. That was the Pregvaz holographic projection he constructed using elemental magic. Tomorrow is Hog's Day. Aris suddenly spoke, tapping his wand, and the Whomping Willow's position appeared in the projection. Forenza said that tonight's stars indicate that the Wheel of Fortune is beginning to turn. Blake's fingers dug deep into the oak tabletop, his knuckles turning white. I've waited 12 years, and no, you are wrong. Aris turned around, her silver-gray robe rippled. It's not waiting, it's the curtain call. When the moonlight of the shrieking shack illuminates the truth, we need all the audience to be there, especially Jingli. There is a sound of dragon wings flapping outside the window. Iris transformed into a human and jumped onto the windowsill. Her red hair fluttered like fire in the night wind. There are 3 times more Dementors in the north of the Forbidden Forest than yesterday. They are like vultures smelling rotten meat. Fudge finally realized Black was near Hogwarts. Aris chuckled, and dozens of scarlet dots suddenly lit up on the projected map. But compared to the Dementors, I'm more worried about this one. The red on the map suddenly twisted and deformed, and it turned out to be Peter Pettigrew's animagus form. This light that was madly fleeing in the secret passage between the castle cellar and the kitchen, and was bounced back by the invisible magic barrier every time it was about to touch the edge. You locked him in a magic maze? Black's pupil shrank. When, 3 days ago, Aris turned the emerald ring on her index finger, and a real-time image of Peter fleeing in the maze appeared on the ring face. When Hagrid handed him to me, this poor guy thought he could continue to pretend to be a mouse. Iris suddenly moved closer to the projection, her nose almost touching the screen. He's biting his own claws. Merlin's beard, it's a specially made revelation potion. Aerys' voice sounded like someone discussing a potion formula. I sprayed a potion mixed with special ingredients in the maze field. When Peter comes into contact with this potion, his mouse form will irreversibly degenerate. Look, his right paw has turned back into a human hand. Blank suddenly let out a beast-like roar. In the projection, Peter's hand was oozing blood, drawing a crooked S-shaped trajectory on the ground. The symbol reminded Blake of the countless traitors he had carved with his fingernails on the wall of his cell in Azkaban. Before sunrise tomorrow, his animagus will completely collapse. Aris turned off the projection, and all the bronze lamps suddenly lit up, and what we have to do is to give him a grand stage. It's really a well-thought-out plan. Blake looked at the young man in front of him, secretly shocked, but also full of admiration. If it were him, he would never be able to be so thorough. In his opinion, the plan that Aris just talked about was definitely a model for Feng Wushizhu. There will absolutely be no problem. As for his previous plan, now thinking about it, he is almost embarrassed to say it out loud. The master is the best. Iris still used that unique Tsundere expression and said the most admiring words. Aris smiled but didn't respond. But his eyes unconsciously looked through the window towards the castle. The scenes he had seen before made him feel a little uneasy. I always feel that something unexpected will happen. The next evening, the branches of the Whomping Willow rustled in the chill wind. Harry and his friends had just returned from Hagrid's cabin. They were trying to find out Aerys' recent movements from Hagrid. But obviously, they did not get the desired results. As Harry's flashlight beam swept across the fresh scratches on the tree trunk on the way back to the castle, Ronald suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Look over there. The red-haired boy's voice trembled, and the light from the tip of the wand illuminated the messy dog footprints on the snow. They were a strange silver-gray color in the moonlight, and each footprint was 5 feet apart. Hermione's breath froze on her scarf. This is definitely not left by an ordinary animal. Her words were interrupted by the sudden sound of branches breaking. The bushes 20 yards away shook violently, and Harry rushed out when the shadow flashed by. The burning pain made him unable to follow the coldness of the snow. "Harry, wait!" Hermione's scream was drowned out by the howling wind. Ronald hesitated for a moment, looked at the two men's backs, then gritted his teeth and chased after them. The branches of the whomping willow wrapped around them like a scaly snake that had smelled blood, and the three of them almost rolled into the entrance to the secret passage at the roots of the tree. Hermione's woolen glove was cut by the sharp stone. Fluorescent flashes, three intersecting light sources pierced the darkness, and a smell of earth mixed with some kind of decay came towards me. Ronald's wand light paused as it passed over the marks on the stone wall. It was clearly an abbreviation consisting of 4 letters. MWPP. 9. Hermione's question was interrupted by the sound of metal clanging from the front. Harry suddenly froze in place. The severe pain in his scar forced him to hold on to the wall. In a trance, he saw his father's back with his wand and hand shattered into thin air. As they climbed out of the secret passage, moonlight was filtering through the broken windows of the shrieking shack, casting mottled shadows on the moldy floor. Sirius Black turned around, his haggard face like a skull in the moonlight. A shivering gray figure huddled at his feet. Scabbers' tail was bound in some kind of copper chain, and the ancient runes on the chain made Hermione gasp. "Let go of my mouse." Sparks flew from the tip of Ronald's magic wand. The chain suddenly shrieked, and Banban's screams pierced people's eardrums. Black's bloodshot eyes stared at the mouse. "Your mouse? Look carefully, Weasley. This is more poisonous than a basilisk's fawn." Expelliarmus. Harry's spell came without warning, and Black's wand flew out of his hand into the air. "Harry, you're going to kill me?" However, the man suddenly laughed like a night owl, and with his skinny fingers he tore open his shirt, revealing the hideous scar on his chest. "Come on, kill me, just like they killed your parents." Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist as he raised his wand. "Wait, look at that chain. It's the counter-curse pattern of the Fidelius charm." Her voice changed due to excitement. "I have seen this combination in the origin of ancient demonic runes. It will only appear when the secret keeper betrays." Banban suddenly let out a human-like scream, and strange lumps appeared under his gray fur. Blake's attempt to pounce on the mouse was interrupted by a stunning spell fired by Ronald, which passed over his head and blew a hole in the wall. The moonlight was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, and the clicking sound of dislocated bones was heard in the darkness. All petrified, Hermione's spell illuminated the expanding rat body. The gray fur faded away, and the short limbs stretched into human hands and feet. When the wand light stabilized again, a short, bald man was curled up on the floor, with blood oozing from the mutilated index finger of his right hand. Ronald stumbled back, his back hitting the rotten wardrobe. "Impossible. Banban. Banban was brought back from Egypt by my father." His voice caught in his throat, and Hermione dug her nails into Harry's arm. Peter Patillo raised his swollen face, with big tears and snot flowing down. "Save me. Dear children, this madman wants to kill me." A low growl rolled out of Blake's throat, more like that of an animal than a human. He suddenly ripped open the sleeve of his left arm, and the pitch-black skull and snake tattoo made Harry feel like he was falling into an ice cave. It was the mark he had seen on the back of Quirrell's head, the totem that hovered in countless nightmares of the Dursleys. "The liar is still acting." Blake stepped on Peter's stumped right hand and told them how you blew a 20-foot hole in a street corner, how you cut off your fingers and left a bloody costume. Peter suddenly jumped up, and green light shot out from his broken fingers. Hermione's shield charm just deflected the killing curse, which blew up into the rafters and sent wood chips flying. As Harry dragged Ronald to the right, he caught a glimpse of the small flowers on the edge of the pendant around Peter's neck that Lily always liked to draw. Imprisoned quickly, 3 ropes entangled Peter from different directions, but he easily broke them. Peter suddenly whistled, and the unique chill of Dementors came from outside the window. No one knows why the Dementors appear here. When the first Dementor poured in through the broken window, Harry subconsciously released the Patronus charm, but only summoned a blurry white mist. Think of happy things. Hermione's scream was drowned out by the chill. Harry felt cold mercury pouring into his ears, and Aunt Petunia's monster curses and Voldemort's laughter resonated in his skull. Ronald was trying in vain to shield his face with his arms, and No, Peter's distorted face was moving closer and farther in the green light. A silver-white doe suddenly broke in from the direction of the secret passage, instantly sending 3 Dementors flying. Then, Snape's voice rang out. Hold on. 2 figures appeared there. It was Snape and Lupin who appeared at the same time. Blake took the opportunity to pounce on Peter, and the 2 wrestled and crashed into the crumbling stairs. When Lupin rushed in, he saw Peter biting Blake's wrist, but the latter was laughing madly and stuffing something into his mouth. Spit it out. Lupin's wand emitted a golden light, and Peter spit out a miniature speculum. 0.0. Everyone froze as the images flashed through the broken glass. James, holding the baby Harry, turned and smiled. Lily's hand holding the wand was dissipating, and Peter stood in the shadows with his wand raised. The tip of the staff glowed green. It is a magical weapon that can temporarily recall memories. Snow poured in through the hole in the roof. Peter suddenly squeaked like a mouse, and his body began to shrink. Blake held the severed finger tightly. Don't even think about it this time. Before he could finish his words, the floor collapsed. When the dust settled, only half of the silver chain was left swaying in the moonlight, and a trail of blood was winding towards the hole in the wall. Harry was suddenly on his knees, clutching the locket he had ripped from Peter. The red-haired woman in the photo on the inside is smiling gently, holding a bright-eyed baby boy in her arms. There is no scar on his forehead. It's Mom's stuff. Harry was completely stunned. Everything has an answer. Blake did not betray. It was Peter who really betrayed. It was always Peter, and he had actually been living with his enemy day and night for several years. 7. The air suddenly rippled, and the spatial fluctuations that were about to allow Peter to apparate were abruptly interrupted by some ancient rhythm. Aris stepped out from the distorted halo. The hourglass suspended in his hand reflected 13 phases of the moon, and the flowing sand made a roar like the morning bell and evening drum. That was a kind of space confinement magic weapon he developed. This space has been completely blocked, and no one can escape. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time. I just want to know, if Peter hadn't escaped today, would Voldemort have returned to the shithole, like in the original book? You should learn to respect your audience, Mr. Peter. Aris tapped her wand, and ancient magic runes in the shape of thorns appeared under Peter's feet. I owe you a farewell performance in Godric's Valley, and I have to make it up tonight. Peter let out an inhuman scream, and the dark mark on his arm oozed asphalt-like slime. The slime instantly ignited a dark blue flame when it touched the magic runes, and the entire shed was illuminated like an underwater tomb. Harry suddenly covered his scar. The smell of the burning mucus was exactly the same as the green light in his dream. Fire curse. Snape's wand drew a trajectory in the air to break the spell, but Aris raised his hand to stop him. The young professor tapped his wand, and the light it emitted accurately embedded itself into the cracks in the floor. The burning magic power suddenly rolled back, swallowing up all the time fluid. It's not fiery flame, it's something much older. Aris stared at Peter, who was twitching in the magic cage. The ancient Celtic wizards used the bile of swamp poisonous lizards and the hair of moon monsters to refine soul corrosives. It seems that Howe has learned a lot of knowledge that is not recorded in the history of black magic from somewhere. Fox's cry pierced the night sky. The Phoenix had been observing the situation here. In the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, Dumbledore leaned on the table with a hunched back. In front of him was a crystal ball emitting a faint light. The crystal ball was showing the current scene in the scream room. Especially when he saw the dark mark appearing on Peter's arm, he instantly became extremely solemn. There was also a hint of sharpness in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised his head and looked towards a bookshelf. Then, he quickly pulled out a thick, ancient magic book from the bookshelf. Time is a wonderful thing, this miracle that interweaves the soul and the long river of time. Is it going to happen again? A murmuring voice sounded in the principal's office, and then it became completely silent. The whole room fell into dead silence. Aris's hair was still wet with dew. His gaze swept over the dark mark on Peter's arm. His indifferent brows wrinkled slightly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Peter has been completely controlled and is no longer a threat. He looked at Snape and smiled. More lively than I thought. Severus, I'm afraid we're going to need some Veritaserum. Snape snorted coldly, but still took out the crystal bottle from the inner pocket of his black robe. He poured it into Peter's mouth roughly and then said to Aris, "What do you want to know?" At this moment, Blake suddenly jumped up and grabbed Peter's throat. "Tell me, where's he? Those slimes." There was a hint of fear in Blake's tone. He knew very well what the movement of the dark mark meant. That person may not be completely dead yet. Things that had been silent have revived again. This will be a new disaster. I don't know. The master is everywhere. Peter laughed neurotically, and his originally timid expression suddenly became crazy for some reason. Even in this situation, he was still laughing at everyone. That's not his character. Perhaps the person in front of me is no longer the original him. This can also explain why his personality and strength have changed so much. Suddenly, the words stopped abruptly. The black blood from the dark mark on Peter's arm actually carved the word rebirth on the stone slab. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Then, I fell into a stagnation. Everything became too bizarre for them to react. When the first ray of morning light dyed the spires of Hogwarts red, the door of Hogwarts opened with an ear-piercing, creaking sound. Fudge's plaid pajamas were revealed under his purple nightgown. He didn't even have time to get dressed before he was called out of bed. He hurriedly gathered people and rushed here. The Ministry of Magic was in chaos after the news of the reappearance of male Peter. Behind him, 20 Aurors had all drawn their wands, pointing them at Peter, who was bound by moonlight chains. Dumbledore, Aris, and others have gathered here. His presence must be known to everyone. In this way, Blake can clear himself of the suspicion of murder and gain true freedom. This was also the result that Harry wanted. A series of misfortunes had made him long for the warmth of his family even more. Black was his godfather, and if the Dursleys were excluded, he would be his only relative. This is impossible. Fudge's round face turned purple, and he seemed to have not accepted the reality yet. He pointed at Blake with a shaking hand, then looked at Peter. "How could you know whose minions be are?" "A rat." Professor McGonagall's voice was like hardened steel. She waved her wand, and threads of memory emerged in the air. Godric's hollow 12 years ago, Peter's grin when he cut off his fingers, the projection of the dark mark on the curtains of the nursery, the woman's scream, and the green spell emitting a dazzling light. Everything is reproduced in a special way. It's like a record of Peter's betrayal. Kingsley Shacklebolt suddenly pressed his temple. "Minister, the Dementors are agitated." Before he finished speaking, a cold wind carrying a foul stench came from all directions. A black tide of nearly 100 Dementors hovered above the dome of the Ministry of Magic, the holes beneath their cloaks filled with a strange red glow. We didn't call them. Umbridge, who was hiding behind the minister, screamed and retreated behind the stone pillar again. Dumbledore's azure eyes suddenly flashed with a silvery white light, and what burst out from the tip of the Elder Wand was not a Patronus, but a beam of moonlight that pierced the sky. The group of Dementors melted away like snow in boiling water, revealing 3 strange figures wearing golden masks behind them. "Death Eaters!" the Aurors exclaimed in unison. Aris smiled as expected. The emerald seeds that fell from his sleeve took root and grew into a parasitic cage full of talismans in the blink of an eye. The first Death Eater who operated to escape ran straight into the vines, and the golden mask was shredded by the thorny branches. The second son of a Knot family. Blake glanced at the prisoner's festering left ear. The missing part was exactly the part he bit off 12 years ago. It seems that the Dark Lord has made a good rescue for his pet rat. Impossible. At this time, Fudge seemed to be crazy. How is it possible? How could he come back without a sound? What the hell is going on? If that person really comes back, then the Ministry of Magic will be in twilight again. Ministry of Magic, courtroom number 9. The sound of the bronze door knocker echoed in the corridor. Fudge's crocodile leather shoes slipped through the water on the floor, and the splashing water with the new notice issued by the Auror Command Center, on which the Black Order was slowly fading, replaced by Peter's distorted wizard photo. Today, the Ministry of Magic will hold a serious trial on Peter. At the same time, if the results are optimistic, Blake may be cleared of all charges. He will clear himself of all suspicion and the bad reputation. Almost everyone attended the trial that day, including Harry and others, because they were directly involved in the case, and Hogwarts was approaching the end of the semester. They had this time, and it was specially allowed by Dumbledore. Of course, Aris was also present. "This is impossible." Umbridge blocked his nostrils with a scented handkerchief, and his pink woolen sweater was covered with goose bumps in the cold air left by the Dementors. "Mr. Shafik, your so-called memory extractor is nonsense." As the trial began, she started in the hall. Then, the boy's tone was indifferent. "It's an element resonance developer. 11,360 golden threads are extending from the inside of the crystal to Peter's temple, and it has read something interesting. 3 minutes ago, our Mr. Peter secretly bit his third molar." Aris stretched out her hand and waved it lightly, sending magic power over the diamond-shaped crystal suspended above the judgment seat. It was his latest masterpiece, created by combining the ancient spell of searching memories and the reading application of memory threads with alchemy. It functions similarly to a meditation bowl, only more convenient. In fact, the research is not difficult. He even thought that it might be possible to carry out mass production to reduce the difficulty of the Ministry of Magic during the trial. But Umbridge clearly didn't like it. Dumbledore's half-moon glasses flashed a cold light. "Poison? It's worse than that." Aris suddenly turned the crystal, and a wisp of scarlet smoke condensed into a venomous snake. "It's a twin curse. When a main body dies, a certain symbiote will return at a specific time and location." "Nonsense!" Fudge's roar shook the crystal, and he almost poked Aris' nose with his short finger. "We have already found out the color of this rat's underwear. How can it be a symbiote? Shafik, don't fool the Wisegamot and the Ministry of Magic with your weird inventions." His tone was a little nervous, and his attitude towards Aris changed completely. In fact, he was extremely nervous about Aris's appearance at this time, because this boy actually announced that the mysterious man was returning. This was something he and the Ministry of Magic could never accept. Even though the two had extremely close dealings, it could not shake his position on this matter. Even, if necessary, he could confront Aris directly. Hermione suddenly stood up from the audience, and the heavy book, Advanced Potion Decoding, fell to the ground. "Minister, according to Article 7 of the Magical Creature Symbiosis Act, when the developer shows the blood curse in a concrete form, it can confirm the existence of a symbiotic relationship and joint liability." "Miss Granger!" Professor McGonagall pulled Hermione's hair, but the fire in the girl's eyes was more scorching than the fire spell. The courtroom suddenly fell into silence. Peter made a drowning, gurgling sound in his throat, and something moved under his skin. As soon as Kingsley raised his wand halfway, the skinny body exploded from the inside out. Not flesh and blood, but thousands of thin snakes wrapped in black mist. "Armor to protect yourself." 20 barriers lit up instantly, but the black spider turned into slime when it hit the light curtain, corroding the old oak floor. Aris stepped forward against the flow of people, and what burst out from the tip of his wand was not a spell, but a string of flowing ancient runic symbols. "Enter, yo, word spirit." Peter, who was howling in pain, suddenly froze, his pupils dilated into strange vertical pupils. "Master, will not let you go. The altar of moonlight and blood." "Shafik!" Fudge screamed with a broken voice. "Stop. This is dark magic that is not allowed." Aris seemed to hear nothing, as the rune chains had already covered Peter's entire body. When the last rune was branded on his chest, Peter's skin suddenly became transparent. Everyone could see the small black snake wrapped around his heart. The thing was spitting its tongue at Harry in the gallery. No! Amid the excruciating pain of Harry's scar exploding, the magic power cast by Aris surged wildly, instantly locking the black shadow like a chain, as if to imprison him completely. But then, things turned out to be beyond his expectations. The memory-developing crystal suddenly exploded. The moment the crystal shattered, the shadow of the black snake exploded into a blood mist in the air, condensing into a line of flickering runes. On the night of the lunar eclipse, bones and blood are reconnected. As for Peter, not even his entire body was left. His flesh turned into a ball and fell into the courtroom. The scene was silent. Everyone stared at what was happening before their eyes in amazement. They knew very well that things were serious. Whoever Peter's symbiote is, it could be another Peter, or worse, the mysterious man in the rumors. They are plotting something. This incident has caused unpredictable changes in the current wizarding world, or may come again. After taking a look at the flesh and blood left by Peter, Aris frowned slightly. Then he said nothing and turned around and left the trial hall. Then Dumbledore followed out with a frown on his face. With so many people present, no one dared to step forward to stop it. This was the special treatment brought by absolute strength. Today, Aris showed his absolute strength and tough attitude for the first time in the Ministry of Magic. This also means that he will begin to truly interfere in the affairs of the wizarding world, or rather, the affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts Room of Requirement, 2:17 a.m. Is this the light dust shield? Hermione's voice exclaimed in the empty classroom. Her finger hovered above the suspended silver sphere, and the starlight flowing inside the sphere looked like a swarm of disturbed fireflies. Aris suddenly grabbed her hand from behind and pressed it towards the sphere. Feel the rhythm of the flow of elements, not with logic, but with this. He tapped Hermione's chest with his fingertips. The girl's heartbeat suddenly filled the entire space. The silver ball burst out with brilliance like the rising sun, and countless light particles condensed into the dragon form of Eris's Patronus spell in the air. The scene was extremely spectacular. What do you want to do with it? But what Hermione wanted to know more was the function of this thing. This is the latest defense I designed for the castle. From now on, it will never happen again that Dementors invade the castle. Hearing this, Hermione's eyes lit up. The look he gave Aris was filled with immense admiration and worship. The little girl's heartbeat accelerated in the room. The holidays are coming. Suddenly, Hermione whispered, with a hint of expectation in her tone, "Will you write to me? In fact, I would rather you be my assistant." Aris smiled. Her bright eyes rippled under the shining light. "Is it really possible?" The little witch exclaimed with joy. This was definitely the biggest surprise of this holiday. "Of course it's perfect." The boy smiled gently. The vacation has officially begun. Harry was particularly happy during this holiday because Black was free again and he had a new godfather. This means that even during the summer vacation, he doesn't need to return to his uncle's house and has other options. And he naturally chose to spend the holiday with Blake. Dumbledore and Aerys also congratulated him. The July heat had ironed the curtains of number 12, Grimmauld Place, into stiff folds. Harry polished Regulus Black's silver locket. The rust remover on the velvet cloth cast an eerie glow on the serpentine pattern. When the third emerald in the S-shaped clasp began to absorb the moonlight, he suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle in his index finger. "Shit!" Harry shook the bloody rag away. The blood drop drew a parabola in the air and fell precisely into the groove of the chain buckle. The portrait frames of the entire mansion trembled at the same time. Mrs. Black screamed and thrust her translucent arm out from behind the veil. When Creature emerged from the fireplace holding a silver tray, the mint tea was boiling in the cup and turning dark green. The dirty B*************** D has defiled the master's sacred object. The house elf's eyes bulged as if they were about to burst. Master Regulus is shivering in the cold at the bottom of the lake, while the mud blood is defiling. He is the house elf of the Black family's old house. However, Harry didn't like him very much. As had just happened, The elf didn't like him either. "Shut up, creature." There was the clanking of dragon-hide boots coming from the spiral staircase. Sirius rushed down in his flight jacket covered with astronomical diagrams, and the wind he created opened the latest issue of the Quibbler. The crooked-horned Snorlax drawn by Luna's father was half hidden by the headline Time Turner found in Nocturne Alley. Harry took a half-step back, pinching his bleeding fingers, and found that fine runes appeared on the inner layer of the locket. The moonlight refracted through the crystal chandelier, and the symbols cast flowing shadows on the mahogany tabletop. When the stars fall into the deep sea, the heart of the betrayer will stop beating at the 7th solar eclipse. This thing is absorbing your magic. Sirius lifted the locket with the tip of his wand, the black family ring glowing green on his bony finger. Both of them instinctively felt that this thing was not simple. Perhaps it is some kind of dark magic weapon that looks somewhat dangerous. "Harry, there are many things in this house that even I don't know if they are dangerous, so Zero requests flowers." Blake said it very politely, with worry and a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I know, sorry. I didn't notice just now." 013905103 Philo 200 131 Harry's face turned red with embarrassment. Sirius suddenly struck the tabletop with the handle of his black walnut stick, causing the locket to fly into the air. This rune structure is exactly the same as the mark on Regulus' last letter. He drew a line of magic in the air, and a faint light emanated from the locket, but it soon disappeared. It's like nothing unusual ever happened. Creature suddenly let out a howl like an owl. The old elf knelt on the ground, knocking spiderweb-like cracks on the mahogany table with his forehead. The young master said, "This ornament box has evil power. When the stars reach the latitude of sin, the cursed container will spit out the truth." His withered finger pointed at the locket, and his brown pupils suddenly trembled violently. "But the betrayer will never find the 7th altar." He seemed to have thought of something, and he screamed and collapsed into the corner. That person is coming back. The master is in trouble." Blake glanced at Creature and frowned. Before he could open his mouth, a soft cry rang out. Harry felt his scar suddenly burn. In the flash that remained at his retina, he saw the scales of a giant snake flickering, as if it was devouring some creature. Then there was a flash of intense light, and the whole world turned white. He covered the scar on his forehead, cold sweat broke out on his back, and fear appeared in his eyes. Blake took a step forward, looked at Harry carefully, and asked, "What's wrong?" "What did you see?" "I don't know. I can't see clearly. There's just a big snake." Harry was panting violently, and his whole body felt like he was fished out of the water. He felt weak all over, and sweat had soaked his entire back. Sirius suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist. The emerald on his ring emitted a faint glow, as if some kind of power was overflowing, soothing the frightened Harry. Then, a look of fear and worry appeared in his serious eyes. "We need to contact Dumbledore. This is all so unusual. It seems like something terrible is about to happen. Oh, I have to talk to Aris. He must know something." The former fugitive's voice was terribly hoarse. "This is not an ordinary artifact. It is carrying out some kind of cross-time and space prophecy." "Aris," Harry suddenly asked, "where did he go?" "I haven't heard from him since the holidays started. He shouldn't be in school, right? How should we notify him?" "He's not in school." Black was about to answer Harry's question. At this moment, there was a sudden thud of a blueberry pie falling to the ground in the kitchen. They both turned around at the same time and saw Tonks's pink hair burst into sparks near the doorframe. Aris stirred up a hornet's nest in Cairo. Tonks came to visit Black's old house today, but suddenly she exclaimed. She was holding the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, and the front-page headline was about a desert area. Against the backdrop of a towering pyramid, a wizard is telling something madly. Behind him, the entire pyramid is emitting light. A huge mechanical puppet is stepping over from a distance, gently lifting the top of the distant pyramid. Looking at it, one can actually be overwhelmed by the entire pyramid. Just by looking at the picture, you can feel how chaotic the atmosphere was. What the hell is this? Harry was completely stunned. Blake was obviously shocked as well. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, and his expression was puzzled. Is that Aerys's mechanical puppet? Why is it so big? What on earth did this guy do secretly? At this time, almost all those who once supported Dumbledore, that is, the former members of the Order of the Phoenix, already knew Aerys's position in Hogwarts. Some even joked that the Master of the Order of the Phoenix would soon become that boy. Of course, Dumbledore seemed to be looking forward to it as well. In short, Tonks's shock was no less than when she heard that the king was going to rise again. She quickly read the contents of the newspaper. At the recent International Wizard Alchemy Exchange Conference, a shocking scene occurred. 3.8. That boy may be the most outstanding genius in the past 100 years. His appearance may shock the entire alchemy world and make countless old guys feel inferior. Through the content of the newspaper, Harry finally understood what was going on. International United Wizard Alchemy Exchange? Aris had never mentioned this to him. But a man ran to Cairo without making any sound? The starry sky in the desert looked like a piece of black velvet with thousands of holes burned into it. Aris stood on a scarab-shaped display stand, and behind him, the 10-meter-tall magic puppet Guardian 3.0 was reassembling its armor. The metal plates, through which the liquid moonlight flowed, made a sound like the flapping of an owl's wings. When the last shoulder guard was fitted in, the pyramids suddenly lit up with the resonance halo of the Phantom. Please look at the memory protection module. The young man snapped his fingers, and the crystal core in the puppet's chest suddenly glowed. 03 before the Cobra on the Egyptian Minister of Magic's scepter awakened, groups of Dementor phantoms had already surged out from behind the sand dunes. These dark creatures, simulated by holographic magic, even made the vampire representatives in the audience shudder. The shadow of a silver dragon leaped out of the crystal, and the area swept by the dragon's horns was filled with ripples unique to the memory corridor. An Indian alchemist subconsciously looked at the ripples and discovered that what emerged from the ripples was actually the flying broom that his father had given him on his 7th birthday. By extracting the strongest frequency of happiness in the subconscious, the Patronus charm is automatically generated, thus achieving the purpose of automatic defense. Aris's explanation sounded in the venue. Of course, this power has been specially strengthened by me, and it can not only resist the attacks of Dementors. It is effective against all dark creatures. This is one of the features of Mechanical Puppet 3.0. Lucy's not-so-tall figure spoke eloquently on the stage, shocking the alchemists from all over the world present. When he originally heard about this exchange meeting, he actually had no interest in participating. Until the day before the exchange meeting, the 3.0 version of the Mechanical Puppet was completed and debugged. He suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity. In the future wizarding world he envisions, mechanical puppets will become an indispensable part. They will appear in an organized manner and become the backbone of the protection of the world of magic technology. If we want to promote this invention as quickly as possible, this exchange meeting is undoubtedly a very good opportunity. Next, please watch another one. His transformation was interrupted by the sudden sound of metal buzzing. 3 figures wearing golden masks suddenly jumped up from behind the jury. A wide green light of killing shot towards Aris on the stage at a high speed. However, the mechanical puppet seemed to have anticipated this and started up instantly, blocking Aris. The green light created brilliant sparks on the puppet's armor, but it had no effect. This is the advantage of mechanical puppets. The killing curse, considered the most dangerous spell by wizards, is like a ball of fireworks piercing mechanical materials, leaving no trace for the soulless guards like mechanical puppets. It looks like someone is going to help us do a practical test in advance. A smile appeared on Aris' face. The young boy 800 raised his hand and issued a command. The mechanical puppet reacted instantly. The leaping electric arc decomposed into fragments emitting a metallic luster. Those fragments quickly reorganized into the form of a lattice bird and flew directly towards the 3 Death Eaters who suddenly appeared. Aris didn't know why the Death Eaters suddenly appeared here. But it doesn't matter, because the truth will always come out. There was a buzzing sound at the scene, and everyone's eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. I wonder what exactly Duries is up to. Everyone looked at the three attackers, and someone quickly pulled out his wand, tried to control the attackers. But the next scene made their pupils tremble. Before the three masked Death Eaters could react, the metal hummingbirds shot out by the mechanical puppets instantly pierced through their bodies. The three of them looked at their chests in disbelief. They never understood until their death how Aris could resolve their sudden attack so easily. However, the story is not over yet. The moment the three people's consciousness faded, the hummingbirds suddenly landed above their heads, emitting a faint light. Afterwards, the memories of these people instantly turned into silk threads and were absorbed by the hummingbird into the memory storage of the mechanical puppet. This is another function of the mechanical puppet. You should have seen it just now. Our guests wanted to kill me, but at the same time, they helped me verify the performance of the mechanical puppet's anti-magic coating. By the way, 2 of the 3 wands came from the UK, and the other one came from the Cairo Ministry of Magic. Everyone must be very curious. How did I know this? The young man smiled and continued to explain. The mechanical puppets extracted their memories before they died. This is what I'm going to introduce next, another important function of the mechanical puppet. I think everyone should be curious about the detailed function of this function. Don't worry, I will explain it. This series of events made all the wizards present look at Aris again, with even more shock in their eyes. Isn't the automatic protection function of this puppet too strong? How did he do it? Not only is the defense strong, the attack capability is also very strong. The attackers were quite strong, but they were killed in an instant. Even the guards at the scene didn't have time to react. This is really incredible. This puppet seems to have extremely high intelligence. Could it be that a soul reaction device has been added to its core? No, I didn't sense any soul from the mechanical puppet, only a very pure energy. This is incredible. Who is this young man? Continuous voices rang out from below, and for a moment the entire venue was in a frenzy. No one even paid attention to the 3 fallen Death Eaters. Obviously, the little episode just now was of no concern to these old scholars in the field of alchemy. At this time, they only listened to Aris selling and introducing more information about the mechanical puppet. However, Dumbledore, who was standing not far to the side of Aris, never took his eyes off the 3 Death Eaters. At this time, he had already arrived beside the dead Death Eater. With a wave of his hand, he unmasked 3 Death Eaters. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed slightly. He knew 2 of the 3. Although not familiar with him, I've met him before in a fight with Voldemort. As Aris said, both of them are from the British wizarding world and were once notorious Death Eaters. But after so many years and the fall of Voldemort, these people have long disappeared. One of them has even cleared himself of the crime and can move around the wizarding world normally. But now, these 2 people suddenly appeared here and attacked Aris. 013905103 Felu 200 141091. This is definitely unusual. Could it be that? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. He is really somewhere gathering strength again? The murmuring sound was not heard by anyone. The silver-haired old wizard glanced at Aris, then waved his hand gently, and the 3 bodies disappeared one after another. Then, his figure quickly disappeared among the crowd. From beginning to end, I didn't communicate with anyone. On the podium, Aris glanced thoughtfully in the direction where Dumbledore left. My heart was slightly moved, but I kept smiling on my face. Aris stood on the podium, his heart churning over what had just happened. His eyes kept sweeping across the crowd, following Dumbledore's hurriedly departing figure. The sudden attack by 3 Death Eaters made him realize the seriousness of the situation. Voldemort might be returning in some unknown way. This method may be something he has never thought of. Moreover, it has seriously deviated from the setting of the original work. This was the last thing he wanted to see. What kind of conspiracy is hidden behind this? Even Dumbledore is eager to find the answer. Finally, Aris calmed down, adjusted his breathing slightly, and continued to focus on the lecture in front of him. He saw Luna coming from the crowd, her eyes full of concern. Aris had thought this would be a pleasant trip, so he brought the girl along, but now it seemed that the situation was obviously not as smooth as he had expected. Luna stood in the audience, looking at Aris, as if silently asking if everything was okay. Aris looked at her, smiled slightly, and nodded to her, indicating that he was fine. "Everyone, let's continue." At this time, the audience's attention returned to Aris. He continued to introduce the details of the puppet research, bringing the topic back to the academic world. Aris further explained the puppet's magical energy source and the principle of automatic protection, and the atmosphere in the entire venue gradually became more heated. However, in some secret corners, more dangers are brewing as the mechanical puppets displayed by Aris appear. After the lecture, Aris walked off the stage easily, and Luna immediately followed him. "Are you really okay?" she asked softly. Even though she knew Aris was always mature and steady, she couldn't help but worry. "It's okay," Aris chuckled. "Dumbledore will take care of it." The two walked side by side towards the lounge. Not far behind them, the alchemists were still discussing the previous speech intensely. The scene was extremely lively. Walking out of the venue, the fresh air hit Aris's face, and he felt a little relieved. At this moment, he accidentally glimpsed a corner outside the meeting room, where Dumbledore was quietly talking with several important members. They looked solemn, and were obviously planning some important action. Aris stopped, his mind full of speculation. Voldemort might actually be coming back. Aris muttered suddenly. He did not hide his worries. The shadow of Voldemort was always lingering, but this situation was not unsolvable for him. As for Voldemort, it wasn't that he was arrogant. Even if all the Death Eater's instruments were used, as long as the mechanical puppet army was built, they would be nothing but rubbish. There's no way it could pose any threat to Hogwarts. What's more, Aris has not been idle in the past few years. We cannot say that Hogwarts' defense is flawless now, but at least it is like an iron barrel. Not just anyone can get in. What's more, Grindelwald was not idle either, and was probably accumulating strength somewhere. When he left, he told Aris that he would give her a gift when they met again. Aris could imagine that the so-called surprise of this former great devil was nothing more than a powerful army of wizards. It's some kind of power anyway. Luna said nothing, but gently held Aris' arm to show her support. As the sun sets, the two people's shadows are stretched out, and yellow sand fills the sky in the distance. This place is not beautiful, but it has a unique sense of grandeur. More, there are still unknown undercurrents. 12. Grimmauld Place. The atmosphere in this old house was somewhat solemn. Tonks and the others had already left to investigate the matter regarding the locket. Ronald and Hermione also rushed here after learning about the situation. The Savior trio reunited. Harry's scar stung again, and he couldn't help but frown and cover his forehead. Sirius noticed Harry's abnormality and asked with concern, "Harry, does your scar hurt again?" "Yes," Harry hissed back, trying to hold back the pain. "I saw the snake's shadow again, and there was another figure, a very scary figure." "This is not a good situation." Ronald couldn't help but interrupt, his eyes fixed on a locket in the middle of the table. "Every time your scar hurts, it always means something serious is going to happen. I wonder what it will be this time." His tone paused, and he subconsciously looked around. Everyone was looking at him in silence. He scratched his head and closed his mouth in embarrassment. "We have to understand these runes on the locket," Hermione said seriously. Although this matter was beyond her ability to handle, she still tried to remain calm and rational. Maybe it really is related to the ancient prophecy. Creature paced aside, muttering to himself, occasionally looking up at the locket in his hand. An ancient curse, a family secret, a nightmare that will reappear on the night of a full moon. His mumbling heightened the tense atmosphere in the room. "Sirius, what's the current moon phase?" Harry asked suddenly, a sense of uneasiness rising in his heart. "The new moon is coming soon, and the full moon is about a week away," Sirius replied, a hint of solemnity in his voice. "We have to figure out the meaning of the runes before that." Hermione stood up immediately with a determined look. "Ronald, come with me to Flourish and Blots and look up some ancient books. Maybe there will be some clues." In fact, compared to bookstores, the school library has a richer collection of books, but it's vacation now, and we can't go back. The little witch was a little annoyed. Her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be thinking about whether she should sneak back to school. But the Hogwarts train was definitely not running at that time, so if they wanted to go, they had to think of other ways. No matter what, she decided to go to the bookstore first to see if she could find anything. "Well, let's go now." Ronald nodded, looked at the locket again, and walked out with Hermione. "Zero request flowers." Sirius sighed, turned to Harry, and said, "I will strengthen the defensive magic and not let anyone break in at this time. Creature, if you know anything, it is necessary to tell us." Creature looked up uneasily, his eyes flickering, as if he was fighting some shadow in his heart. However, he finally just shook his head and continued to tweak the edge of his clothes. "Zero." At this tense moment, the old house was full of effort and anxiety. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly. "It's going to be okay, isn't it, Sirius?" Harry asked in a low voice, still feeling a little uneasy deep down. "Of course it will be fine." Sirius' tone was firm, but also tender. "Don't forget, we still have Dumbledore." "Well, and Aris," Harry added with a smile. Outside the window, the night deepened and the stars began to move slowly in the sky, as if silently telling some ancient secret. Harry stared at the night sky, making up his mind. No matter what awaits them next, he will face it with all his courage. After all, this could very well involve that guy, the mysterious man who killed his parents. Aris is standing in his stunning studio under the blazing Cairo sun. The desert scenery outside the window seemed so far away that he could hardly feel the passage of time. His mechanical puppet stood silently by the side, and the runes embedded in the puppet flashed with a faint halo, as if hinting at some indescribable power. Opposite him, representatives from some national ministries of magic, several serious-looking middle-aged wizards, were loudly questioning. "Aris, do you know the consequences of your invention? We cannot allow this unnatural and uncontrollable force to spread in the wizarding world." Aris looked at the puppet in silence and replied calmly, "My original intention of inventing the puppet was to protect the magic world. You only see the danger, but not the safety it can bring." The middle-aged wizard shook his head angrily. "This is just what you think. No one can guarantee that these things will not cause chaos to the wizarding world in the future. This is a blow to the stability of Wizard Spring. We must ensure it. I'm not handing it over." Aerys interrupted, with a cold look in his eyes. "Don't you just want me to hand over the mechanical puppet? But there is one thing you seem to have forgotten." "What? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that can be manipulated at will?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of several middle-aged wizards at the scene suddenly became extremely ugly. No one expected that Yali would speak so directly. They were not given any chance to maneuver, which made things complicated. They all had missions to accomplish, and now they had to think about how to finish them. The atmosphere was tense. At this time, there was a loud bang at the door, and a buzzing sound was heard, followed by a bombardment of lights of various colors, spells flying, and several attackers wearing black robes, and whose faces could not be seen clearly appeared. "The public security here is really worrying." The young man snorted coldly, and his eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Aerys's mechanical puppet started up immediately, blocking the first wave of attacks with lightning speed. Sparks from the collision of metal and magic danced in the air. The wizards retreated in a hurry, and Aerys fought back with all his might under the cover of the puppets. His blood was boiling, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more obvious. His violent aura was hidden, making it look even more fierce. Almost instantly, the first few thugs who rushed him were knocked down by the counterattack of the mechanical puppets and Aerys. In just a few seconds, a large number of casualties occurred. However, the number of enemies is increasing, and their strength is not weak. Aerys began to feel the pressure. Most of all, he didn't want to destroy the studio. There are many very important facilities here that have not yet been put away. If it is broken by black magic, it will be very difficult to repair it. Therefore, from beginning to end, he needed to distract himself to protect the surrounding test facilities and materials. He could feel the pressure of the siege, even transmitted through the puppet to the control device on his arm. "Hold on." He growled orders to the puppet, but his mind was in chaos. The difficult-to-break deadlock made him think quickly. Just when he was feeling a little anxious, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Dumbledore's arrival was like the dawn of the day. He used his waving wand to build a powerful defensive barrier to repel approaching enemies. After seeing Dumbledore, those people obviously became more cautious. Soon, someone disapparated and left. Then, the attackers quickly withdrew and never dared to stay. The representatives of the Ministry of Magic around them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the attackers retreat. But everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Aris. And Dumbledore, they didn't expect that this internationally renowned old wizard, who had such a good relationship with Aris, would suddenly appear at such a critical moment. Everyone was also shocked by Aris's strength. He is clearly just a teenager who has not yet reached adulthood, and his strength is not even comparable to that of the old wizard who has been famous for a long time. 03's strength is already considered one of the best in the entire wizarding world. This result was simply unimaginable to them, and they finally understood why Aris had the confidence to say such words before. Judging from the boy's strength, he was indeed not a soft persimmon, but a piece of hard iron. At this moment, all the representatives from the Ministry of Magic felt extremely solemn. They all knew that they had to rethink their attitude towards Aris. "Professor," Aris smiled a long-lost relieved smile. "You came at the right time." Dumbledore smiled slightly, then said in a serious tone, "Aris, this is not just an ordinary attack. Voldemort's power is recovering, and your invention may have an unexpected effect. He is afraid, and this is not a simple matter." Hearing this, Aris' heart moved. He realized that his previous thoughts were correct, and the battle might have just begun. The invention of mechanical puppets just happened to have more meaning. This is not only his personal research and dream, but also perhaps an opportunity to completely change the wizarding world's view of mechanical puppets, and a good opportunity to shock others. He nodded, his eyes becoming more fierce. "Actually, Professor, I have begun to sympathize with that guy." Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Then he shook his head gently, smiled, and patted the boy's shoulder. The surrounding environment seemed to regain peace for a moment, but they all knew in their hearts that this was just the calm before the storm. In the old house at Grimmauld Place, the wooden floor creaked and the ticking of the clock struck everyone's nerves. Harry, Hermione, and Ronald sat closely around the table, while Sirius was lost in thought, his eyes drifting back to an exquisite antique locket from time to time. "Have you found any clues?" Sirius' voice sounded, looking at Hermione and the others. "Flourish and Blots has absolutely no information about this thing. I even went to Nocturne Alley to look for it, but I couldn't find any information about it." Just as I expected, Harry suddenly spoke. "It's obvious, isn't it? If 390 is really related to that guy, there will be no information outside. He will use the most rigorous methods to prevent others from." Hearing this, the others fell silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, Harry's speculation made a lot of sense. And now, things have reached a dead end again. They have no other channels to learn about this ornament box. Hermione flipped open the parchment filled with her notes and pointed to a place on it. "According to my research, the text on this locket should be some kind of ancient Nile language, representing the interweaving of time and space, which is a very powerful and mysterious force." Harry gently ran his fingers over the patterns on the locket, his eyes full of thought. "In any case, this kind of power is too dangerous, and it is definitely not a good thing for anyone to use it to do something shameful," he said, with a firmness that could not be ignored. "We must find out the situation and, if necessary, destroy him directly." Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Tonks pushed the door open, bringing a breath of urgent wind. "I just got the news that Aris is in Cairo, and the situation there doesn't seem to be good. Professor Dumbledore also hopes that we can reunite with him as soon as possible." The air suddenly became quiet, and Bethel was eating leaven. Sirius was the first to break the deadlock. He clapped his hands and decided, "We can't delay any longer. Harry, Hermione, Ronald, pack up and we'll set off immediately." Ronald was obviously a little worried about this plan, but he was a little excited inside, as if he couldn't believe that they could participate in such an exciting action. He whispered to Sirius, "Can we really go together?" "Of course, if you want." Sirius shrugged and responded, "Don't worry, with Dumbledore and Aris over there shouldn't be any accidents under normal circumstances. What's more, this trip will broaden your horizons, which is a good exercise." Having said that, he obviously forgot that if Mrs. Weasley knew about this, she would probably tear down the old house. In her eyes, these people were obviously small fry. You should never take part in such a dangerous operation. Blake's eyes flashed with a smile. Besides, you are not fledgling wizards. You should not put yourself in danger so easily. In fact, he was right. Under Aris training, the three saviors can now almost stand on their own. Whether it is the level of magic or the way of handling things, is comparable to that of an adult teacher. Especially when it comes to their sense of smell and sensitivity to danger, they have a natural advantage as they have practiced elemental magic. In other words, they are considered to be masters in the entire Hogwarts. His actual ability is not even weaker than that of some Aurors. Hermione sorted out her parchment and put away the most important research materials. Her voice was firm but gentle. "If finding Aerys can solve these mysteries, then we must go." Harry nodded, his eyes moving from the locket on the table to the sky outside the window. He knew in his heart that this journey might be full of unknown dangers. But in order to figure it all out, they have to move forward. "Are you ready?" "We all are." Led by Sirius, several people walked out of the old house. Under the sky dyed red by the setting sun, their shadows intertwined on the stone road. Carrying a secret as heavy as the pendant, determination and swiftness make the pace more rapid. 01390510 Falu 200 151161. They all knew that this trip might not be smooth sailing. But precisely because of this, the young wizard, Zhao's, heart is particularly surging. There is a kind of passion and high spirits about to do great things. This journey is very long, but fortunately Aris gave me a small teleportation scroll, which can instantly teleport us to where we want to go. Of course, the premise is that the place has the teleportation coordinates set by Aris. As Blake's voice sounded, he took out a scroll that emitted strong magical fluctuations. When the other people saw this, their eyes lit up slightly. The dusk in Cairo is different from that in the old house. This ancient city seems to have a more mysterious atmosphere in the twilight, and the yellow sand rolling in the sky always gives people a shocking feeling. A strange light flashed, and when Harry and the others walked out of the light, they were all shocked. A teleportation scroll actually brought all 5 of them to Cairo. Moreover, the teleportation process was extremely smooth, without the uncomfortable feeling of the body being repeatedly torn and crushed like an apparition. It was simply like passing through a door in time and space. Once again, they were shocked by Aerys's invention and power. The light cast by the setting sun was as mysterious and vast as a piece of silk. One could even see the twinkling stars in the clear blue sky. It was the first time for them to see the spectacular scene of stars and setting sun shining together. The incredible sky seemed to contain countless ancient secrets waiting to be explored. Where is this? Aerys's studio is located at the end of a narrow street. The slightly worn wooden door creaked open. The door had not been repaired in time due to the attack by the thugs. Everything in the room caught everyone's attention. Aerys's long silver-white hair stood out under the magic light, emitting an elegant and cold light that was awe-inspiring. There was a smile on his face, but he gave people a feeling of indescribable seriousness. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for you," Aerys said, his voice gentle but powerful. "Aerys, we really should have been here earlier. You should know everything about the ornament box. We thought it might be." Hermione couldn't wait to talk about the ornament box, with a hint of worry in her tone. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Aris in a gentle voice. "Don't worry, Hermione, I already know about this, but now it's not the most important thing." As he spoke, he waved his hand gently, and the ornament box that Blake had been carrying floated out silently and was held in his hand. Everyone was startled by this scene. They are finding it increasingly difficult to understand Aerys' current strength and realm. "Leave this thing here for safekeeping," he said softly. "As you guessed, this thing is related to Voldemort. To be precise, this is a fake Horcrux. What's interesting is that I don't know who has cast some ancient magic on it." Aris looked at the ornament box in his hand with great interest, especially the mysterious symbol that appeared on it, and took a closer look at it. But then, it was casually thrown into his storage space. "Fake." Hermione's eyes moved slightly. "That's right. This matter ends here. There is no need to investigate further." Aris nodded, and then continued to comfort. "You don't need to know more about the Horcrux for the time being. I will take care of this matter, but there's another matter. This place is a bit chaotic right now, and we have some things to do, so we're looking for you to come and help. Professor Dumbledore will tell you the specific tasks." As he was speaking, a voice suddenly appeared at the door. A silver-haired wizard in a gray robe appeared in front of everyone. He seemed to appear suddenly, without causing any noise. Mysterious eyes are efficient. "Oh, kids, you've come just in time." Dumbledore looked at Harry and the others with a smile. "Professor." Harry and the others began to greet each other. Soon, Harry, Ronald, Black, and others left with Dumbledore. Only Hermione remained with Aris. "These are ancient Egyptian magic?" She looked at what Aris was fiddling with and asked curiously. The magical material with a black glow revealed its original appearance due to the fluctuation of magic power, and quickly dissolved into liquid-like black energy and was collected in a tall container. Aris nodded gently. "Yes, these are all related to the ancient Egyptian magic system. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I just study it for fun. It's quite interesting." Hermione was speechless after hearing this. Perhaps Aris is the only one who regards research as fun. Hermione had never seen anyone with such talent as his. Other people of the same age are still discussing which boy is more handsome and which is more beautiful in school. In comparison, they don't even seem to be the same species, humans. "You have improved these mechanical puppets again." Not long after, Hermione looked at the latest mechanical puppets on the other side of the laboratory. That thing was very magical and looked like a product of the future science fiction world. "Well, the mechanical puppet has been researched to version 4.0. I specially upgraded the appearance. Doesn't it look very cool? Even I am a little surprised." 11. But it's not just good looking, it's much more powerful than before. The emergence of mechanical puppets will bring security to the wizarding world in the future. Listening to Aerys' words, Hermione couldn't help but move closer, looking at the half-finished puppets on the table that were full of technology. The combination of metal and wood was so exquisite. An idea suddenly flashed through her mind, and she subconsciously asked, "Aerys, can this thing deal with Fu, the mysterious man?" Aerys' eyes moved slightly, and then he smiled and said, "Of course, the premise is that we can quickly master and use them. Time is tight, so I need your help. I will do my best." Hermione's eyes were firm. As the two were immersed in the experimental research and the possibility of new discoveries, Hermione suddenly remembered the main purpose of her coming here. Aerys, about the locket. 11. Before he finished speaking, his and Aerys' wands suddenly vibrated, emitting a faint light. "Though, request flowers." "It's a message from Dumbledore." Aerys spoke in a low voice, his brows unconsciously knitted. He waved his wand quickly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the air. Even Aerys had only recently seen Dumbledore use this new form of communication. Apparently, while he was making progress, Dumbledore was also busy. Everyone is working hard to study the application of elemental magic. This communication spell is obviously a fusion of elemental magic and development spell. Then, a familiar old voice immediately emerged in the air. "Dear students, things have changed. That force is moving faster than we expected. We need to return to Hogwarts immediately to ensure everyone's safety." After hearing the message, the air seemed to freeze. Aris looked at the somewhat panicked Hermione and broke the silence. "It seems that we must leave immediately. The situation here is more complicated than we thought." Hermione was determined to fight against the evil forces, but she couldn't help but nodded slightly at this moment. Even though you know the danger, you still have to run. Being stubborn won't last long. When Hogwarts Castle appeared in front of everyone, Hermione and others finally relaxed. They were always on edge when they were in Cairo. Although I know that Dumbledore and Aris are strong enough to protect their safety. But the feeling of facing the unknown and being attacked by unknown forces at any time is very bad. There are not many people in the castle during the holidays. Therefore, Hermione, Harry, and others had a very pleasant time these days. After all, they can move around the castle freely without having to worry about attending classes. This feeling makes them not mind staying here until school starts. "Aris, you better take a look at this." Hermione's finger was scratched by the edge of the newspaper, leaving a bloody mark. The gold-embossed headline on the front page of the Daily Prophet glowed coldly in the morning light. She read the bold words that read, "Hogwarts Frankenstein is causing the end of the wizarding world," and the parchment rustled between her trembling fingers. Frankenstein? He is really good at making analogies, and it is clear who he is targeting. The copper pipes in the underground laboratory suddenly made a buzzing sound, which startled her so much that she almost knocked over the ink bottle. The magic conduits wrapped around the stone walls were emitting faint blue light, transmitting the energy of the ancient runes to the holographic sand table in the center. Floating on the sand table at this moment was the three-dimensional projection of the editorial building of the Daily Prophet. They didn't even check the grammar. Aerys' voice came from behind a pile of gears, and the blue sparks from the tip of his wand danced on his silver hair. There isn't a positive clause in the third paragraph that is missing a predicate verb. Lockhart should really be asked to be the editor. "You're still in the mood to tease, really." Hermione walked around the quill that was automatically transcribing notes with a helpless look on her face and saw the young professor squatting next to a disassembled puppet. His dragonhide gloves were covered in silver slime, which was the liquid memory leaking from the magic core. 3 mechanical spiders climbed up his arms and onto his shoulders, their compound eyes flashing dangerous red light. Are these the new model guardians? She noticed unfamiliar runes carved into the spider's abdomen. No, it's a little gift that crawled out of the Ministry of Magic delivery box this morning. Aris picked up a piece of melting metal carapace with tweezers. Remember the chaos defense protocol we designed for the puppet? Someone added some ingredients to it. Reverse deconstruction, specializing in devouring protective magic. Recently, the Ministry of Magic has been taking more and more actions. Fudge seemed to be genuinely afraid of Aris. The appearance of the mechanical puppet made him anxious and worried. It was Aris's growth and strength that forced him to be vigilant. If things continued like this, he had no doubt that Aris might replace him at any time. Just like before, he was worried that Dumbledore would replace him as Minister of Magic. But he obviously made the wrong choice. Because Aris doesn't care. He didn't care about the position of Minister of Magic. He didn't care about Fudge's attitude towards him. He didn't even care about the suppression and crackdown that the Ministry of Magic was going to launch against him. And 0.2, all of this is due to strength. As long as you have enough strength, all dangers are insignificant. All the suppression and targeting are a joke. The holographic sandbox suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, and Hermione saw bloody lines appearing on the outer wall of the editorial building in the projection. Those lines were exactly the same as the cracks on the puppet's shell, as if an invisible spider was gnawing at the bricks. What on earth does Minister Fudge want to do? What is going on inside the Ministry of Magic right now? Hermione blurted out, "Last week the Wisengamot overruled his Control of Magical Objects Act, and now he's using puppet technology as a target, obviously targeting you." Before he finished speaking, all the defense crystals in the laboratory suddenly went out. There was the sound of gears clicking in the darkness, and Hermione felt something cold brush against her ankle. When she waved her wand and it started to glow, she gasped. A whole wall of puppet embryos were twitching, their unformed metal fingers scratching out fire on the wall. Fire flickered in the empty eye sockets. Aris had already jumped onto the workbench, and his magic wand drew a three-dimensional defensive matrix in the air. His movements were so fast that they left afterimages. Every time the tip of his staff touched an empty space, a shield made of gears would appear out of thin air. Hermione suddenly remembered that in the third-year potions class, Snape dealt with the exploding fox nest in the same smooth way, but Aerys's movements were obviously more calm and handsome. "Stay in the center of the matrix," he shouted over the twisted metal screen. "These puppets are imitating your brain waves. Sorry, there seems to be something wrong with the protection protocol I made. These little guys are angry." Hermione's temples were throbbing, and the flames emitted by the puppets had gathered into the form she was most familiar with, an open history of magic textbook. As the pages turned, a 19th century steam locomotive came out spewing coal smoke, but its headlights were two balls of flickering flames. 1892. She suddenly had an idea, and the magic wand wrote the golden words 1892 in the air. Digitally made into copper gears, they are precisely inserted into the defense matrix constructed by Aris. All the puppet embryos suddenly stopped moving. The firelight condensed into Bertha Jorkins's face, and the former official of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement screamed one last time before disappearing. "You are repeating the same mistakes." When the fluorescent lights came back on, the laboratory was in a mess. Hermione found herself clutching Aerys's sleeves tightly, while the hem of his white coat was automatically repairing itself, using glowing spider silk. "It seems that it's not entirely my fault." Aerys picked up a piece of metal debris that was still twitching, and it immediately melted into a pocket watch in his palm. "It seems that someone doesn't want us to notice what happened in 1892. Someone from the Ministry of Magic was able to break through the defenses of Hogwarts, seized a small problem with the mechanical puppet, and launched a tentative attack. He underestimated Fudge's power. Or is there someone else watching from the dark?" Hermione's fingertips were still tingling. She looked at the bloody lines on the holographic sand table that were gradually disappearing and suddenly grabbed Aerys' wrist. "I want to go to the restricted books area." 10 minutes later, Madame Pants stared at the two people walking quickly like a vigilant owl. When Aerys produced Dumbledore's warrant, the administrator's eyes glanced back and forth between the parchment and the history of British magic in Hermione's arms, and finally waved his wand reluctantly. Let the two of them enter the restricted books area. The air in the restricted section tastes bitter like old parchment. Hermione's dragon-hide boots stepped on the groaning floor, and the light of her wand illuminated the silver spider webs floating in the dust. These spider webs were actually memory seals. As her light shines past, a Victorian parliamentary scene emerges. Here, Aerys suddenly held her shoulders. A red light flashed from the mechanical spider between his silver hair, shining on a secret compartment somewhere on the bookshelf. The secret compartment opened automatically, and a cloud of choking coal ash gushed out. On the yellowed file bag, the extinguisher ball is the emblem of the long-disbanded Royal Magical Engineering Bureau. As Hermione untied the ribbon, a photo slipped out. A 20-foot-tall brass golem was collapsing on the streets of London in 1892, and the steam boiler in its chest was spewing out thick smoke wrapped around gears. Countless wizards wearing tall wizard hats fled in all directions, ordered to be destroyed due to major safety risks. Hermione quickly glanced at the Ministry of Magic's approval document. All research materials are permanently sealed. Wait, this page has been torn off. Aris ran his finger over the edge of the paper. It was treated with a vanishing spell, but there is still some. He suddenly pressed the file against the wall, and a substance like golden sand oozed out from the tip of his wand. The gold sands soon gathered into blurred handwriting. List of Hogwarts project participants. Suddenly something cold pressed against the back of Hermione's neck. She turned her head and saw Luna's long, light golden hair. There was a faint metallic luster behind the girl's ears, as if there were tiny gears embedded under her skin. "They're watching you," Luna said in a dreamy voice, her fingers running over the traces of cold dust on the file bag. "This dust is not from the boiler. It is burnt phoenix feathers. You have disturbed the sleeping surveillance." Hermione was about to ask further questions when Mrs. Hughes screamed from the corridor. They rushed back to the entrance of the restricted area and saw the administrator waving a feathered duster in the air. With every wave, a metal beetle fell from the void. These beetles have the abbreviation of the Daily Prophet engraved on their wings. Memory-stealing bug. Aris used a glass bottle to hold a struggling beetle. It seems that our Minister of Magic even monitors the restricted book area in real time. Luna bent down and picked up a piece of beetle wing, observing it in the moonlight. They didn't fly from the Ministry of Magic. The metallic sheen behind her ears suddenly brightened. These wings have the totem of an Egyptian scarab beetle, a product of a higher alchemy. Hermione felt a chill run up her spine. When Aris used the decomposition spell to deal with the corpse, she noticed that Luna quietly put a broken wing in her pocket, and her lavender eyes showed a solemnity that she had never seen before. It was late at night when I returned to the laboratory. Hermione watched Aris put the insect corpse into the analyzer and suddenly said, "I'm going to get these tomorrow." "For butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks?" "To verify a hypothesis." She pulled up a map of London in the 19th century on the holographic sandbox. Back then, all the out-of-control accidents of the steam golems occurred around the Parliament building, but now the puppet failures are concentrated in the area where the Ministry of Magic is located. Some force is preventing technology from getting close to the center of power. Aris paused while programming the mechanical spiders, and the spiders suddenly started doing a funny tap dance. "What a great discovery, Miss Granger." A gentle light flashed in his eyes. "It just so happens that representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards will come to inspect tomorrow. What do you think of letting them put on a fireworks show?" Before Hermione could ask further questions, a flash of fire suddenly flashed outside the window. She rushed to the window and saw meteor-like points of light falling over the Forbidden Forest. That was the direction of the Hogwarts Express, and the outline of a mechanical puppet emerged with each point of light as it exploded. "It looks like our guests have arrived early." Aris had put on dragon leather gloves at some point, and the weapon rack behind him automatically unfolded, and hundreds of puppet cores of Delhi began to resonate. "Do you remember the Chaos Protocol rewriting technique I taught you? It's time to show the conservatives real magic technology." Hermione gripped her wand tightly, and the tip of the wand no longer lit up with fluorescent light, but with magical codes flowing with data streams. When the first puppet wreckage broke through the window, she saw Aris's mouth raised with a wanton arc. That was the expression of Gryffindor when he faced the dragon with a sword. It is the fearlessness of the innovators in the history of magic textbooks when facing the barriers of the old world. The morning mist had not yet dissipated when 20 purple sparks exploded the emblem of the International Confederation of Wizards above the castle. As Hermione rushed out of the hall, clutching her wand, she saw knights in moving armor putting their shields together in a defensive formation, with the magical seals of the four founders appearing on the modeled surfaces. According to Article 731 of the International Magical Objects Regulation, the leading witch's voice was amplified by magic, shaking the icicles on the window frames so much that they fell off. Her scarlet cloak was embroidered with astrological charts, and she was weighing a puppet core with a bronze scale in her hand. Hogwarts is suspected of illegally possessing a second-level prohibited alchemical product. Professor McGonagall's sneer interrupted the blunt statement. The vice president tapped the ground with his wand, and the gargoyles on the pillars suddenly shook off centuries of accumulated dust and transformed into the image of a judge holding a code. Hogwarts is protected by the International Magical Education Exemption Clause. Her emerald eyes swept across the crowd. But your surprise inspection at 5 in the morning may have violated Article 513 of the Wizarding Rights Charter. Chapter 12, Article 3. Night enforcement requires 72 hours notice. Aerys' voice came from the top of the moving staircase. He leaned on the deformed blue steel handrail dragon head, with a picture composed of 365 puppet cores floating behind him. But considering that everyone has time difference, Aorin collapsed into a projection of the sun. No, I will show you the hospitality of Leyland. Hermione felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, a sign of magical overload. The castle's defense system is resonating with Aerys's magical technology. She saw a double helix structure of magical patterns emerging in the air. This was the interweaving form of Dumbledore's latest improved protective spell and puppet energy network. To study this, Aerys spent a month with him in the Room of Requirement. The red cloak witch's scales suddenly lost balance, and the puppet core on the European plate burst into rainbow light. The 12 representatives all showed their wands, but the tips of their wands were pointed at Aerys' sudden turn. The marble floor beneath their feet was softening, forming quicksand that swallowed up magic power. A combined application of the activation charm and transfiguration. Luna's voice rang in Hermione's ears. She appeared next to the gargoyles without knowing when, with talking carrot earrings hanging from her earlobes. Father once said that Hogwarts itself is the most powerful magic puppet. After Aerys took over the control of Aris, this ancient and mysterious castle became more natural and its defense capabilities were greatly improved. At this time, he seemed so calm when facing the representatives of the International Joint Division. The delegates attempted to apparate, but found that the space was locked by a certain vibration frequency. Aerys snapped his fingers, and a water curtain suddenly rose from the fountain in the atrium, wrapping the struggling people into amber magical specimens. Hermione recognized it as an improved version of petrification of everything, but the data flowing through it indicated a more complex prohibition program. Aerys Shafik, the red-cloaked witch's roar was distorted in the water curtain. You are provoking the international magic community. Quite the opposite. The young professor walked down the light-cast steps, and the puppet core reorganized into a scepter in his hand. I am demonstrating how to use alchemy to implement the ultimate clause of the Statue of Secrecy. When Thomas saw this, the scepter tapped the ground lightly, and a holographic projection suddenly unfolded in the atrium. A giant mechanical dragon flew over the London Eye. Thousands of muggles held up their mobile phones to take pictures, and the Ministry of Magic's array of forgetfulness spells exploded in the air like fireworks. 300 million people around the world simultaneously witnessed the existence of magic. Aerys' voice sounded like he was reciting poetry. Our solution is to add a cognitive filter to each puppet. All muggles see is a drone show. There were gasps from the delegation. Hermione noticed that a wizard wearing monocular glasses was secretly recording. There was a metallic sheen flowing under the skin behind his ear, just like the alchemical device Luna described yesterday. Stop your dangerous speech. The witch in the red cloak suddenly crushed the scales, and the golden dust that burst out etched a rune to break the curse on the water curtain. According to the Emergency Disposal Authority, it must be sealed now. Professor McGonagall's wand bursts out the sound of a phoenix. The knight's armor merged into a 15-meter-tall steel guard, and the giant sword in his hand ignited a dark blue fire. The Hogwarts laboratory is protected by the Hogwarts Charter, if you want to take anything away. The tip of the sword cut across the ground, and ancient magic runes surged out of the crack. Ask Godric's trial first. At the moment of stalemate, George Weasley's retractable ears suddenly slipped out from Hermione's cuffs. The sound of eavesdropping amplified by magic exploded in the courtyard. Gringotts is willing to offer 3 million galleons to purchase the core algorithm. It was the secret conversation between the Red-Cloaked, which at the Hog's Head and last night. Aris had already arranged everything, and he knew the purpose of the International Confederation of Wizards coming to Hogwarts Castle, so after foreseeing their actions in advance, the Weasley twins conducted the eavesdropping operation and then recorded all the conversations of these people. At this time, it really played a key role. After hearing this voice, the wizards of the International Confederation of Wizards all looked at the leading witch with surprise. with a look of doubt in their eyes. Apparently, some of these people came to see Aris's alchemical achievements with the intention of investigating them, even though they were brought into opposition with Hogwarts by the witch in the red cloak. But now, everyone has reacted. It seems that the Gringotts goblins understand the value of technology better than we do. Aris chuckled and released the water curtain. Why don't you all have some tea before leaving? The kitchen has just developed a gear-shaped Kong biscuit. No, we still have something to confirm. A wizard representative spoke with a gloomy face, staring intently at the witch in the red cloak. 0, request flower 0. Then he looked at the other people and nodded slightly without leaving any trace. Then, several representatives surrounded the witch in the red cloak at the same time. I think you should also explain something to us, right? I won't bother you today. Goodbye, Mr. Shafik. 0. As the words fell, rays of light flashed, and the space was briefly distorted. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they looked over. There was something wrong with the distortion of space when the delegation left. Hermione looked at the ripples caused by their apparition, which was clearly the hexagonal structure of the alchemical teleportation array. Luna leaned in to observe the metal powder remaining on the ground, and suddenly picked up a strand of her magic wand. Look, these copper scraps are forming Egyptian hieroglyphs. They're sending a message to a certain coordinate. Just as Aris was about to check, George suddenly emerged from behind the armor, shaking the retractable earpiece that was still recording. Guess what else I recorded? That lovely wizard mentioned activating the ancient protocol under the castle. Hermione felt her heart beat 3 times. The court became a little quiet because of George's words. Some people don't understand what it means. Some people also had curiosity in their eyes. But Aris and Hermione, as well as some professors who knew the situation in the castle, became a little solemn. Even some professors looked serious. Hermione remembered the design of the steam golem she had seen in the restricted section last night. Scribbled on the edge of the drawing was, Hogwarts Energy Core provides eternal power. The ancient agreement of the city's 447 fort. Is there really such a thing? How many secrets does this castle hide? In other words, how much do those guys from the International United Wizards know? Hermione's eyes involuntarily turned to Aris, with a questioning look in her eyes. If there is anyone who knows the situation in Hogwarts best, it is not Dumbledore, but the boy in front of him who still maintains a calm expression. Because Hermione already knew that the boy controlled at least most of the castle. Even through yesterday's experience in the lab, he felt that the actual controller of this castle might be Aris. Although this is hard to believe, even it seems like a fairy tale. I'm afraid we have the wrong opponent. Aris gazed at the west tower of the castle, which was the direction of the school hospital. A tall clock tower stood there. The time was pointing to 8 o'clock in the morning. This was the time when most young wizards were preparing for class. More and more people were walking out of the auditorium. He stared blankly at the young man floating in the air. The scene of Aris fighting against the members of the International Confederation of Wizards just now was seen by all the young wizards, and it made them feel that the world seemed to have become bizarre. How could their classmate, who they spend every day with, be so amazing? This was beyond their imagination and even cognition. In the morning light, the bandages that Madame Pomfrey hung out to dry fluttered gently in the breeze, as if woven into unknown runes. A true hunter lays down the bait long before the chessboard is set. Professor McGonagall suddenly pressed her chest. Her emerald brooch was getting hot. When the vice president unpinned the brooch with trembling hands, a rusty gear fell out. The signature of Helga Hufflepuff was engraved on the surface of the gear. I found this in the showroom yesterday. Her usually calm voice cracked. It was hidden in the scabbard of the Gryffindor sword. I thought it looked a bit strange, so I took it to study it. The castle suddenly shook, but this time it wasn't the defense system that was activated. Hermione saw the portraits on the corridor walls running away in panic, the fat lady screaming and falling out of the frame, and a landscape painting behind her was turning into a huge alchemical equation. The castle's underlying protocol is being activated. Aris rushed to the stairs, his robe trailing a trail of magical data in the air. Professor McGonagall, please take the students to the auditorium. Hermione, I need you to connect to the Marauders map 3.0 to give everyone directions." His words were drowned out by the sudden roar of machinery. The sound of steam age whistles rang out from deep within the castle's foundations. Every brick and stone of Hogwarts was shaking, as if a steel behemoth that had been sleeping for 100 years was waking up. "Did I ask you to move?" Suddenly, Aerys' voice rang out throughout the castle. Then, an invisible magical power spread out, carrying with it a will that could not be disobeyed. At this moment, a three-dimensional core projection rose into the sky above Hogwarts. It was as if endless power particles emerged from the void and turned into an indestructible barrier, suppressing this mysterious and ancient castle tightly, and all changes suddenly came to a halt. Then it gradually dissipated, back to normal. OMG, what on earth is going on? Did the castle just move? Like a giant monster? How terrifying. Are we in the belly of a giant monster? Cries of panic and fear continued to ring out in the castle, especially those new wizards who were already in awe and fear of this mysterious castle, were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Even some senior students were surprised at this moment. Hermione's eyes were shining as she looked at the young man who was descending from the sky like a god. She was stunned where she was, and it seemed as if some kind of throbbing was spreading wildly in her heart. Then, Aris looked over here. Seeing that the situation in the castle had stabilized, he floated towards the principal's office without hesitation. What is he going to do? Harry and Ronald appeared beside Hermione, with doubt in their eyes. Looking at the direction, it should be the principal's office. With such a big incident, he should discuss the next steps with Professor Dumbledore. After all, the matter of the International United Wizards Council has not been resolved yet. Hermione's tone was a little serious, with a hint of worry in her voice. He should be able to handle it, right? Ronald seemed confident in Aerys. It will definitely be okay. Harry was also full of confidence in Aerys. The glazed windows of the Charms classroom filtered the autumn sun into a honey color, and Hermione used a quill to highlight the key points in advanced magical programming. Aerys spent a month compiling this book, as well as the entry-level magic programming, but Hermione had already finished learning it by herself a week ago. Of course, Reese played the role of teacher. Otherwise, no matter how smart Hermione was, it would be impossible for her to master this course so quickly. And this course has become a new course at Hogwarts at this time. And Aerys is also the professor. However, the mechanical puppet developed by Aerys is already very mature. Elemental magic classes and magic programming have been taught to mechanical puppets, and the effect is very good. The professors at Hogwarts are now full of praise for the mechanical puppets. In fact, many professors are asking Aerys to help develop teaching puppets for other courses. If mechanical puppets can be applied to more subjects, other professors will have an easier time. This is the most important reform at Hogwarts this school year. On the podium, a silver and blue teaching puppet was demonstrating the magical waveform of the happy spell. The cognitive filter on its chest broke down the complex spell into a visual spectrum. This is Aerys's latest puppet that teaches spells. It is currently in the debugging stage. Aerys specifically asked Hermione to pay close attention to the performance of this mechanical puppet. It's like mixing a cocktail. The puppet gave a gentle baritone voice, and its mechanical fingers stirred the light particles in the air. Sadness corresponds to mint blue, and 2 ounces of memory reversal need to be added. Pansy Parkinson suddenly sneered. What emotions can a piece of scrap metal understand? She deliberately splashed ink onto the puppet's sensors. Hermione saw the puppet's lenses flash a defensive red light, but it quickly regained its composure. The cognitive filtering system was taking effect, keeping it calm. But if it were any other professor, Pansy would have been punished directly by now. Ms. Parkinson. The puppet's skirt turned into a data stream as it turned around. According to Chapter 7 of the Classroom Code of Conduct, you need to complete additional homework as punishment. A puppet really thinks he is a professor. Parkinson interrupted the penalty with a sneer. The Slytherin girl waved her hawthorn wand lazily, and a confusion charm hit the puppet's neck. Let me see how solid this toy is. Is it just a fancy toy? Hermione's cool snapped. Stop. She spoke through gritted teeth. Because Hermione also participated in the adjustment of the mechanical puppet, and she was usually the one who performed the maintenance work on the puppet, many people did not know that the real developer of this puppet was Aris. This, of course, includes Parkinson's. However, even if they know, they may not care, so it may be intentional. Because of Malfoy, Parkinson has never liked Aris. Although he doesn't dare to be rude to Aris in person, he does some small things behind her back subconsciously. Malfoy watched this scene, but did not speak. He had long known how powerful Aris was, and even the entire Malfoy family was about to become a subsidiary of the Shafik family. How could he dare to go against Aris at this time? But he also has no obligation to speak for Parkinson. After all, it was this idiot who was seeking death. Malfoy's relationship with the other Slytherins is not as good as before. He was even ridiculed by many people because of his respectful attitude towards Aris. Parkinson, you better not regret what you just did. She saw the puppet's pupils suddenly shrink into vertical lines, and the spectrum of its cognitive filter jumped wildly, falling from gentle amber to violent scarlet. When Parkinson's second spell came, the puppet's right hand suddenly transformed into a chainsaw and locked onto Parkinson directly. The movement was so fast that the others had no chance to react at all. Armor protects me. Hermione's defensive spell collided with the chainsaw, creating dazzling sparks. The out-of-control puppet let out an electronically synthesized roar, and the armor on its chest flipped up to reveal a spinning magic missile. For a moment, the entire classroom was in chaos. Everyone is petrified. There are so many obstacles. Several spells hit the puppet at the same time, but it just shook its body. Neville's protective shield was penetrated by the missile. Crabbe was unable to dodge, and a piece of his robe was cut off, and the classroom was filled with the smell of burnt parchment. 10 minutes later, everyone showed horror. Get down! Aerys' voice suddenly sounded faintly. His figure appeared at the entrance of the classroom without anyone noticing. Then, without any spell, 7 mechanical spiders flew out from the hem of his robe. The spiders ejected silver threads that wrapped around the puppet's joints, and the ancient runes jumping on the threads were rewriting the core code. Hermione caught a glimpse of Parkinson retreating from the corner of her eye. Behind the Slytherin's ear, there flashed a strange metallic luster and an alchemical device that was exactly the same as the one used by the international representatives. But she had no time to investigate further at the moment, because the puppet suddenly let out a creepy sneer. How pathetic. The puppet's voice changed into a familiar, deep male voice. Do you think that gears and spells can replace the true magic heritage? Hermione's blood froze instantly. This was Professor Snape's voice, exactly the same, even down to the vibrations of his nasal cavity. The mechanical spider's silver threads suddenly snapped, and the Hogwarts emblem on the puppet's breastplate melted into a spitting silver snake, and then released 10 emblem zeros that the little wizards had never seen before. Is that the medal of the International United Wizards Council? For the first time, panic appeared in Hermione's eyes. At this time, Aerys' voice sounded again. Everyone, get out first. He pulled off his tie and threw it into the air, and the tie turned into a torrent of data that wrapped around the puppet. Hermione, emotional resonance compass. The girl suddenly woke up and took out a brass compass from her school bag. When the needle pointed to the deep red area representing anger, she slammed the compass to the ground. This was an emergency brake device she designed herself, which could release a tremor that covered the entire venue. Rippling blue light caressed the classroom, and the puppet's eyes emitted violent flashes. Then, as if using poison to fight poison, the red light in the eyes was gradually covered by the energy blooming from the emotional compass, and finally extinguished. It slowly knelt on the ground, pointed its deformed right hand at Aris, and uttered the last words in Snape's unique sarcastic tone. Do you think you are creating the future? No, you're just repeating the mistakes of Godric Gryffindor. In the dead silence, Aris ran his fingers over the puppet's cracked chest. What oozed out of the core processor was not magical slime, but memory threads with a pearly luster, exactly the same substance as in the meditation basin. How is this possible? He took a little and put it into the analyzer. The holographic screen was instantly engulfed by a storm of data. Personality fragments have been mixed into the cognitive filter. Is it Professor Snape's memory? Hermione picked up the broken compass and found that the needle was permanently stopped at the fear scale. When she looked up and wanted to say something, she saw Aris staring at the memory thread with a strange, fanatical look in her eyes. It was the look she had seen at the old Black House when Sirius mentioned the past of the Order of the Phoenix. What on earth is going on? She rushed to Aris with an inexplicable fear in her eyes. Everything became weird, even in a direction she could not have imagined. Why is there Professor Snape's memory personality inside this mechanical puppet? The mechanical spiders made a hissing sound and seemed to be about to be scrapped. But Aris didn't care. He looked at Hermione with a vague gaze, and his voice was as soft as a dream. Last week, Professor Flitwick volunteered to provide teaching memories, saying that this might make the puppet more due. Then Professor Snape also participated in the experiment. Isn't this too crazy? Turning a living person into a database. Hermione's tone was filled with surprise and shock. This puppet just mentioned Godric Gryffindor's mistakes. What happened 400 years ago? At this moment, the portraits on the wall suddenly turned around collectively. Principal Delis Devante held the quill tightly in the frame, with a hint of mystery in her tone. Children, if you want to know that, maybe I can help. The answer you want is in the third secret room in the castle cellar, but it may cost you something. The portrait's words were interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who suddenly broke in. The vice principal looked at the messy classroom, his eyes wandering between the remains of the puppet and behind Parkinson's ears. When she raised her wand to repair the scene, she suddenly froze in place. On the fragments of the downed magic missile, she suddenly saw an alchemical formula that puzzled her. Her pupils trembled. Then he suddenly shouted, Parkinson, you'll be put in confinement tonight. Then McGonagall looked at Aris, and there was a hint of nervousness in his voice, as if it came from far away. Professor Shafik, Headmaster Dumbledore, wants to see you now. Hermione noticed that veins bulged on the back of the vice principal's hand as he grasped the missile fragments. The special alchemical formula on it was oozing out a strange golden-red liquid, resonating with the memory threads in the Aerys analyzer. When the crowd dispersed, he leaned out from behind the overturned reagent cabinet to buy something. The carrot earring on her earlobe was chewing on the memory thread on the floor, making a satisfying chewing sound. They're afraid, she murmured to the empty classroom, her fingers running across the wall where some fragments of alchemical formulas were left. When the dead begin to speak, the living must be careful of their own shadows. My brother's research finally caught their attention. The moonlight climbed up the broken glass window, reflecting the faint graffiti on the wall, a Gryffindor lion statue that appeared at some point in time with a gear-shaped hole in its left eye. Hermione frowned and looked at Luna. I always feel like something is wrong. It seems that, since some time ago, this girl has become a little strange. Like Aris, they all became mysterious. Boom, boom, boom. When the bronze knocker of the principal's office made a muffled sound, Aris was staring at his gloves covered with green slime in a daze. The liquid memory had a strange pearly luster under the moonlight, just like the curled-winged demon venom that Professor Snape had processed in the potions class. Come in. Dumbledore's voice was huskier than usual. The moment the door opened automatically, Aris smelled the familiar scent of lemon sherbet, but mixed with a burnt smell. The old principal's phoenix, Fox, curled up on a gilded branch, its tail feathers noticeably duller. Sit. Dumbledore pointed to the dark green velvet chair that suddenly appeared next to the spiral staircase, and his blue eyes behind the half-moon lenses swept over the memory storage bottle in the boy's hand. It seems that our potions professor is finally willing to share his treasures. Aris gently placed the bottle on the phoenix-patterned coffee table. The number 1892 on the bottom of the bottle rippled in the moonlight. Professor Snape said that some memories are like vixens. The longer they are locked up, the more dangerous they become. The old headmaster waved his elderberry wand, and the pensive bookcase deep within him floated up. As the silver substance merged with the memories in the bottle, the entire office suddenly echoed with the roar of a steam train. Aris saw a Victorian-style London street scene emerging above the pensive. A 20-foot-tall brass golem was collapsing in front of the Houses of Parliament. In the picture of flying gears and bricks, a familiar figure was directing the Aurors to cast the Oblivion charm. Barty Crouch. Aris ran his fingers over the memory illusion. He looked much more normal then. Power is a good thing, but it always makes people forget their original beliefs. Dumbledore pushed a stack of yellowed documents across the table. On the parchment was a wax seal with the words, "Top Secret." 27 alchemists died accidentally in the Department of Magical Engineering that year, and our current director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation is the head of the accident investigation team. The office suddenly fell into darkness, and Aris felt the dark magic detector on his wrist begin to heat up, a sign that the ancient protective spell had been triggered. Fawkes let out a short cry, and his tail feathers glowed golden red, illuminating the runes that suddenly appeared on the wall. The symbols were oozing black slime through the cracks in the wall. 0, asterisk. It seems our guest can't wait any longer. Dumbledore calmly added a sugar cube to his teacup. Could you please take care of the third brick of the east wall? I remember you improved the Hogwarts defense matrix last month. Aris drew out his wand, and the tip of the wand drew 3 concentric circles in the air. When the third magic pattern was completed, the entire stone wall suddenly became transparent, revealing the madly rotating bronze gears inside, which looked like the internal parts of a giant machine. The slimy runic symbols curled up like spiders roasted by fire, making a harsh metallic friction sound. The energy of node number 3 is overloaded. Aris walked quickly to the gargoyle statue in the corner and pressed his finger on the third scale of the beast's head. Someone has tampered with the castle's magic supply route. This method. His words were interrupted by the sudden explosion of the fireplace. A gilded owl rushed out of the green flames, and the Ministry of Magic document seal between its claws automatically unfolded the moment it landed on the ground. Fudge's three-dimensional projection filled the entire office with great momentum. Albus, Hogwarts must stop all magical puppet research immediately. The virtual image of the Minister of Magic waved the twisted puppet wreckage on the front page of the Daily Prophet and hit the tree head. The emergency control order was passed unanimously by Singamo, and my envoy will be here in 3 minutes. Aris noticed that there was a tiny gap in the signature column at the end of the document. That was the tier mark unique to the magical contract of the House Elves. There shouldn't be such a bad sign on the Ministry of Magic documents. As he pretended to adjust his cuffs, the Alchemy 027 detector had already quietly recorded this detail. As you wish. Dumbledore's eyes remained the same, but his voice became unusually serious. His old face seemed to glow with some kind of fiery light, just like the sharpness of his youth. But let me remind you, Mr. Minister, that Hogwarts happens to have an international magic education exemption clause, and the Ministry of Magic has no right to substantially interfere with our teaching and research, as for the experimental house. The old headmaster's voice was interrupted by the shriek of an owl. Then, the owl exploded and turned into a ball of magic power. It seemed that old Fudge is really anxious. Aris took the opportunity to stuff the memory bottle into the interlayer of the dragon leather gloves, and his fingertips touched something cold. It was the badge of the House Elf Rights Promotion Association that Hermione sent last week, which must be emitting a strange warmth. When the office returned to peace, the runes on the wall had disappeared without a trace. Dumbledore regained his former kindness and placed a bronze key in Aris's palm. You should know where the Room of Requirement is. There are many old objects lost in the dust of history hidden there. Even I can't remember the exact location. Maybe it is also waiting for the real needer. If you have time, you could try your luck. By the way, the new semester has already started for half a month, and the school is having a big event this year. The Triwizard Tournament will be restarted. Don't forget this. Maybe I need your help. Understand. Aris nodded with a smile. According to the timetable, the other 2 students from the magic school should arrive in the next 2 days. By then, you will be responsible for the castle's security. You know, the Ministry of Magic is keeping a close eye on things right now, and we must ensure the safety of the event. Yeah, Aris nodded again. Please, Reese. The principal patted the boy's shoulder gently, with a kind smile on his face. It's like he and his grandfather are watching his grandson. The moonlight laid a silver carpet on the castle corridor, but Hermione felt that every brick and stone was emitting light. Half an hour had passed since the curfew bell rang, but the simple dictionary of ancient runes in her hand was still turning pages automatically. Ever since the puppet riot, this book had become abnormal. Lumos. She cast the illuminating charm for the 3rd time, but the light from her wand remained confined to 3 feet below her feet. There were tiny footsteps in the shadows, like someone dancing on chains across the stone slabs. As they turned the armor corridor, Hermione suddenly froze. The moonlight shines through the stained glass window, casting a huge spiderweb shadow on wall 3.1. In the center of the web is half a scaly footprint that is definitely not a trace of a human or a ghost. The dictionary suddenly flipped through the pages frantically, finally stopping at the entry for House Elf Contract. Hermione squatted down and saw that the edge of the footprint was stained with some kind of fluorescent green slime, which was exactly the same as the puppet coolant she had seen in Aris's laboratory before. Petrify everyone. A familiar spell came from behind. When Hermione turned around, she saw Peeves hanging in midair. At this time, Peeves was about to scare Hermione from behind. In such a dark corridor, if he succeeded, he might really scare the little witch. Aris walked out from behind the gargoyle statue, smiling, her silver lightning-struck wooden wand still emitting smoke, wandering around the castle during curfew. Hermione, you are getting more and more used to breaking school rules. Are you trying to challenge Filch's new shackles? Aris. Hermione blushed slightly. Even though no one saw her in the dark, she still felt a little guilty in her heart. However, she quickly regained her composure and her eyes gradually became serious. This footprint, she used her magic wand to pick up the slime, and the energy fluctuations when the puppets rioted. Did you know that someone was watching your laboratory? Her words were interrupted by a sudden noise. There was a sound of something heavy falling downstairs, followed by Filch's scream. I saw you, you damned little bee asterisk 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 D. Sneaking around at night without sleeping. Don't even think about running away. I've seen you. Loris, baby, find him out. A cat's meow was heard, and a dark shadow quickly shuttled through the corridor. Aris grabbed Hermione's wrist and rushed towards the spiral staircase. As they passed each other, Hermione caught a glimpse of the bronze key sticking out from the lining of his glove. She seemed to have seen the snake emblem on it somewhere before, perhaps an ancient symbol from a dictionary. Gone. Hermione was amazed at Aerys' invisibility spell, which could completely blend in with the surrounding environment. There seemed to be a faint barrier on the surface of his body, even blocking the smell. Mrs. Norris just walked past the 2 people without noticing them. This is incredible. You know, cats have a sense of smell that far exceeds that of humans. Not to mention Filch's cat. It's time to go. Aerys smiled faintly and gently rubbed Min's furry hair. He walked straight forward amid the girl's blushing face. At this time, Hermione also reacted and hurried to catch up. Who do you think left that footprint? Why is it stained with the liquid used by the mechanical puppets? Did someone enter your laboratory? Besides, those footprints don't look like those of a human. It's a house elf. Aris slowed down his pace and waited for the little witch to catch up before continuing. You should have guessed it. Who is it? Hermione's tone sank. He had always felt that house elves posed no threat. Because all the elves she saw were so pitiful, she had always wanted to fight for more rights for these poor creatures. But now it seems, it is obviously not as simple as she thought. I don't know, but there should be an answer soon. Aris shook his head, but still smiled. It seemed like nothing could make him emotional. Hermione looked at the boy, a little light in her eyes. Seeing the confident look of the young man, her worries gradually subsided. A smile reappeared on his face. Arrive. When Hermione looked up, she found that the two had arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Then I'll go in first. Well, go to bed early. Hermione glanced at Aris, then lowered her head subconsciously. He walked quickly into the lounge. Aris smiled and shook his head, then turned and left. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but the Ministry of Magic's gilded carriage had already shattered the tranquility of Hogwarts. Aris stood in front of the bay window on the second floor of the auditorium, watching the 8 Thestrals crushing the snow in the courtyard. Those dark magical creatures wore bronze collars around their necks, and every step they took would leave glowing Ministry of Magic marks in the snow. These magical creatures were invisible to ordinary people. I just felt that the carriage was flying in the air automatically, which looked extremely magical. They put cognitive filters on the Thestrals. Luna's voice floated from behind the stone pillar. The carrot earrings on the girl's earlobes were chewing on the ice crystals in the air. This way, ordinary people won't be able to see the breath of death. When Aris turned around, the amulets, painted with cartoon scarabs, fluttered between her fingers. On the back of each card was written, "Protection against the dark arts. Limited edition in color-changing ink. Want to try it?" Luna put a postcard on the window glass, and the scarab on the card suddenly began to swallow the mist. Dad said these totems can absorb evil spells, but sometimes they will accidentally eat mascara. When Aris took the card, a subtle magical fluctuation came from his fingertips. This energy frequency was extremely similar to the abnormal data from the puppet riot last week. But when he tried to use the detection spell for in-depth analysis, there was a sudden loud noise from the door of the auditorium. Fudge's purple robe swept across the hall like a battle flag, followed closely by 12 silent men holding bronze scales, and everyone's eyes turned to look over. Aris noticed that the alchemical devices were exposed under the cloaks of the last 2 envoys. They were magic meters commonly used by Gringotts goblins, and they were flashing red lights wildly at this moment. According to Article 7 of the International Alchemy Security Agreement, Fudge's voice was amplified by magic, making the crystal chandelier on the ceiling jingle. All alchemical products in Hogwarts must be registered with the Ministry of Magic. The crisp sound of Professor McGonagall's high heels cut through the stagnant air. The vice principal's emerald robe was covered with Hogwarts defensive runes, and every step he took left burning footprints on the marble floor. "Mr. Minister, I'm afraid you remembered the clause incorrectly. The teaching equipment in the castle is subject to the Education Act. Does this include this?" Fudge suddenly raised his wand, and a flash of red light shattered the bronze crucible on the pillar of the auditorium. The scattered fragments formed a 3-dimensional projection in the air. It was the scene of the machines attacking the students during the puppet riot last week. Aris felt the alchemy detector in his pocket begin to heat up. When the screen played the recording of George Weasley's retractable ear, he suddenly realized that the Ministry of Magic had modified the memory image. The goblin head that originally represented Gringotts was replaced with the Hogwarts school emblem. The Fugigan International Confederation of Wizards has apparently become a consensus of some kind. Aris knew very well that this consensus was definitely aimed at him. The appearance of magic puppets made the entire wizarding world aware of the crisis. This crisis was not like the appearance of magic circles and had surpassed the cognition of most wizards. They were all worried that this young man would really subvert the entire wizarding world. "Hand over all dangerous goods immediately." Fudge pointed his wand towards the teachers' chairs, or the Wisengamot will initiate the castle takeover procedure. Dumbledore suddenly appeared at the top of the spiral staircase, and the old headmaster narrowed his blue eyes slightly behind his half-moon glasses. "We are of course willing to cooperate, but let me remind Mr. Minister Dash." He waved his elder wand, and the shattered cauldron instantly restored itself. Every brick and stone at Hogwarts is engraved with an anti-theft spell. I advise you not to act rashly. As for taking over the castle, are you sure you want to do that? Aris took advantage of everyone's distraction and quietly retreated to the side door of the auditorium. As he passed the Hufflepuff table, he tapped his fingers 3 times on a steel candlestick. This was the password to open the underground treasure room. The candlestick immediately passed the encrypted information to the house elves in the room, and a moment later, 20 elves holding silver trays appeared in the hallway in an orderly manner under the leadership of Dobby. These are the teaching aides for the alchemy class in the past year. Aris lifted the dust cover of a copper plate, revealing an ancient sand plate covered with verdigris. If the minister needs to register. Fudge's face instantly turned as purple as his robes. Those alchemical artifacts covered in spider webs were obviously 767 medieval antiques. He didn't even need to test them to know that these old objects were not dangerous at all. Aris had obviously planned for their arrival. Aris noticed that a silent person secretly adjusted the measurement parameters, but it was too late. The Egyptian scales in the front row suddenly came alive and wrote the test results of the gold objects on the parchment in hieroglyphics. But as expected, all of them were normal magic products. The test results showed that these items were not dangerous at all. This sudden inspection obviously did not achieve the effect Fudge wanted, but he still stared at Aris with a cold tone. "Where are the mechanical puppets you studied?" "That's my personal property," Aris said with a smile. "So it shouldn't be within the scope of the inspection. Besides, the Shafik family's private research should have nothing to do with Hogwarts. If you're still worried, you can find another excuse to investigate my family, but you should know the consequences of doing so. Of course, I welcome you very much. Welcome to visit, Mr. Minister." Aris's voice made Fudge's face become even uglier. He knew that he could not touch the Shafik family. If he really ignored the consequences, the entire Ministry of Magic might face a huge shock, and he, as the Minister of Magic, would be the first to bear the brunt. The Shafik family is now in its heyday, and he can't investigate it just because he wants to. The families with related interests will be drowned by a single spit from them. A professional team will come to evaluate in 3 days. Fudge's wand tip emitted a few sparks. During this period, all alchemical experiments in Hogwarts must be stopped. I mean all. He glared at Aris fiercely, although I know that such threats are meaningless to the boy. But this was all he could do. When the Ministry of Magic team left angrily, Luna suddenly appeared beside Aris. The carrot earrings on her earlobes were spitting out colorful bubbles, each with a reflection of the scarab totem. They forgot to take this. The girl stuffed half of the broken meter chip into Aris's palm, jumped and disappeared into the crowd, and the last look she gave Aris was filled with some meaningfulness. Aris frowned slightly. He always felt that Luna was a little strange recently, but I can't tell exactly what's strange about it. It seems that there is some mysterious power that is changing this girl. In other words, she came into contact with some unknown force. Even Aris has never experienced this power. This is obviously not a good thing. It is necessary to find some time to talk to the girl. The cold air in the cellar was filled with the scent of aged potions, but Aris felt that the chip in his hand was hotter than any medicinal material, and strange magic power was flowing through it. When he adjusted the third lens under the dragon scale microscope, he finally saw the internal structure of the chip clearly. Those nanoscale magic patterns were not fairy craftsmanship at all. It is the sun boat totem commonly seen in ancient Egyptian temples. This is an anti-theft spell from the time of Ramses II. Snape's black robes swept across the laboratory table like bat wings. If I were you, I would stop snooping around in the Pharaoh's treasure immediately. Aris soaked the chip in mandrake juice. Professor, don't you find it strange? The Ministry of Magic's detection device is actually from 1300 BC. Isn't a little too old? His words were interrupted by the sudden boiling of juice. A cloud of black mist rose from the light green liquid and gradually condensed into the shape of a scarab. When the hieroglyphs on the insect wings touched the air, the same symbol suddenly appeared on the back of Aris's hand. It was the nuclear imprint of the alchemical device he obtained in the ruins of ancient Nero last year. It seems someone has revived the ancient contract. The tip of Snape's wand glowed with a faint blue light. You are really a troublemaker. Now, the whole Hogwarts is in a mess. I need to remind you that now is not the time to fall out with the Ministry of Magic. Also, the whereabouts of the mysterious person have not been investigated clearly, so it is best to be careful. When he said this, Snape's face was solemn. It was obvious that he had thought of something horrible. There was fear and a little worry on his face. Aris nodded slightly, but had other thoughts in his mind. He knew from the beginning that this road would be difficult, so he had anticipated everything. The early investment in the Ministry of Magic was not without effect. Although Fudge turned against them, some other people might be very happy to see the current situation. It's just a matter of changing the Minister of Magic. To achieve that great goal, alchemy and magic technology must be promoted in the wizarding world, and the core of elemental magic must also slowly penetrate into the daily lives and usage of all wizards. When everything reaches the predetermined result, everything just happened naturally. Also, remind your friend Miss Know-It-All to be careful with books that automatically turn pages recently. Snape's voice suddenly sounded again. She is not capable of studying that right now. Be careful of the backlash. 0. Request flowers. The juice from the potion in the basement made a gurgling sound. Aris frowned slightly. He knew that Hermione had been studying the dictionary recently, and he had not paid much attention to it at first, but Snape suddenly brought it up, perhaps with another deeper meaning. That dictionary recorded a lot of unknown technologies, including content related to ancient alchemy. What's even more bizarre is that even Aris didn't understand where that thing came from. It seemed that Hermione had found it in the room of requirement. It seems that it's time to find some time to sort out Hermione's problems. Understand. Please continue to study this thing. Having said that, Aris left the chip in his hand on the table, and then walked straight out of Snape's potion laboratory, seemingly not noticing Snape's gloomy face at all. He obviously didn't want to have any contact with the chip. However, Aris didn't care. That thing is nothing more than an outdated alchemical product of the Ministry of Magic. There is not much research value for him. After leaving the potion laboratory, Aris felt something in his heart. An inexplicable feeling suddenly emerged in his heart, and his figure instantly disappeared in the corridor. When Aris rushed into the library, the setting sun was tearing the stained glass projection into pieces. Hermione curled up in the corner of the restricted books section, flipping through the pages of the ancient magical contract collection in front of her frantically, and the ink on the parchment twisted like a living snake. 3 bronze paperweights in the shape of house elves held down the corners of the book, but the magic words 8, 6, 7 had already climbed onto the girl's wrist. Don't touch her! Madame Pants held the feather duster in front of Aris. This book has recognized its owner. There was disbelief in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Aris suddenly pulled out his wand and cut his fingertips, sending drops of blood flying toward the family emblem on the spine of the book. When the family emblem of the Shafik family lit up, the rioting pages suddenly became quiet, and the black words shrank back into the paper like the tide, as if they had never appeared. Madame Pants was stunned, and seemed to be shocked by the scene before her. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and the hand holding the feather duster was also shaking. When he looked at Aris, there was a hint of awe in his eyes. This is bloodline tracing? You. Hermione's pale face flushed. How do you know that bloodline certification is needed? And what is going on here? Aris took off his tie and bandaged the wound. Healing runes appeared on the dark silver silk. Because the author of this book happens to be a friend of my great-great-grandfather. The origin of this book is not simple. Given your current situation, it's best not to study it too much, Aris said softly. Otherwise, it might cause you harm. Hermione lowered her head, looking at the thick book that had calmed down, and her brows furrowed slightly. In fact, she also vaguely felt that this book was not simple because there had been several abnormal situations before. But now, not only was she not afraid of this book, but she became more interested in it. It's like a door to the unknown opens before your eyes. How could Miss Know-It-All, who has always been extremely thirsty for unknown things and knowledge, easily give up such an opportunity to learn more about ancient magic? Aris, is there any way you can allow me to continue using this book? She suddenly looked at Aris, and her friend appeared. Judging from the fact that Aris easily shook the book just now, it is obvious that he knows something about this book. Moreover, Aris did solve the problem of the book riot in the right way just now. I can only suppress it temporarily. To fully control this book, I need a true bloodline. But now, I don't know if the descendants of that senior are still in this world. So, if you want to continue using this book, it's best to come to me every once in a while to unlock the permissions, preferably once a week. This should be able to suppress the defensive restrictions and magic inside. Okay. Hermione nodded without any hesitation and finally showed excitement on her face. Thank you, Aris. You are so nice. The little witch held the book excitedly, stood up, and quickly kissed Aris on the cheek. Then, she ran out of the library with a blushing face. Madame Pants looked at the scene in surprise. There was a long silence. However, they didn't notice that in the shadow of a bookshelf lay half a postcard that Luna had sent during the day, and the amulet was quietly devouring the scattered magical words. The eyes of the cartoon pattern flashed a strange red light. At the stroke of midnight, Aris was adjusting a bronze compass in the room of requirement. He was startled by the sudden appearance of Luna. The girl was wearing glowing anti-monster glasses and holding a dragon leather bag that was constantly dripping with snow water. Her expression was a little vague and a little mysterious. Dad asked me to bring this over. She poured out a pile of bronze parts that were wriggling. They said it was a gift for the Ministry of Magic's envoy. Aris picked up a gear and found that the inner ring was engraved with the name of Ramses II. These are actually some alchemical products, although they're just some low-level prank items. 03 similar to the prank magic props developed by George and his team, but these things are obviously not common. Perhaps Luna's father learned that Aris was studying alchemy, so he sent these over. When Aris chanted a spell in ancient Egyptian, the gears suddenly unfolded into a miniature solar boat model, and the scarab totem on the sail perfectly matched the chip pattern. Very perfect alchemical runes and procedures. Very nice prank props. Aris placed the solar boat in the center of the compass, but can you tell them not to bite my detector next time? In just a moment, some bronze parts were already running around the laboratory, and some were even curiously rubbing against Aris's alchemical creation. This made Aris slightly surprised. It can be seen that these things have a preliminary sense of self-awareness. It is very difficult for some parts to have such magical effects. Ho-Chi's father obviously spent a lot of effort to get these things. Aris, you like it, don't you? Luna tilted her head and smiled mysteriously, with a metallic luster flashing under the skin behind her ear. At this moment, Aris's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the flash of metallic luster. He vaguely felt something unusual, as if there was some hidden danger. As Luna skipped away, Aris finally saw the true form of the carrot earring. It was clearly a miniature version of the Pharaoh's scepter, and the eyes of the scarab on the top were fixed on the compass in his hand. Luna, Aris called her. What's wrong? The girl turned her head, with her signature vague and meaningful look on her face. Have you encountered anything strange recently? Aris suppressed his inner worries and asked in a deep voice. No, the girl said with a smile. Looking at that brilliant smile, for a moment Aris thought that maybe he was thinking too much. However, the inner uneasiness did not disappear. Instead, there's an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. If anything happens, be sure to tell me, okay? Aris warned. Well, don't worry, brother, Luna said with a smile, then continued to skip away. Aris frowned, looking at the back, and fell into silence. The lights in the laboratory suddenly flickered slightly. At this moment, the bronze parts subconsciously stopped moving, looked in the direction of Aris, and then trembled slightly. Seems to be afraid. It was as if I saw something incomprehensible. Aris took a deep breath. Subsequently, the abnormalities in the laboratory disappeared. Then a sigh was heard. He could sense that something was happening in the castle that was beyond his control. Both Hermione and Luna have experienced some unknown changes. It's just that he can't fully understand this change yet. It will take some time. The abnormality of the castle made Aris feel a little irritated. But at this time, the more important thing is the Triwizard Tournament. The Goblet of Fire, which was used to select contestants for the tournament, had already been transported to Hogwarts through special channels. This was arranged by Dumbledore himself, and he obviously took it very seriously. And now, Aris has been appointed as the main security officer for the event. He will also be in charge of the security and testing of the Goblet of Fire. The star map on the ceiling of the auditorium slowly rotated in the September morning light, and Aris's fingers passed over the last protective spell on the base of the blue snapper cup. The fire cup embedded on the top of the stone pillar glowed with a faint blue luster, but the runes on the edge of the base showed subtle marks under the fluorescent light of the wand, as if it had been gnawed by some greedy magic. This holy grail is full of traces of time and carries mysterious power. Even Aris cannot fully analyze it. Professor Shafik, please confirm the third protection sequence. Professor McGonagall's voice came from the top of the spiral staircase. Ancient magic runes floated on the vice principal's emerald robe today, and every step he took left magical fluctuations on the ground. Perhaps it was because of the specialness of Hormiawa this year. The Triwizard Tournament has been restarted, and it is being held at Hogwarts. This has special significance for the school, and McGonagall is obviously in a good mood at this time. Aris placed the alchemical compass close to the cup holder. This is a magic detection device that can detect the magical properties and safety of objects. Once it detects the aura of black magic, it will issue a warning immediately. At this moment, the snake-shaped pointer in the center of the dial suddenly twitched like a spasm. The energy resonance abnormality value is 37%, and the protective spell has a phase shift. This is not a good sign. He looked up at the college sandal hanging from the dome and found that the Slytherin emerald was slowly fading. Professor McGonagall tapped the edge of the cup holder 3 times with his fingertips, and a translucent defense matrix suddenly appeared. The intertwined golden rays were mixed with wisps of black mist, like spider silk wrapped around the surface of the holy vessel. The principle requires that all protective spells be equipped with a bloodline authentication module to screen suitable participants. I'm not sure. Is this situation normal? She stared at the black mist appearing above the Goblet of Fire's defense matrix, her brows furrowed with some uneasiness. Obviously not normal. Aris frowned, but it shouldn't be too much trouble. As he spoke, he raised his wand, and invisible magic spread out to cover the entire Goblet of Fire. The powerful magic was expelling the black mist from it, just like cleaning the dirt off an ornament. The door of the auditorium suddenly opened. Tai Yang's elves are ready to use dough figurines in the whole car. 01390510 Falu 200 201111. The velvet-covered Goblet of Fire slowly rose up, and Aris noticed tiny bite marks on a magic silk that wrapped it, as if it had been gnawed by countless tiny teeth. At the moment when the morning light penetrated the silk, Zhao Qianhao cup, a 3-meter-high dark blue flame, suddenly spurted out of the cup's mouth. The school emblems of 3 magic schools emerged in the flames, as if it was some extremely advanced projection technology. Is this the Goblet of Fire activated prematurely? Aris took a half-step back, and the alchemical compass automatically unfolded into a hexagram defense array. The Durmstrang-Sail emblem suddenly twisted in the flames and turned into the number 13 in Egyptian hieroglyphics. It was like a distorted picture flickering. McGonagall waved her wand to extinguish the flames, sweat oozing from her forehead. This is not right. Seal off the auditorium immediately and notify the principal to activate Level 2 alert. Her eyes swept over the cracks on the cup holder. The Goblet of Fire was opened prematurely without any instructions. I'm afraid someone has tampered with it. We must not let the tragedy of 1792 happen again. 1792? Aris was a little confused. It was a tragic accident, and the event was even suspended for a time. McGonagall spoke quickly, waving his wand in an attempt to suppress the Goblet of Fire again. So that's how it is. Aris nodded slightly. After seeing Professor McGonagall's struggling look, he also raised his wand. All curses cease. Powerful magic power surged instantly, and the 900 energy emitted by the fire cup was instantly extinguished. The blue flame slowly retracted into the cup body, and the defense matrix emitted light. Then, everything returned to calm. as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and then cast a complicated look at Aris. It was obvious from this move that the boy's strength was far beyond his. Perhaps only Dumbledore can possess this kind of power. This child has grown to a level she couldn't even imagine. However, with Aris around, she, Agf, has more confidence in this competition. My tense mood finally relaxed a little. Let's go. We must report this to Dumbledore. We must find out the reason for the unusual movement of the Goblet of Fire. Otherwise, when the other two schools arrive, we will not be able to explain. McGonagall's tone was serious. When he turned around, his emerald robe swept across the edge of the base of the Goblet of Fire, sweeping up a faint wave of magic, and he walked quickly towards the headmaster's office. Aris took another look at the mysterious Holy Grail, then nodded slightly to several professors not far away. He also followed Professor McGonagall and left quickly. Principal's office. Dumbledore frowned slightly as he listened to Professor McGonagall's report. A hint of solemnity also appeared on his usually calm face. The Goblet of Fire was activated ahead of time, which is obviously not a good thing, the silver-haired old wizard said calmly, but with a serious tone. A lot of things have happened outside recently. At this point, he glanced at Aris. Some rats hiding in the dark have started to take action, perhaps wanting to do something about this event. Aris, what do you think? The young man shook his head slightly, his expression not fluctuating due to the current situation. He gently played with the alchemy compass in his hand and said calmly, obviously, someone is targeting Hogwarts. It's not just the Goblet of Fire that's having problems. There are also some anomalies inside the castle. He looked at Dumbledore and said in a deep voice, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Perhaps rats have already infiltrated the castle, but they are destined to return empty-handed. This is not a place where they can come and go as they please and do whatever they want. Since you have already noticed, that's great. Dumbledore also smiled. He knew Aris's abilities. Since this incident has aroused the boy's vigilance, he has nothing to worry about. The old principal has long been accustomed to leaving these matters to Aris. He is old. Many things should be handed over to young people. The cool air of the cellar laboratory was filled with the scent of aged herbs, and Snape was concentrating on studying the remains of a potion. Aris drew a flame-like trail on the parchment. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was pondering a puzzle. Did the previous alchemical fragments reveal anything? He looked at Snape suddenly, his tone casual. No, Snape said decisively, that thing has no research value at all. And he suddenly looked at Aris and said in a serious and low voice, I am not your assistant, so don't leave everything to me. If you want to know something, why don't you do it yourself? You know I'm busy. Aris shrugged helplessly. Snape snorted coldly, looking extremely annoyed, but he still added, although there has been no substantial progress, there are traces of ancient Egyptian alchemy on that fragment. As far as I know, the Ministry of Magic does not have that kind of technology. Oh, Aris' eyes lit up, and then he smiled. It seems to be about what I expected. No wonder Fudge dares to challenge me face to face now. It turns out that he has a backer. They may have reached some kind of tacit understanding with the International United Wizards Council. They want to take on Hogwarts together? Snape frowned slightly. To be precise, it should be against me. Aris shrugged and burned the parchment with blue flames into ashes. But there's no need to pay attention to a bunch of clowns, he said, standing up. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Snape looked at Aris strangely. The boy's tone seemed too arrogant to him. Even a former Dark Lord probably wasn't so arrogant, right? The power represented by the International Confederation of Wizards and the British Ministry of Magic is enough to make even the Dark Lord wary. This young man said it so frankly. He simply didn't know what to say. Isn't it? Aris smiled. When the wheel of time rolls over this world with an absolute momentum, no one can stop it. The magnified cup base rune reveals the horrifying truth under the microscope. Each character ends with, otherwise, you'll have to be prepared to try to stop a chariot with your bare hands. Snape fell silent. Okay, did you find anything here? Aris turned his gaze to what Snape was studying. The potion residue was the trace Aris extracted from the base of the Goblet of Fire. The smell of polyjuice potion. Snape's black robes swept across the lab table like bat wings. The potion's master slammed the crystal bottle onto the table. The house elf's fingernails were suspended in the dark green liquid. 0 request flowers. This is a souvenir that Filch collected in the armor corridor. I wonder if it's a coincidence. Aris picked up the debris with tweezers, and the alchemy detector suddenly beeped. There's magic residue on it. Seems to be a contract transfer spell. He turned to look at the magic calendar on the wall. The Triwizard Tournament was getting closer and closer. Snape's sneer echoed between the stone walls. It seems that someone can't wait to use the Goblet of Fire to do something shameful. 0. He suddenly opened the wooden box in the corner and saw 20 unconscious vixens curled up in the shape of ancient magic runes. Mr. Filch thinks it's a practical joke. Aris' pupils suddenly contracted. The arrangement of these magical creatures completely matches the erosion trajectory of the cracks on the base of the Goblet of Fire. When he tried to investigate further, the fox spirits suddenly spontaneously combusted, and ashes slowly floated out of the castle from the vents. Looks like I need to talk to our gatekeeper. Aris frowned slightly, then turned and left the basement. Snape looked at the boy's back and fell into deep thought. Finally, I couldn't help but cast my eyes on the magic calendar on the wall. September 13th. There are still 2 days until the start of the Triwizard Tournament. The moonlight in the corridor was swallowed by the dark clouds, and Aris followed the light of Filch's oil lamp. The light from the oil lamp in the administrator's hand flickered, casting a hideous ghostly shadow on the stone wall. Right here, Filch pointed with trembling fingers at a set of knight's armor. The once shiny breastplate was covered with scratches, and the eye holes of the mask were stuffed with bloody peacock feathers, exactly the same bite marks as the cloth that wrapped the Goblet of Fire. Aris raised the alchemical compass, and the 3-headed dog relief of 593 on the dial suddenly opened 6 eyes. As the detection beam swept across the armor, countless footprints of house elves suddenly appeared on the ground. Those fluorescent green traces went straight through the wall and disappeared in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. This is not a prank. Aris used tweezers to pick up the silver fluff in the gap of the armor. It's the house elves performing some kind of contract ceremony. Hearing Aris' words, Filch suddenly screamed like a hen. What do these filthy creatures want to do? At this moment, the knight in armor swung his sword without warning, and the oil lamp above the administrator's head broke in half. It seemed that some kind of anger was driving the attack. Aris's hand was burned by the splashing lamp oil, and the alchemical mark emerged as a scarab totem in the pane. Petrify everyone. He chanted the spell immediately. The moment the armor was nailed to the wall, Aris saw strange light spots emerging from the stone bricks behind it, and the incomplete runes were automatically completing the wall. The shape of the last magic projection seemed to be the scarab pattern on the back of his hand. It's the scarab again, the boy muttered to himself. He had seen this pattern in many places, especially during this period. The entire Hogwarts castle seemed to have been invaded by this ghost thing. But unfortunately, the castle's defense system did not issue any warning. This was something that had always bothered him, and he couldn't understand it. Mr. Filch, are you all right? He turned to look at the doorman and asked. No, it's okay. Filch's voice trembled, his expression still filled with fear. He looked at the petrified armored knight with doubtful eyes, as if he had seen something horrible. Since everything is fine, let's go back first. Aris waved his wand and restored the armored knight to its original state. At the same time, the remaining control spell on it will be cleared away. That was clearly the hand gesture of a house elf, perhaps left there accidentally. Or maybe it's some special triggering measure. If anyone shows any ill will towards the house elves, the armored knight will chop off his head. But this situation is clearly not normal. The entire family of house elves has signed a contract, prohibiting them from doing anything that would harm or betray their masters. What's more, it is such an obvious revenge curse. Now it seems that his previous judgment was correct. Perhaps the contract with a certain elf is becoming invalid. In other words, it has been transferred using some unknown means. What will the elves do without the constraints of the contract? Please, Aris felt that things seemed to be becoming increasingly difficult. Perhaps he should do something about it. Even if it would cause some trouble, he couldn't let things continue to develop. So the first thing to confirm is the person behind the scenes who controls the elf. That person? Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor. It's time to meet him. The murmuring sound drifted in the corridor. As Aris' back disappeared at the end of the corridor, the last light also disappeared. The surroundings fell into silence and darkness again. The next day, early morning, when Aris arrived at the auditorium, the morning light had already dyed the star map a light golden color. The goblet of fire still stood quietly in the protective matrix, but what seeped out from the cracks in the cup base was no longer black mist, but magical fluctuations with a pearly luster, which looked sacred and solemn. Hermione sat at the long table holding the compendium of ancient magical contracts, eating breakfast while flipping through it. A leaflet for the house elf rights association fluttered between the pages of the book. That was the rights she had been committed to fighting for the elf for the past 2 years. But now, she was a little confused. Because of the recent events of 03, he felt that the elf situation was far from as simple as she thought. She suddenly realized that this magical creature, which was different from humans, possessed extremely powerful strength. If it was not handled properly, it might bring great disaster to the wizarding world. And considering past history, elves have indeed caused disasters that almost subverted the human world. All this made her think deeply. They want to rewrite the contract. Hermione's voice was hoarse, with a thick shadow under her eyes. I checked all the information. Song has 10 situations in which the magic of house elves will erode the defenses of Hogwarts. That means the contract is invalid. The contract signed between humans and elves is a powerful contract that concerns the survival of the race. It is almost impossible to shake this power with solid force. But now, all phenomena indicate that this situation is happening. She looked at Aris with a serious expression. Aris sat down, took a piece of bread, and ate it slowly. I'm investigating this matter. Maybe the situation is not as bad as you think. Isn't this bad? Hermione's voice was involuntarily a little louder. Some little wizards around immediately looked over. What's so bad? At this time, Harry's voice came from behind. Harry and Ronald sat down next to the two of them, with a hint of curiosity on their faces. You don't know? Hermione looked at the two of them strangely. Are you talking about George and his friends being caught swimming last night? Ronald raised his eyebrows. Who cares if they go out for a night out or not? Hermione rolled her eyes speechlessly. However, this also made her understand. It seems that not many people in the school know about the anomaly of the Goblet of Fire and what happened during this period. She couldn't help but look at Aris and saw him smiling and shaking his head slightly. The little witch reacted instantly. Indeed, if that series of anomalies were made public, most of the students at Hogwarts would probably panic. However, she didn't expect that Harry and Ronald didn't notice the seriousness of the recent situation. What are you two busy with lately? She couldn't help asking. Oh, we are preparing for this year's Harry 967 was just about to answer. The auditorium suddenly shook violently, and the gems in the college's hourglass fell like raindrops. Aris supported the staggering Hermione and saw the dark blue flame of the Goblet of Fire rushing straight to the dome, burning a magical projection image on the star map. A huge ship appeared on the screen, and a sacred carriage fell from the sky. Then, Professor McGonagall's defensive spell shattered like glass. The screams of house elves and ghosts came from every corner of the castle. When Dumbledore's Patronus, the Phoenix, pierced through the dome, Aris finally saw the truth in the flames. It was not the sail of Durmstrang, but the sail of the ancient Egyptian solar ship. The carriage that fell from the sky also lost its sacred light and turned into a white skeleton. What happened? The young wizards in the hall all saw that horrifying scene. The sudden change in the Goblet of Fire, as well as the abnormalities of the ghosts and house elves, made them feel uneasy. Why did this happen so suddenly? Is the castle under attack? Where are the professors? Is there anyone to take care of them? How horrible. That ship gives me an inexplicable fear. That carriage is so scary. It turned into bones. The discussion continued, and soon the whole auditorium became noisy. Aris stood up immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he waved his wand. The vigorous magic power instantly enveloped the goblet of fire, and then a sacred light appeared on it. The projected images changed quickly, from the initial Lamla to normal ships and Maku. The whistling sense of oppression made the little wizards couldn't help but scream. That's the mark of Beauxbatons in Durmstrang School of Magic. How come it appears on the Goblet of Fire? It's amazing. I heard that the Triwizard Tournament will be held in our school soon. It should be some kind of ceremony, right? Could it be that this was specially arranged by the professors so that we could rehearse what would happen when they arrived? This surprise is too scary. The little wizard's panic soon turned into excitement. The image projected from the Goblet of Fire onto the top of the auditorium was like a blockbuster movie, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. The young wizards had never seen such a scene before. This is... Harry and Ronald were also shocked. Did Aerys do that? At this moment, only Hermione still frowned. She knew very well that everything that had just happened was not an illusion, and the changes in the projection were just remedial measures taken by Aerys. Is it that serious already? She muttered to herself, frowning even more tightly. At this time, Professor McGonagall soon arrived at the auditorium. Behind her, Snape saw that the situation in the hall had been controlled by Aerys. He paused in his anxious steps, then breathed a sigh of relief and did not move forward, but leaned against the wall at the side. What happened? Professor McGonagall came to Aerys first. It's okay, just a small incident. Aerys smiled and said, the mice that sneaked into the castle seem to be unable to hold back and are actually playing this meaningless trick. It seems that I have to give him a little warning. Rat. Professor McGonagall was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand what Aerys meant, and he looked around involuntarily. It seemed to be trying to determine what the rat Aerys was talking about was. It's okay. The problem has been solved. I'll go back to the lab first, and I'll leave the rest to you. Rhys glanced in Hermione's direction. The girl nodded tacitly, then stood up and left the long table. Where are you going? Harry and Ronald's voices sounded from behind. However, Hermione ignored them and just chased after Aerys in the direction he left. What's wrong with him recently? Harry frowned. I always feel they are mysterious. Ever since I came back from Cairo, good. It's been like this. I have a feeling, Ronald suddenly said. Maybe something big is going to happen. How did you tell that? Harry turned to look at him. During this period, Aerys has been asking us to fight puppets and preparing for the OWL's exams in advance. It is obvious that he wants to improve our strength as soon as possible. Could it be related to the Goblet of Fire? The two looked at each other and then fell silent at the same time. Dinner time. The candlelight in the auditorium flickered to the tapping of Moody's wooden leg. When the new defense against the dark arts professor stepped into the hall, the hanging school flag suddenly fluttered without wind. The bronze eagle emblem of Ravenclaw chirped piercingly. Mad Eye has the devil in his false eye. Peeves stood upside down on the chandelier and screamed until Professor McGonagall cast a petrification spell that froze him into an ice sculpture. Aris noticed that Moody's magic I was rotating at an abnormal speed. Every time it swept over the teacher's seat, the magic prosthetic I would shrink into a dangerous needle shape. When the dinner was about to start, Snape suddenly smashed his goblet. The dark red wine snaked on the long table, and the potions professor's voice was sharper than usual. It seems that we need to add an anti-peeping spell to the tableware. Moody's magic I rotated 360 degrees and locked onto Snape. The snake in the wine suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. It is the instinct of an Auror to be vigilant, Severus. He took a sip of the liquid in the curved wine bottle. The purple residue on his beard reminded Aris of the juice of some poisonous mushroom recorded in the forbidden area. When the house elves served the raspberry pudding, something strange happened. The silver ice sculpture swan in the center of the teacher's seat suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, and the alchemical patterns on its neck burst into blue light. Moody's magic, I shot out a red light and shattered the ice sculpture, but the flying ice chips turned into snowflakes in midair, and a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the auditorium. Interesting orientation program. Dumbledore waved his elder wand, and the drifting snowflakes instantly vaporized. But the kitchen elves at Hogwarts have been a little overly enthusiastic lately. This ice sculpture is a surprise for us, isn't it? Aris calmly cut the steak, looking in Moody's direction from time to time. In his eyes, that man's performance was also very exciting. Not bad, a bit of talent. At least, he has a good talent for acting. He was very curious about how Moody was managed by this guy. After all, his strength is good. But it shouldn't be easy to deal with an elite Auror, especially Mad-Eye, who even the Death Eaters are afraid of. Addy, Aerys's alchemical mark emitted a faint light, as if it had sensed an uncertain aura. This was some kind of early warning signal. At this point, Aerys was certain. The plot is proceeding according to the predetermined trajectory. As for whether the real Mad-Eye was still locked in the box in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, he was not sure. The good news is, there won't be any major danger for the time being. This person sneaked in obviously with some purpose, and he would definitely not alert the enemy in a short period of time until that goal is achieved. Aris, you seem to be worried about something? Hagrid's voice came to my ear. The big guy ate his dinner while looking at the boy worriedly. Since entering the auditorium, Hagrid has not spoken to Aris. This was not like the boy's character. The faint smile that was always on his face disappeared at this moment, and he didn't know why. So, Hagrid guessed, maybe something was wrong. It's okay, Hagrid. I just think the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is quite capable. It reminds me of Professor Lupin. Oh yes. Hagrid nodded in agreement. They're all very capable experts in defense against the dark arts, at least much better than me. However, I think there is still some gap between me and you. Hagrid winked at Aris. The big guy actually started to flatter. This made Aris laugh and shake his head. The damp air in the cellar was filled with the aroma of aged wine, but Aris felt that the silver candlestick in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After the dinner, when no one was in the teacher's seat, he took away the candlestick that had been stared at by the evil eye. At this moment, under the dragon-scale microscope, the Hogwarts emblem at the bottom of the candlestick was oozing black mucus. The third layer of the cognitive filter has been released. Aris turned the alchemical compass, and suddenly dense claw marks appeared on the surface of the candlestick, exactly the same as the scratches left by the house elf on the base of the Goblet of Fire. When the slime dripped onto the experimental table, it automatically arranged itself into the schedule of the Triwizard Tournament, with a bloody scarab pattern drawn next to the date of challenge in the maze. This is the third final match of the Wizarding Tournament. Aris muttered to herself. He had not thought that the fake Moody had such a detailed plan. The students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang School of Magic have not arrived yet, but he has already planned to take action in the third game. This is more than just a careful plan. You know, Dumbledore hasn't yet fully worked out the specific details of the competition. The final decision can only be made after the principals of the other two schools arrive. Aris also knew that the third game was a maze challenge because of her memory of the original work. How did the fake Moody know? Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Prophecy. This is the only possibility. But are there any powerful fortune tellers in their camp? At least in Aris's memory, there is no impression. This discovery made him frown. Things seem to have become more complicated. Now, we must be more vigilant, otherwise one move will affect the entire body. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of the fake Moody first, but now it seems. Don't alert the enemy. The stone door of the cellar suddenly opened, and Snape's black robes wafted in with the smell of potion. The potion's professor threw the crystal bottle next to the candlestick. The boiling liquid in the bottle reflected the shadow of the chandelier in the auditorium. 13 surveillance spells, 3 memory modification nodes, are new. More respectable than Lockhart. Aris used tweezers to pick up the silver shavings from the gap between the candlesticks. But this is what's really interesting. He put the debris into the memory bottle, and the image of Moody's office suddenly emerged in the bottle. All the dark magic detectors on the wall were pointed at the bedside table, and the surface of the table was left with scratches from the house elves. The elf's abnormality is indeed related to him. Snape's sneer echoed between the stone walls. It seems that someone wants to install a remote control for the Goblet of Fire. 0, asterisk. I think we must get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, Hogwarts will be in danger. Not yet, Aris said in a deep voice. Why? Snape frowned. Because of this. Aris pointed to the schedule on the console. Snape's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he looked at Aris in disbelief. Someone is watching all this. Aris explained, so we can't alert them now. Snape fell silent. After a long while, he suddenly lifted Aris's sleeves, and the scarab on the alchemical mark was devouring the black mucus. If I were you, I wouldn't let this thing eat the dessert after curfew. Obviously, he approved of the idea. At this moment, there was a sudden muffled sound outside. When Aris chased out of the cellar, the moonlight was dyeing the armor in the corridor pale white. Filch's oil lamp was swinging in the corner, and the administrator was scrubbing the wall frantically with a wire brush. The newly appeared scratches glowed fluorescent green, spelling out the ancient Huxia characters, for contracts cannot be violated. Aris was squatting on the windowsill of the staff lounge when the clock tower struck midnight. The telescopic ear 3.0 crawled along the crack of the door, and the sound waves transmitted back drew a stereo sound pattern on the alchemical compass. As the unique knocking sound of Moody's wooden legs approached, the compass suddenly detected not the sound of human footsteps, but the dense sound of countless tiny iron claws crawling, which gave people a creepy feeling. Lumos. A beam of light emerged from the tip of Aris's wand, floating slowly forward along the corridor. 3, 4, 7. As soon as the light came on, the densely packed reflections of demon eyes could be seen on the window glass. Moody's prosthetic eye pierced through the wall and looked straight ahead, but as Real left, I was tightly closed, with strange purple foam remaining at the corner of his mouth. It turns out that Professor Aerys also likes night outings. Doing this may set a bad example for some students. Moody's wine jug jingled in the darkness, and the smell wafting from the jug made Aerys frown slightly. This taste is not wine. Although some disguise had been done, he was very sure. So it's the same old story. This should be a polyjuice potion. He suddenly remembered that Snape had also mentioned that the traces collected from the Goblet of Fire previously contained the scent of polyjuice potion. Obviously, this guy stayed here. Do you need the old ore to take you back to the cellar? Seeing that Aerys didn't speak, Moody frowned slightly. It seemed that he sensed that Aerys's gaze was somewhat different and cold, and a trace of guilt rose in his heart. Aerys took a half step back and said in a calm voice without any emotion, I'm looking for Mr. Filch's lost gadget. Professor Moody, don't worry, I can do it myself. Also, I need to remind you. Aerys suddenly looked straight into Moody's magic eyes. Although I am not a senior, I'm also a professor at Hogwarts. Your concern for me seems unnecessary. After saying that, Aerys smiled and prepared to turn around and leave. Just then, a strange sobbing sound was heard. Moody's magic eyes suddenly turned to the armor helmet, and Aerys also heard the sobbing of the house elf under the metal mask. Moody snorted coldly, seemingly not interested in what was going on inside the armor, and turned around and walked away quickly. When the sound of his wooden legs disappeared at the end of the corridor, Aerys frowned slightly and waved his wand gently. The metal helmet then unfastened, revealing the scene inside. Aerys paused, then asked in surprise, Dobby, why are you here? What happened? Dobby, curled up in the chest of the armor, was bleeding from his ears. The house elf was holding half of the Crouch family emblem in his hand. The edge of the emblem was engraved with the same incomplete pattern as the base of the Goblet of Fire. Dobby can't say. The elf's tears burned the armor, producing smoke. But the cracks in the contract have already appeared. The crisis is approaching, and we will all be hurt. Master Aris, can you help us? Please save us. Dobby, you come out first. Aris waved her wand and rescued Dobby from the armor. Then, he carefully checked the elf's condition. Fortunately, they were just some minor injuries. The bloodstains looked scary, but actually they weren't a big problem. Don't worry, I won't let anyone do anything dangerous in Hogwarts. Aris said calmly. Higurashi will be fine. Just then, a strange bell rang from the bell tower. Aris looked up and saw a green light in the shape of a scarab flashing across the top of the tower. In a trance, it seemed that some kind of power was gathering. But soon, everything returned to normal. It seems like an illusion. When he helped Dobby up, he found a miniature mirror on the elf's anklet, which was exactly the one that was missing from Moody's office. The thick fog of the Black Lake condensed into ice crystals in the morning light. Aris wrapped his dragon skin cloak tightly and watched Durmstrang's ghost ship pierce the fog wall. On the 30-meter-high mast, the bronze sail was emitting dark green, phosphorescent flames. Where the school emblem should have been embroidered, the faint sight of rotating alchemical gears emerged. It seems to have a strange mystery. 60 degrees north latitude, 25 degrees west longitude. Hermione's voice trembled in the cold wind, and the magic compass in her hand was spinning wildly. This was not the direction from Northern Europe at all. Aerys' brows were also furrowed, but he was not concerned about the direction the ship was coming from. But it was the faint, dark atmosphere coming from the ship. It seemed that an unknown force was eroding the hull. That ship looks like a ghost ship. Are those students from Durmstrang School of Magic? That ship is so huge. Look at the school emblem on the ship. It's still flashing. I heard that Crumb is from this school. He's a world-class Quidditch player. It's unbelievable that we can see him in school. This is such a cool way to make an appearance. The voices of the young wizards of Hogwarts continued to ring out around them. Aris glanced at them, and his frown gradually relaxed. No matter what, you can't show too serious emotions at this time. After all, the Triwizard Tournament was just about to get on track. When the bronze siren on the figurehead opened its 12 eyes, Aris felt a sudden burning pain on the back of his hand. The alchemical mark wriggles beneath the skin, resonating with the rotation frequency of the sail gear. The wail of the Thestrals was heard from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Hundreds of fluorescent tentacles suddenly broke out of the Black Lake and turned into ashes the moment they touched the hull. This spectacular scene was not real. It's an illusion. The scene looked extremely grand. It's like an epic battle. This scene caused the young wizards at Hogwarts to exclaim and shout in shock again. So high profile, worthy of a student of Durmstrang. Hermione couldn't help but mutter. It seems that you don't have a very good impression of them. Aris smiled. Hermione didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. When the huge black ship stopped on the lake, the long suspension bridge fell to the ground beside the lake. Figures began to walk down from the boat. Karkaroff's gold-rimmed cloak billowed like a poisonous cloud over the prow. The Durmstrang headmaster leaped off the deck like a vulture taking prey. He gently turned the silver ring with the ruby, looked at Aris, and cast a meaningful look. Are you the rising alchemist of Hogwarts? His bony hand suddenly clamped Aris' wrist. Let me see what Dumbledore has cultivated. 513 Aris felt a cold magical energy climbing up his arm, and Chun-Jin's brand responded by emitting golden light. Karkaroff retracted his hand as if burned, and the charred remains of scarab wings fell between his fingers. Interesting defense mechanism. His Slavic accent was wrapped in a venomous smile, but real alchemy is not a child's building block game. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Karkaroff, but I'm afraid you don't need to worry about this matter. Aris smiled and faced Karkaroff's gaze without giving in. Haha, funny guy. Karkaroff also chuckled, then walked away. When the Durmstrang students landed in formation, Aris noticed that their copper-button cloaks had a secret. Each button was a micromagic energy storage device that could store some magic power for use when needed. It is a fairly advanced product of alchemy. Victor Crumb suddenly stopped when passing in front of Aris. The Quidditch superstar looked at Aris seriously and asked, I heard that you modified the break wings of the Nimbus 2001? It's not really a renovation. Aris said calmly, I just improved it a little for a friend. There was a time during second year when Harry was having some issues with his Nimbus 2000. At that time, Aris happened to be very interested in flying brooms, so he studied them for a while. You're awesome. Crumb praised sincerely. "Thank you," Aris said with a smile. "You are also very good." A huge wave suddenly exploded on the lake, interrupting the conversation of mutual compliments. Aris saw that the hem of Crumb's cloak was stained with fluorescent green slime, exactly the same as the remnants of the Black Lake tentacles. When the Durmstrang team disappeared into the shadow of the castle, Hermione suddenly grabbed Lyris's sleeve. Their footprints. On the ice surface under the moonlight, the footprints left by Durmstrang teachers and students were oozing black liquid. Aris squatted down and touched it, and immediately his fingertips had a flashback of memory. A cabin full of bronze puppet parts, a full-scale model of the Goblet of Fire placed in the center of the magic circle on the wall, and a half of the Crouch family emblem inserted in the gap. When the bell tower struck 3 in the morning, Aris was hovering on top of the mast of the Durmstrang ship. The invisibility cloak ripples in the alchemical phosphorescence. The retractable ear 3.0 in his hand has been modified into a spider form and is crawling along the gap in the bronze canvas. The 13th canvas stuck. Aris silently counted the number of gears when the alchemical compass suddenly beeped. When the spider detector sent back the picture, he saw rows of Egyptian numerals embedded in the canvas, the exact same runic sequence that was missing from the base of the Goblet of Fire. Suddenly, a whistle-like roar came from the depths of the Black Lake, and the entire ghost ship began to tremble. Aris was nearly thrown off the mast. The moment he grabbed the sail rope, the alchemical mark resonated strongly with the bronze canvas. The sail suddenly became transparent, revealing the sophisticated array of gears inside. Those rotating mechanisms are converting the energy of the Black Lake into dark green phosphorescence. "Isn't it a beautiful starry sky?" Karkaroff's voice sounded behind him like a venomous snake. Aris turned around suddenly and found that the headmaster of Durmstrang was floating 10 meters away, playing with the parts removed from the spider detector in his hand. It's a pity that the alchemy of Hogwarts is as childish as your weather in England. Aris felt cold threads of magic wrapped around his ankles. Karkaroff's silver ring was breaking down his defensive spells. At the critical moment, a huge tentacle creature suddenly jumped out of the lake, and the acid it sprayed hit the broken sail rope. Aris used the momentum of falling to break free from the restraints, and the invisible cloak wrapped in the night wind disappeared in the direction of the castle. On the Quidditch field in the morning mist, Aris is repairing the acid-corroded Nimbus 2001. Crumb's footsteps echoed in the stands, and the Bulgarian seeker threw a bottle of Eastern European snake wine. "Your broom breakwing is more sophisticated than Durmstrang's alchemy." Aris turned the calibration ring on the end of the broom handle, and the brass component suddenly projected a holographic structure, but not as interesting as the bio-slime in some people's capes. He deliberately let a drop of acid fall on the tip of Crumb's boot, and the fluorescent green corrosion mark perfectly matched the memory picture of Durmstrang's cabin. Crumb's pupils suddenly contracted and then quickly returned to fluttering his face. Before the storm comes, the wise petrel will fold its wings. He suddenly whispered rapidly in Bulgarian and carved the runic coordinates on the handle of the wand. "Tonight, when the moon is full in the southeast bay of Black Lake." When Aris looked up to ask, the ghost ship of Durmstrang suddenly sounded its horn. All the alchemical gears on the sails stopped turning, forming a huge number 13. Professor McGonagall's voice roared from the direction of the castle, and Filch was chasing the frantic armor across the court, onto the armor's breastplate. The same Egyptian numbers as on the sails were clearly engraved on it. The Durmstrang students had just left. Another shadow appeared in the distant sky, growing bigger and bigger. The cold stars in October are like shivering lights, looming in the gaps between the thick clouds. The biting cold wind whistled past, as if playing a prelude to the impending disaster. At this moment, Bosbaden's magnificent silver-maned Pegasus suddenly tore through the inky night sky like a meteor. When the giant carriage decorated with exquisite enamel patterns swooped down at a terrifying speed, Aris saw the 12 night stars coming out of the quiet, forbidden forest. These mysterious magical creatures, which were supposed to be invisible to the world, were now wrapped in strange alchemical phosphorescent fire. Rotten flesh was falling from their bony wings, and the scene was extremely horrifying. "Merlin, they've gone mad." Hagrid's voice, like a loud bell, suddenly rang out. He was anxious and waved his iconic pink umbrella in panic, trying to stop the situation from getting out of control. However, with his huge stature, he was easily knocked to the ground like a fallen leaf under the powerful attack of King Yechi, and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Madame Maxime's stern shout came from the cavalry. As if driven by some powerful force, Bosbaton's blue and silver flag suddenly burst out with a blindingly bright light. But unexpectedly, this strong light not only failed to calm the Thestrals, but instead added fuel to the fire, exacerbating their frenzy. The Yekis were seen flapping their wings frantically and making sharp hissing sounds. The entire night sky was shrouded in this chaotic scene. Aris saw this and leaped onto the clock tower terrace without hesitation. He held the yew wand tightly in his hand, and, in the dark night sky, he was in the middle of the moment. Wherever the magic wand passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a slight sizzling sound. When the alchemical mark containing powerful magic touched the damp and cold air, the originally calm black lake was instantly stirred as if by a giant hand, and layers of bronze waves surged up. The waves crashed against each other, making a deafening sound. Aris muttered to himself, reciting the chapter on animal taming from the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. His voice was low and rhythmic, as if it came from an ancient, mysterious world. As he chanted, the scarab totem suddenly appeared in the pupils of the night Thestrals. The dark green light flickered in the darkness, which was awe-inspiring. In the name of the ferryman of the Styx, Aerys' voice became full of double tones and the resonance of magic, as if it came from two different time and space at the same time. This majestic voice seemed to have some kind of magic, and King Yechi turned around abruptly and changed direction. Its huge bone wings flapped, creating a strong airflow, which was like an invisible big hand that pushed the car, which was diving rapidly, steadily to a safe height. 013905103 Felu 200 221531. And when the last trace of phosphorus fire slowly sank into the alchemical mark, the mournful wail of ravens was heard from the depths of the forbidden forest. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw three mutilated skeletons of the Thestrals quietly hanging on the branches of the Whomping Willow, swaying slightly in the cold wind, as if telling the story of a tragic battle. Fleur Delacour jumped down from the carriage lightly. Her long copper-colored hair was still stained with the foul fluid of the night trickster, emitting a fragrance with an indescribable smell. Her blue gemstone-like eyes quickly scanned the back of Aerys's hand, and when she saw the mysterious alchemical mark, she suddenly whispered in French, "Egyptian death contract?" As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Maxime's heavy mink collar gently touched the girl's hair. I saw that the hand of the headmaster of Beauxbatons, wearing a moonstone ring, was slowly aiming at Aerys's alchemical mark. Madame Maxime's eyes revealed a hint of inquiry and vigilance. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a touch of cold elegance. She said in a standard British accent, "The scope of teaching at Hogwarts is really amazing." As she spoke, she deliberately used her ring to gently stroke the skull of the Night Thestral King and continued, "Even the animal taming class involves the tomb spell." Aerys only felt the brand on the back of his hand was slightly painful under the cold light of the ring, as if it was corroded by some evil force. At the same time, the vague outline of Durmstrang's ghost ship suddenly emerged from the mist of the Black Lake, adding a touch of mystery to the already strange scene. Aerys' heart tightened, and he subconsciously took a half-step back, preparing to change the subject and ease the tense atmosphere. Just then, Hermione rushed into the crowd, holding the thick book, History of House Elf Rights. Her eyes were red. Obviously, she had just been through a fierce argument. She walked straight up to Madame Maxime, slapped the petition in her hand against her ermine cloak, and shouted, "Here are 6 signatures." As she moved, the parchment scroll rolled and unfolded, revealing the house elf's paw prints and the wizard's signature intertwined to form a strange and mysterious totem. Hermione then said righteously, "Beaux batons must stop dyeing the school flag with elf blood." Madame Maxime's pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of barely perceptible anger flashed across her eyes. She raised her foot slightly and used the heel with alchemical gears to crush the edge of the scroll, and said coldly, "The naivety of romantics." After that, Boosie Barton's team walked towards the castle arrogantly. Aris noticed that the Egyptian hieroglyphic tattoos were faintly visible under the cloaks of the last 2 students in the team, and the tattoo patterns were exactly the same as the bite marks on the Thestra skeleton. This discovery filled him with doubts and uneasiness. 0. Request Flower 0. The moonlight was like water, quietly soaking through the stained windows of the trophy room, making the interior look dreamy. Aris was concentrating on adjusting the cognitive filter of the Goblet of Fire. There was silence all around him, with only the faint light from the wand in his hand flickering. Suddenly, a faint sobbing sound broke the silence. Aris was so scared that his hand trembled and his wand almost slipped out of his hand. He looked closely and saw Dobby curled up behind the trophy stand, trembling. In Dobby's hands was a dirty tea towel with a gold mask covered in slime wrapped inside. Dobby's big ears flapped with excitement, even emitting sparks, and he cried out, "Dobby is saving. When the stars fall, the golden egg will swallow up the sins." However, its cry was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Hong, who came from the building. Due to the magical restrictions of the house elf, it could not reveal any more information and could only look at Aris anxiously, its eyes full of helplessness and worry. Aris suppressed the doubts in his heart, quickly took out the alchemical compass, and scanned the golden egg. On the compass dial, holographic images of San Xianghan's 3 projects slowly emerged. The images flickered in the darkness, looking particularly mysterious. When the brand on the back of Aris's hand accidentally touched the crack of the eggshell, the gear pattern of the Durmstrang sail suddenly flashed, and in the center of the gear was embedded the incomplete emblem of the Crouch family, 930. Aris was shocked and realized that there might be a huge secret hidden behind this golden egg. He hurriedly said to Dobby, "Hide it quickly." Then he stuffed the golden egg back to Dobby Huichen. At this moment, the door of the trophy room was slammed open by Hermione. Hermione's petition was still dripping with kitchen elf raspberry jam as she panted. "Professor McGonagall has agreed to discuss the issue of house elf or at a faculty meeting." However, before she could finish her words, the midnight bell suddenly rang. The melodious yet eerie bell sound tore through the silent night sky. At this moment, the Goblet of Fire suddenly emitted a dazzling emerald light, and the entire trophy room was illuminated as bright as day. Aris was quick-witted and pushed Hermione away the moment the bright light appeared. The magic flame on the rim of the cup turned into a giant scale in the strong light. The giant scale opened its bloody mouth, and fragments of the house elf's chain hung between its fangs. The scene was extremely terrifying. When the sudden crisis was finally resolved, Aris and Hermione looked down and found that the claw marks on the petition had all turned into the mysterious Egyptian number 13. This strange change filled their hearts with fear and confusion. When the Goblet of Fire burst out with an emerald light that was so dazzling that it could almost burn a person's eyes, the entire trophy room fell into a brief, heart-pounding silence. Then, the light faded away quickly like the tide, and the trophy room was shrouded in normal darkness again. Only on the wall, there was a faint green flicker. The light seemed like a living spirit, unwilling to let go of every inch of space here, stubbornly shuttled through every corner of the trophy room, casting mottled and strange light and shadow, as if telling everyone that what had just happened was not an illusion. After a moment's surprise, Aris and Hermione quickly got up from the ground as if they were springs. Aris' mind was like a surging whirlpool at this moment, with chaotic thoughts running wild. The sudden change of the Goblet of Fire, the ferocious and terrifying appearance of the giant python phantom, the bloodstains on the broken pieces of the house elf collar. All of these were like broken puzzle pieces, scattered in his mind, making it difficult for him to sort out the clues for a while, and he felt a splitting headache. What on earth is going on? Hermione's voice was sharp and full of anxiety, and she looked eagerly at Aris. The clear eyes revealed deep worry at this moment, as if looking for the 2.0 answer that could dispel the fog in Aris. Aris clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and he exhaled slowly, trying to calm his frantic mind with this small movement. X1. He paused, his voice low and thoughtful. Maybe there are some secrets related to Durmstrang and the Crouch family. He paused again, looked deeply in the direction of the Goblet of Fire, and continued, "The changes in the Goblet of Fire are most likely related to this." Hermione frowned, and even a few faint lines appeared on her forehead. She carefully considered every word Aris said. After a moment, she raised her head with a firm look in her eyes. "We should tell Dumbledore about this immediately. He must know how to deal with it." At this moment, the door to the trophy room seemed to be gently pushed by an invisible hand, making a slight creaking sound. The sound seemed particularly abrupt in this silent space, as if it was deliberately responding to their topic. Then there was a subtle and cautious sound of footsteps, like a mouse crawling gently on the floor. Dobby cautiously poked his head out from behind the door, his big ears trembling slightly because of nervousness. He was still holding the golden egg that seemed to carry countless secrets. "Dobby is so sorry, Miss Hermione, Mr. Aris. Dobby didn't expect." Dobby's voice was filled with guilt and uneasiness, and his body was trembling slightly. "The golden egg may contain evil magic." Hermione looked at Dobby, her eyes softened instantly, and she comforted him softly. "It's okay, Dobby, you have helped us a lot." Aris also nodded, with a gentle look on his face, signaling Dobby to relax. "We must find out the true purpose of the golden egg. This is related to too many things and is very important." At this moment, a slight humming sound suddenly came from a corner of the room. The sound was like the hum of some ancient machine, or like a call from distant time and space. Hermione and Aris turned their heads quickly and saw strange changes in the mirror on the wall. The originally smooth mirror surface has now become blurry, as if covered by a thick fog, and as if some powerful force is struggling on the other side of the mirror, trying to penetrate the mirror surface and come into this world. Aris couldn't help but frown, his eyes full of doubt. "Is this related to those Egyptian numbers?" As he spoke, he pointed to the petition on the ground, and Hermione subconsciously lowered her head to check the mysterious number 13. She whispered, "These numbers in ancient Egyptian legends are the codes leading to the pharaoh's witchcraft. According to the legend, those who know these codes can open the door to mysterious power and access the ancient and powerful network of the pharaohs." Aris' mind moved, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this is consistent with the project of the top 3 competition? Each number represents a test. Hermione 200 nodded vigorously, with wisdom shining in her eyes, as if she had grasped a glimmer of the truth hidden behind the thick fog. "We must investigate the connection between these Egyptian symbols and the Goblet of Fire. What happened tonight was by no means accidental. There must be a huge conspiracy behind it." The faint green light from the Goblet of Fire illuminated their determined faces. In this darkness, the light was like a spark of hope, silently encouraging them to move forward and uncover the truth hidden in the layers of darkness. They know that perhaps even greater challenges await them ahead. But at this moment, the courage and determination in their hearts are like a burning flame, burning brighter and brighter. Inside the auditorium, the star map on the dome was illuminated by 300 flickering candles, and it slowly deformed as if it was under a distortion spell. The intricate patterns seemed to have life, interweaving and winding around each other, adding a touch of mystery and weirdness to the entire space. The dark blue flame of the Goblet of Fire bounced, mercilessly dyeing the 4 long tables of the academy into a strange purple-blue color. The plates and tableware on the long tables also cast strange shadows under this strange light and shadow. Aris stood quietly at the end of the Ravenclaw table, his fingers unconsciously stroking the snake-shaped grooves on the edge of the alchemical compass. His eyes seemed calm, but in fact they were alert and keenly aware of everything around him. He could clearly sense the undercurrent of magic surging beneath the cup holder. The Black Lake energies compressed in the bronze base were like dormant beasts, rising and falling rhythmically with the tone of Dumbledore's voice as he read out the rules, as if responding to some ancient and mysterious call. Participants who are 17 years old or above, please put the parchment with your name written on it into the cup. At the long table, students from Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons all stared at the blue flame rising from the goblet of fire, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The voice of old headmaster Dumbledore echoed in the hall. When the words 17 years old were mentioned, there was a sudden emphasis on the voice, and the layers of the cards appeared between the layers. Aris captured this detail keenly. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Moody in the teacher's seat from the corner of his eye. The magic I was spinning wildly at an abnormal frequency, as if scanning a figure that was invisible to the naked eye. This scene made Aris feel a little uneasy. As Cedric Diggory walked towards the goblet of fire with the steady steps unique to Hufflepuff Academy, the cannon marks on the back of Aris's hands suddenly stabbed without any warning, as if an invisible hand was tearing his skin fiercely. He calmly pretended to adjust his cuffs and subtly raised the alchemical compass slightly. The mirror of the compass clearly reflected the projection of the gears of Durmstrang's sail. The bronze mechanisms seemed to be endowed with life, rotating in an orderly manner, and their rotation frequency was perfectly synchronized with Cedric's steady and powerful heartbeat. This amazing discovery made Aris even more confused. "Do you think you will succeed?" Hermione's voice rang in Aris's ears, with a hint of the team dubbing that was difficult to conceal. The ancient contract code in her hand slowly opened automatically without a breath of wind. The pages of the book turned gently like nimble butterflies and finally stopped at the chapter recording soul replacement. This strange phenomenon seemed to hint at the impending changes. Aris was about to answer, "Ma," when the Durmstrang team suddenly burst into a neat and powerful stomping sound. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the alchemical buttons on Crumb's black robe seemed to be driven by some mysterious force, and all turned towards the goblet of fire. When the Bulgarian seeker threw his name into the goblet of fire, the blue flame at the mouth of the cup suddenly emitted a green light like the tongue of an enraged, venomous snake, and that green light seemed to contain endless danger and malice. "Be careful." Aris reacted very quickly. The moment the green light appeared, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Hermione, pulling her back 3 steps. Almost at the same time, the ground where they were standing seemed to be torn apart by a powerful hand, quickly cracking into spiderweb-like patterns, and then the unique fluorescent green slime of the Black Lake oozed out. The mucus exuded a pungent smell, as if it came from a mysterious abyss. When Crumb turned around, his eyes briefly met Aris's. The Bulgarian used his knuckles to quickly tap on the golden snitch pendant on his chest to make 3 short and 2 long codes. The mysterious code seemed to be conveying some urgent and important information. Fleur Delacour's bell-like laughter came from the Beauxbatons camp. She threw out her name gracefully, like a ballerina dancing on the stage. However, just as the parchment was about to touch the flame, her face turned pale. The flame erupting from the mouth of the cup seemed to be under an evil curse, and suddenly turned into the shape of an Ouroboros. The hideous snake body suddenly leaped forward and singed a strand of the French girl's silver hair. There was an immediate cry of surprise at the scene. This is not right. Because of nervousness and fear, Hermione's nails dug deeply into Aris's forearm, leaving shallow marks. She lowered her voice, her tone full of worry. "The balance of the Goblet of Fire's contract has been broken, just like..." Before she could finish her whisper, she was rudely interrupted by a sharp sound of metal tearing. Everyone looked up in horror, only to see that the star image on the dome could not withstand the pressure of some powerful force and suddenly collapsed into a huge vortex. The school sandals hanging in various places in the hall seemed to be swept up in this mysterious power. Slytherin's emeralds fell like a torrential rain, hitting the ground and the tables and chairs. It made a crisp and heart-pounding sound. Seeing this, Aris threw off his robe without hesitation and leaped onto the Ravenclaw dining table. The alchemical compass in his hand, Adab, quickly unfolded in his palm and instantly transformed into a hexagram defense array. At this critical moment, it blocked the magic flow that was attacking Hermione. The magical turbulence was like a surging tide, carrying the power to destroy everything. If Aris hadn't stopped it in time, Hermione would have been seriously injured. Protect everyone. Professor McGonagall's clear and firm voice rang out, and her defensive spell was like a big net, shining with golden light, spreading out towards the turbulent flow of magic. However, this seemingly indestructible defense network was ruthlessly pierced by the projection of Durmstrang's sails halfway. Aris clearly saw that Krumm's alchemical button was frantically draining the vitality of those present. The Bulgarian knelt on the ground in pain, and the same runes as the base of the goblet of fire appeared on his neck. The runes seemed to be telling an ancient and evil curse that made people feel cold. In the name of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice was like a bell resounding throughout the hall. His patron saint, the Phoenix, was like a red lightning that instantly penetrated the dome and temporarily suppressed the runaway magical energy. The old headmaster's elderberry wand quickly drew ancient runes in the air. The runes shone with mysterious light and seemed to possess powerful power. However, just as he was about to complete the last stroke, the wand suddenly began to tremble violently. Aris stood in the distance and clearly saw that his cuffs were stained with the same rust as Crouch's badge. This discovery made Aris suspicious, and a terrible idea gradually took shape in his mind. When Harry Potter's name, wrapped in green flames, suddenly rushed out of the goblet of fire, Aris was carefully holding a fallen emerald with alchemical tweezers. The emerald trembled slightly in his hand, and the alchemical array that Crouch Jr. had carved at the World Cup camp slowly emerged from within. The blood of the house elf in the center of the array seemed to be injected with life and suddenly came alive, reflecting Harry's astonished face on the mirror. Harry's face was filled with shock and confusion. He could never have imagined that his name would appear in the Goblet of Fire. No, this is impossible. Ronald's roar instantly drowned out the gasps of the audience. The red-haired boy was so excited that he knocked over the Gryffindor table. The mead on the table splashed out like a fountain and sprinkled on Professor McGonagall's defense net, making a sizzling sound and corroding it into the shape of an Egyptian scarab. The shape of the scarab looked particularly strange in this chaotic scene. When Ronald staggered over and grabbed Harry by the collar, the prefect badge on his chest suddenly emitted a blinding red light. The red light was like a sharp blade, drawing a bloody mark between the two of them. The scene became increasingly chaotic and terrifying. Aris stretched out his hand as if possessed by a ghost and caught a drop of splattered blood. At the moment when the blood dripped onto his palm, the alchemical compass suddenly made a sharp, whistling sound, and the pattern of the soul contract emerged. This sudden change shocked Aris. He turned his head abruptly to look at the base of the Goblet of Fire, and found that the gap on the edge of the cup was emitting magical fluctuations of the same level as Ronald's blood. This series of strange phenomena seemed to suggest that a shocking conspiracy is quietly unfolding. "Calm down, Ronald," Hermione shouted anxiously, and she quickly waved her wand, releasing a binding spell to temporarily separate the two emotional teenagers. The tip of her wand trembled slightly because of nervousness and anger. Harry couldn't have signed up on his own, right? Soul binding. Aerys' voice was calm and firm, penetrating the noise at the scene. He jumped across the gap between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables like a nimble cheetah. The emerald held in the alchemical tweezers in his hand suddenly exploded, and the fragments quickly pieced together the contract pattern inside the goblet of fire in the air. Someone has made a lesser contract between Harry's soul fragment and the goblet of fire. 0. Request flowers. His words were like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar among the crowd. Dumbledore suddenly pointed his wand at Aris and said sternly, "Mr. Shafik, please pay attention to your—" However, before the old principal could finish his warning, he was interrupted by an even more shocking incident. The base of the goblet of fire suddenly cracked, and 10 powerful and evil forces burst out from it. Shockingly, instead of magical flames, the wine produced hundreds of house elf chains. The chains collided with each other, making a crisp and terrifying sound, like a death knell from hell. The fragments of Dobby's tea towel were wrapped around the end of the chain, and the blood-stained cloth spelled out the Egyptian hieroglyphic warning, "When the 13th sacrifice returns," which was like the whisper of a demon, making everyone present feel terrified. Petrify all. Snape's spell was like a flash of black lightning, and the 3 chains that were attacking Harry were suspended in midair. The potions professor's black robe fluttered in the turbulence of magic, like a black flag. He shouted, "Potter, leave immediately." However, his words were quickly drowned out by the screaming of chains. The brand on the back of Aris's hand suddenly burned through his skin, and the scarab beetle weapon spread its wings in the light. The scarab totem emitted a strange light, as if telling an ancient curse. When the brand touched the nearest chain, the entire auditorium suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The wails of the house elves, the crackling of magic, and the screams of the students all disappeared without a trace, leaving only the muffled thump of the heartbeat coming from the base of the goblet of fire. 60. The muffled sound was like a countdown to death, beating people's hearts again and again. In the absolute silence, Reese saw Hermione's lips quirking. With the vision enhanced by alchemy, he read out the silent warning with difficulty. The contract has more than one sacrifice. Suddenly, the sound waves that returned were like a surging tide, almost breaking everyone's eardrums. The alchemical instrument that Ronald knocked over exploded in the corner of the wall, and the flying bronze parts quickly formed the gear totem of Durmstrang's sail in the air. The totem exuded a strange aura, as if announcing the arrival of some evil force. As Harry was dragged towards the teacher's passage by Moody, Harry keenly caught the fleeting green light in the defense against the dark arts professor's fake eyes. The green light was exactly the same as the one on the torn page of Riddle's diary. This discovery made Aerys more convinced that there was a huge conspiracy behind it. "Shafik!" Professor McGonagall's sharp shout awakened the boy in the light cannon. "Escort Miss Hermione to the school hospital immediately." When Aerys supported the staggering Hercules, the girl's fingertips moved quickly on his palm. Using a tactile enhancement spell, he read the message Hermione had sent in Morse code. "There is a blood bond of a house elf in Crouch's office." This information made Aerys feel nervous. He knew that the group situation was far more complicated than they had imagined. As they struggled through the chaotic crowd, Peeves was flying upside down in the dome, laughing shrilly and splashing bloody pieces of parchment below. Aerys reached out to catch one, and found that it was printed with the headline of the Daily Prophet 3 months ago. Ministry of Magic secretly restarts ancient war contract. This discovery made Aerys more and more confused. He felt vaguely that all this was related to a huge conspiracy. When the door of the school hospital slowly closed behind them, Hermione suddenly broke free from Aerys' support. Her eyes glowed with alchemically enhanced golden light in the moonlight, revealing determination and wisdom. When the Goblet of Fire selects warriors, it scans more than just age. Madame Pomfrey's terrified scream came from the end of the corridor. Aerys and Hermione looked at each other and quickly ran towards the source of the sound. When Aerys pushed open the door of the ward, he saw Shan lying on the bed, carving the Egyptian number 13 on the wall with her fingernails. The house elf's tea towel was soaked in the black lake mud, revealing the full prophecy in the moonlight. When the stars fall into the 13th house, the cursed bloodline will offer 3 sacrifices: the soul of a warrior, the blood of betrayal, and... The notch stops here, 3-0. Shan suddenly jumped up and scratched Aerys's brand with his rusty nails. At this critical moment, Hermione's petrification spell collided with the elf's fingertips, and a burst of magical sparks burned a charred scarab totem on the wall. The third offering is the alchemist brand. Hermione's voice seemed to come from far away, filled with helplessness and despair. Aris, you have been part of this ritual from the beginning.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.